It's a quarter to midnight. Across the UK, there are votes being counted. Welcome to the BBC Election Centre. A year ago, we had a night of drama, and tonight there's not long to go before this year's results start flooding in. And here in the studio, Jeremy Vine is looking for the key trends.
I wonder whether we can even use the phrase British politics anymore, with so many different battles going on. In Wales, for example, where Labour are dominant, for the Welsh Assembly. And also in Scotland, the battle for the Scottish Parliament. Will the SNP cover more of the map in yellow? Let's not forget those 124 English council elections too.
Jeremy, thanks. And also with us to explore the results at the giant screen is Emily.
Will this be another night of history? In a few moments' time, this screen will light up as those results start pouring in. I'll be analysing them to see how the political landscape's changing before our very eyes.
And watching over us with his team of crack number crunchers is Professor John Curtice, the man whose exit polls shocked Britain 12 months ago. We'll also have leading politicians with us throughout the night, and our political editor, Laura Kuenssberg, will be providing her analysis of what it all means for the parties and their leaders. So welcome to Election 2016 here on the BBC. So the question, what is at stake tonight? What should we be looking out for? Well, right now, counting is underway in Scotland, and this is the scene in Glasgow, where the SNP leader, Nicola Sturgeon, is one of the candidates hoping to be elected not long before she finds out if the SNP has done as well as the polls have been predicting. And will it be Labour or the Conservatives in second place in the national vote in Scotland? Very important contest there. They've also started counting in Wales, and they're electing 60 members of the National Assembly, one of them from Llanelli. That's one of the key battlegrounds. Will Labour form another government in Cardiff? Are we about to see the first members of UKIP elected to the National Assembly for Wales? And all over England, there are thousands of council seats being contested. Will Labour get through the night without any losses? We'll see. And Jeremy Corbyn seemed to suggest that earlier this week. And will the public divisions over Europe, not least in the Conservative Party, affect their performance in some way? While not forgetting that there's more counting tomorrow for the Northern Ireland Assembly, for the police and crime commissioners in England and Wales, and for the London Mayor, and for the members of the London Assembly. It is a vast range of democratic contests we're talking about. In a moment, I'll be talking to my special guests at the start of this programme, John McDonnell for Labour and Nicky Morgan for the Conservatives. Thank you both for joining us. Good to see you. I want to ask Laura, first of all, what she thinks is at stake. What are the big things that we need to be focusing on tonight?
Well, it's a real kaleidoscope of elections, as you say. And of course, around the country, people will have been voting, choosing their decisions for all sorts of different local, national and regional reasons. But this does make a difference to the big picture of British politics. The biggest question, where there are most nerves tonight, are in the Labour Party headquarters, because this is the first test for Jeremy Corbyn's leadership from the general public. Now, he's had a torrid time since he's been in charge, but he has still got the overwhelming support, we think, of Labour Party members. Today's the first time that the general voting public will have had their say. It looks like Labour is expecting to make some quite serious losses, particularly in the local English elections today, and, of course, in Scotland. And the important thing about that is this. Traditionally, in these elections, opposition parties gain seats. They are vital steps for any party on their way back into power, to being able to run the country. It appears tonight that Labour in opposition is actually going to be losing seats. And of course, that therefore will put much more pressure on Jeremy Corbyn, who, especially in the last 10 days, has looked very vulnerable indeed.
OK, we'll pick that up with John in a moment, but I also want to ask, what's at stake for David Cameron?
Well, the funny thing about this election, in a sense, is the Conservatives have been very relaxed about these local elections, in part because it looks like they might even make a small number of gains, mainly because their focus is so much on the European referendum, trying to contain the very serious official splits inside the party, but also from number 10, from the central machines point of view, trying to win that referendum. So the local elections haven't really been a priority for them. What has been a priority, but they're probably pretty much resigned to losing now, is London's City Hall. Now, of course, Boris Johnson has been king of that place for the last few years. He's now stepped down from that, and we expect that it will be a Tory disappointment with Zac Goldsmith standing to lose control, standing not to win City Hall, and Labour's Sadiq Khan poised to take control there. That is a big safety blanket, if you like, for Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, and a big disappointment for the Conservatives. And even tonight, real unhappiness publicly now about how that campaign was fought.
OK, just a final thought at this stage about what's at stake in Scotland and Wales, because, again, very different tests here.
Very different tests, and, of course, really important competitions. These are national governments in Holyrood and in Cardiff. In Scotland, what we expect is the SNP to continue their staggering success story, to win a third victory there. If you think back to the last time that election was fought in 2011, it was a huge victory. But even the end, the SNP felt sort of like the plucky outsiders. That is completely reversed tonight, and we expect that Nicola Sturgeon, who is an unusually popular leader, will further tighten her grip on Scotland politically. And for Labour, the question is whether or not the separation between their traditional vote and the party in Scotland becomes something more like a permanent divorce. In Scotland, the real interest in this election has been the battle for second place. It may well be that the Conservatives take that spot. Unthinkable a few short months ago.
And the big question, of course, in Cardiff, can Labour in Wales persist after 17 years in power already? So on that point, really, why don't we ask Jeremy to take us through a little more detail, especially when it comes to those devolved bodies?
OK, Hugh, let's start, as you ended there, with Wales and look at what happens in Wales and what happened last time in 2011. And just to point out, with Wales, voters in Wales have had 2 votes today. So you vote firstly for somebody in a constituency directly, a locally elected representative, and then a vote comes from a regional list. And let's look again at that election in 2011 and see where it left the Welsh Assembly. And as Laura and Hugh were saying, 30 seats for Labour left them dominant out of 60, and you see where their strongholds are here in the south around Cardiff and Swansea, a little bit up in the north, Vale of Clwyd and so on. But basically Labour pretty unchallenged in Wales, so we'll wait to see whether this all-time high result for them in the Welsh Assembly, the best they've ever got, goes down. Does it go below 26, the lowest they've ever got? What happened in 2011? Well, in second place, the Conservatives. We'll put them on the map as well. Plaid Cymru in third, the Welsh Nationalists and the Lib Dems with 5 seats. Because of the list system, we'll be watching keenly to see whether UKIP members may be elected for the first time to the Welsh Chamber. Now, let's have a look at the battleground in Wales and see what might happen if Labour advance. Well, there are these seats that they'd be targeting. But maybe a more relevant question is what happens if Labour falls back. Let's change it to Labour defence. Now, here we see this rather handy number of seats they've got here. Starting, we've ordered them in the order of the most vulnerable at the start, Cardiff Central, down Llanelli and Cardiff North and Vale of Glamorgan and so on and so forth, gradually getting safer for Labour until we get to the safest Labour seat, Aberavon. And by the way, in Ogmore, there was a by-election in the Westminster equivalent constituency today. So if Labour start to suffer damage in Wales, we'll be looking up here initially. These are the seats, logically, that would go first. Cardiff Central, Llanelli, Cardiff North, etc., etc. Could they go further than that if they start losing seats? We'll see. Scotland in 2011, as Laura was saying, a completely different kettle of fish. This was a storming victory for the SNP. Let's have a look, remind ourselves. Same again, the system here, 2 votes for voters, set up almost to stop parties getting an overall majority, but that's exactly what they did in 2011. 69 seats in the Scottish Parliament, covering this map so dramatically in yellow. In fact, if I put the Labour seats in, you don't much notice the difference, do you? They were in a distant second, and they may, as Laura was saying, even go into third tonight, who knows? So bring in the other parties, colour up the floor, and let's have a look at this map. This is extraordinary. Now, it seems strange, doesn't it, to say they did very well in 2011. Could they do even better this time? Almost as if we're suggesting that they could do something that's out of their reach. It isn't. Let me tell you why. In 2011, this was the percentage that the SNP got. Here it is. A storming 46%, miles ahead of Labour on 32. But actually, they did do better in the 2015 general election year. And let's have a look at this. 50% of the vote for the SNP, more than double what Labour got. Now, if Labour get this kind of vote tonight and the SNP replicate that, then the Labour seats are in all kinds of trouble. We wonder whether they might even hang on to any of them at all. Some talk on Twitter tonight, I gather, that Labour are in trouble around Glasgow. We shall see. So it's worth remembering that SNP have even improved on their vote since 2011. We should look at their battleground. Let's bring it on. The seats that the SNP would be aiming at if they start to gain, which is not beyond the bounds of possibility at all. So the most vulnerable to an SNP advance is East Lothian, then Greenock, then Edinburgh North, then Motherwell. There's an awful lot of red seats to lose here. You get down to the 7th, 8th seats before you hit a Conservative one. There's Galloway and Ayr would be vulnerable if the SNP come all the way down this first column. If they start to take more seats from Labour, they might bump into Orkney and even Shetland. These are the two, you can see them on the map. The outlying Liberal Democrat seats here in orange, the only two they have left in the constituency section. We'll watch this very, very closely. Are Labour really being threatened, for example, in this central column on the battleground? It's very interesting, isn't it? But once you break down these elections, with so much going on, you find the picture does get crisper and clearer. Hugh.
Jeremy, you mentioned Glasgow there and some early signals. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight to Glasgow and talk to our Scotland editor there, Sarah Smith, who's at one of the main counts. And Sarah, just a thought at this stage about the kind of mood music that you're picking up from the parties.
Well, I'm in the stadium where they're counting all the Glasgow seats, and I've been talking to some of the senior Labour figures who've appeared here tonight, and they are sounding very depressed. They've looked at some of the papers that have come in so far, and they're not optimistic that they're going to hold any seats in Glasgow. Currently, Labour have 4 constituency seats in Glasgow. They could well end tonight with none. That's what senior Labour figures here are telling me, and they're not happy about what's happening in the rest of the country either. After that disastrous result for Labour in the general election last year, when they were left with just 1 MP in the whole of Scotland out of 59, they thought they'd hit rock bottom. People tonight are talking about how it may just be possible for Labour to fall even further in Scotland. If they do, this will be the worst result that they've turned in since 1918, and it will leave people asking questions about the future of the Labour Party in Scotland, because if former Labour voters who have gone to the SNP consistently keep voting SNP in general elections, in Holyrood elections, as the trend has been, where do Labour go from there? And as Jeremy was saying, this question about whether or not the Tories could beat them into second place still looks unlikely tonight, but not impossible, and even Labour figures tonight are talking about whether that might happen. Now, do remember, of course, because of the PR system that Jeremy was describing there, even if Labour hold almost no constituency seats and they're struggling to name 2 or 3 that they might be able to hold on to tonight, they will still get additional member seats. We're not going to see a Labour wipeout in the Holyrood Parliament, but they are expecting a bad night.
We know that one of those Glasgow seats in South Side there is Nicola Sturgeon's. Sarah, when can we expect the first results there in Glasgow, do you think?
It's going to be a couple of hours before we get them, and we won't see Nicola Sturgeon herself until her declaration is just about due. She's pretty confident tonight. She's going to be re-elected as the First Minister. They're making plans for how they're going to celebrate that tomorrow, although she is quite a superstitious person who won't allow her aides to plan it all down to the last detail. But if you look at the polling, we know polls aren't always accurate, but the SNP with a 30-point lead, they do seem to be on course to be re-elected as the Scottish Government. And remember, that's quite a feat. Even if they don't put on that many seats from last time, from 2011, this is an electoral system that's supposed to prevent any party from getting an overall majority. They did it in 2011, and they're feeling very confident tonight that they're going to do it again.
Just one thought before we go, Sarah, at this point, because I have John McDonnell with me, and I'll be talking to him in a second. To what extent is the Jeremy Corbyn leadership a factor in Scotland, or was this very sharply focused on Kezia Dugdale's leadership style, or is it simply that we're talking about an SNP steamroller, and that, frankly, anything in front of that steamroller can't really last?
To a certain extent, you're right about the SNP. Nicola Sturgeon, of course, is the most popular party leader in the whole country, across the whole of the UK. Kezia Dugdale, the Scottish Labour leader, is young. She's fairly inexperienced. This is the first election she's fought. She'd only been in the job for about 9 months. But it is really interesting when you talk to voters. They do identify her, Ms Dugdale, as the Scottish Labour leader. They don't tend to talk to you very much about Jeremy Corbyn's politics or personality. We saw very little of him in the campaign here in Scotland, a couple of low-key visits. I don't think the Scottish Labour Party thought he was really an electoral asset, but at the same time, if Labour do have a bad night, as they fear they're going to tonight, it's difficult to lay that at Jeremy Corbyn's door. This was a campaign that was fought by the Scottish Labour Party on quite distinct Scottish Labour policies, and they'll be the ones who have to take the blame for any losses tonight.
OK, Sarah, thanks very much. We'll talk to you later. Let's go straight to Cardiff and talk to James Williams, our political correspondent there, for just an early sense of how things are going, James.
Well, Hugh, the big question in Scotland is whether Labour will be pushed into third place. It's a very different situation here in Wales, as we expect that Labour will remain the biggest party, a position they've held since the start of devolution. But because they've been in government that whole time, they have a record of 17 years to defend, they are expecting a relatively difficult night tonight. They currently hold 30 of the 60 seats in the Senedd, and they're expecting to lose anywhere between 3 or 4 seats. Any further, then it looks very bad night for Labour, and the Sharks could really start circling around Welsh Labour leader Carwyn Jones. Now, the question is, which of the other opposition parties will benefit from Labour losses? Well, the Welsh Conservatives have made gains in every single Assembly election to date. Will they continue that record? They believe that they're in play in a number of Labour Conservative marginals. Here in Cardiff North, for example, the Vale of Glamorgan down the road, and a number of seats in North East Wales. Wrexham, the Vale of Clwyd, which turned blue during last year's general election, Delyn and a number of others. But will constituency gains be offset by regional losses? They're not sure about that, so they could be looking at best holding their current position. As for Plaid Cymru, the nationalists in Wales, well, they can really only look enviously at their sister party, the SNP in Scotland, because they currently hold third place in Wales, and there's no expectation that they're going to do too much better tonight, perhaps move into second place at best. A big battle to watch out for them. Plaid Cymru leader Leanne Wood taking on Welsh Labour's big beast, Cabinet Minister Leighton Andrews in the Rhondda. Another seat, your hometown, Hugh, Llanelli, a seat that's moved back and forth between Plaid Cymru and Labour in every single Assembly election. Will it turn green once again? As for the Liberal Democrats, well, quite frankly, it's a question of survival for them. They're already briefing tonight that Wales could be their biggest task this evening, and so the question is, will they hold on to any of the 5 seats that they currently hold? Undoubtedly, it seems that the big story of the night, or at least one of them in Wales, will be how UKIP do. We expect them to enter the Senedd for the very first time through the regional top-up list system. They could win as many as 8 seats, somewhere between 5 or 8 seats on that list, and that would really shake up the Senedd. So we're expecting a hung assembly, we're expecting Labour to be the biggest party, but will they have enough seats to go it alone, or will they need to form a coalition? We'll just have to wait to see on that. There's been a parliamentary by-election here in Wales, it's worth noting as well, for the Ogmore seat. That's returned a Labour MP in every election since 1918, and we're not expecting that to change this evening.
James, thanks very much. Good to talk to you, James Williams there. Indeed, if Ogmore returned anything but a Labour MP, that would be a bit of an earthquake. There are some results coming in from the English local elections, so why don't we just catch up with those very quickly with Emily before we then talk to John and Nikki here. Emily?
Hugh, thanks. In the last 5 seconds or so, we've just had this final result in for Sunderland. We knew that it would be a Labour hold. It was mathematically impossible on the way those thirds are elected for Labour to lose it. But here is the full result now that we've had confirmed. You can see the winning post is 38. They needed that number to hold the council. They're on 67, a majority of 59. Don't forget the majority is made of all the other parties' numbers put together there. It's the difference between them. So look at seat change, first of all, and you can see what's happened. 1 gain for Labour there. The 2 independents have lost their seats, and the Lib Dems will be very pleased to see the start of a little comeback there in Sunderland. What about the share of the vote? Now, this is where things get interesting. It's taken us on to Sunderland. Let me just take you back to this one. This is where things get quite interesting. In the share of the vote 54% of the Labour, you can see more than 50%, not unusual in these parts of the northeast of England. The Conservatives in second place on 22nd. Watch the UKIP vote here. This is quite interesting. We saw last year at the general election that UKIP were getting around 20% in places like this. If we take you back to 2012, now this is the last time these exact seats were fought in this same place. UKIP are up 6%, Labour is down 8%. It won't be a surprise that, because 2012 was really the high watermark for Labour in the council elections under 2 years of Ed Miliband. So they might be expecting to fall back a little bit. If Jeremy Corbyn wants a little bit of comfort, he might look to this comparison, 2015. In other words, a year ago, the local elections, before he took over. So pushing up for Labour, increases of 4% share of the vote. Take this on board with caution. This UKIP drop of 8%, you need to bear in mind they haven't stood in all the wards that they stood in last time round. So that's why that looks a little bit more exaggerated. We know that UKIP are getting around 20% share of the vote in the wards that they've stood in. Very quickly then, let me take you on to some of the places that we're looking at tonight. Trafford, we're going to see a fight here in this key big metropolitan council in the north of England, one of not many that the Conservatives hold. They're on a majority of just 5, a battle with them for Labour. Will they hold control? We'll be looking out there in Greater Manchester. And the opposite story, if you like, in Crawley, one of very few councils that Labour hold in the south. They are defending a majority here of just 1. You can see it's checkered history between the Conservatives and Labour in the past. So if Labour lose a seat, it can go into no overall control. This is somewhere that the Conservatives could take. One more to show you, and we'll be watching this very, very closely indeed. It's an all-out election. What do we mean by that? We mean that every single seat is in play tonight. It's being contested. That means there's all to play for, really. You can see bigger changes where all the seats are being contested. An old majority of 16. If Labour's having a good night, they'll want to build on it. If they're having a bad night or a troubled night in that south of England area, then they could lose this council completely. I'll hand back now, Hugh, just to say we're getting a few results in. Nothing has changed hands so far. Newcastle, we know. Wigan, we know. Safe Labour, mathematically impossible for them to lose. We'll analyse some more of those as they come through. OK, Emily, thanks very much. And just some good pointers there's what we're looking forward to. John McDonnell, Nicky Morgan, thank you very much for coming in. Can I start with you, John? We could argue about figures all night, high points and low points, I know that. But as a principle, opposition parties don't really lose seats, you know, against governments. They don't really lose seats at this kind of stage of the cycle. So I'm just thinking, what are your thoughts on the possibility that you may be in a position where you've lost seats?
Yeah. I think it's more complex than this now. It's much more complex. Scotland is really complex. We're at the early stages of, I think, of Labour rebuilding, but we got wiped out last in the general election. We've only got 1 parliamentary seat left, so Scotland's extremely complex. I think the SNP is still in the honeymoon post-referendum, where they took a clear position and the other parties were divided, if you like. Wales, 17 years, it's inevitable, I think we'll fall back a bit, but as long as we retain control. In terms of the mayoral elections, again, if we take a majority of those, I think it'll be quite a success. But again, it's complex as well. I think the local government elections themselves, high point in 2012, you'd expect a bit of fallback. But the test for me really will be, in the last general election, we were about 7 points behind the Conservatives. In September, we were 14 points behind. So we're making up ground. I'm looking for steady progress, laying the foundations for 2020, and I think it's going to take that long. It's going to take a few years before we can rebuild that support base. Why
did Jeremy Corbyn say earlier this week he wasn't looking to make any losses? Was that just a bad way of phrasing something?
I think he was saying no party goes into an election intending to lose seats. You don't...
Wasn't an intention, was it? It was an expectation.
Well, I think he was setting out... You don't tell your own supporters all of a sudden you're going to lose seats. You want to stand bold and challenging, and that's what he was doing. The reality is, though, is that in every area now, the complexities are such that it's difficult in Scotland for Labour. It'll take us a while for rebuild. Wales, I think, will do well, but UKIP are on the scene, which they weren't before, so that's a complexity. In terms of local government, as I say, high point, in 2012. It was the second year of Ed Miliband as well. It was omni-shambles budget.
How do you define
recession,
high
etc.
point, though, John? I mean, high point under Ed Miliband, you mean? I mean, if you go back to Tony Blair in 1995-6, he was making 1,600 gains. He was on 46% of the vote. That's a high point.
That's right. And
so 2012 wasn't a high point in that sense,
he had the surge from winning general elections. We haven't got that. We've lost a general election. We were 7 points behind. As I said, in September, 14 points behind. If now we're drawing level and gaining on vote share, we're laying the foundations. We've always said to our supporters, and they've worked hard today, and I congratulate our candidates and our party workers and thank all these people that support us, but we've always said it's going to be a long haul. And don't judge us on this election. Judge us over this coming 4 years as we go towards 2020.
Very difficult not to be judged if people say, hang on a bit, the last time Labour lost seats at a local election was in 1982 and 1985, and actually we shouldn't be in that position, and that's because of how the party's being led. That's what they will say.
No, well, I'm afraid I know you're looking for dramatic stories from this, but it's much more complex than that. You know, we're talking about 6 months ago being 14 points behind in the polls. Now we're drawing level, if not going ahead. Again, steady progress. But again, what we need to do is recognise the complexity of these elections. There isn't going to be a simple story. The mayoral elections, again, I think we'll do well in those. They'll tell us a story about what's happening in certain areas and what we can build upon.
Laura?
Sounds a bit as if you were trying to suggest somehow if you lose seats in England, in the English local elections, which don't have the complexities of different parties in the way that they do in Scotland and Wales, that somehow it won't matter. Now, no opposition in modern times has ever gone on to win a general election if they're not winning seats, if they lose seats in these kinds of elections.
What I'm saying, of course it matters. You know, we've got councillors tonight who worked really hard, and I hope they get re-elected. Of course it matters to us. But what I'm saying is, from where we were last year, the despondency of last May, and then September to be so far behind in the polls, it's going to... We're realistic now. It's going to take a while. We've got 4 years now before the 2020 elections. We're going to rebuild, and we're rebuilding in terms of policy, in terms of how we campaign, how we communicate. It's going to take time, and you know, all of our members now are realistic. It's going to be a patient build-up of those foundations.
Nikki, what's the stake for you in this tonight?
Well, I think, clearly, obviously very interesting to see what happens to the Labour Party. There's some key parts of the country, particularly in England, that they need to reassert themselves if they are to see how we do in 2020. Clearly, we're very much hoping that Zach will become the next mayor in London. That's very important. I think he's run a good, clear campaign. And obviously also making sure that we keep control of councils we currently have control of, but also the Police and Crime Commissioner elections are important. And I think we haven't really talked about them very much, but they are actually very important local parts of the community. They do a job, obviously, in terms of holding chief constables to account, of policing and crime, issues that people really care about. And so, obviously, we're looking to hold the Police and Crime Commissioners we've got, but also, obviously, to make some gains there.
I'm just going to pause there a second. We're just going to bring in the former First Minister of Scotland, Alex Salmond, has just joined us. Alex, good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Great pleasure.
What are your thoughts on what's likely to happen tonight? What are your sources telling you?
Well, my sources are telling me it's going to be a good night for the SNP. They were set, hopefully, to try and achieve what is probably reckoned to be impossible, and that's achieving a second overall majority in a political system specifically designed to prevent that happening, a proportional system. Now, those of your viewers who don't know the Hauntless system, it means that if you win more constituency seats, which the SNP is likely to do tonight, you then can lose them in the regional list because they're counted against you. So it's a very, very difficult system, and we're not there yet, but there are early indications, particularly in the city of Glasgow, where we may have made a clean sweep of the entire city, which would give us great heart. But certainly it's a hugely difficult to ask to try and do this, but at this point in the evening we can say we're at least in the running to have that extraordinary achievement by Nicola Sturgeon.
Is it at all possible, do you think, that you'll end up with every constituency seat in Scotland?
Oh, no chance whatsoever. I mean, that's total nonsense. You can't expect that in terms of far more Scottish parliamentary constituencies than there are Westminster constituencies, a different context of an election. So there's no chance of the SNP winning every constituency seat. But we could win more than the very substantial number that we won in 2011 when we actually managed to get that overall majority. The question is going to be, and it's going to be many, many hours before you know the answer, is whether we pay a penalty for that on the list vote, or whether our constituency success will carry forward and allow that overall majority in a proportional system.
The majority last time was 9. Do you think it'll be smaller or bigger?
I've absolutely no idea. What we're set on is trying to get that majority, and what we're set on, with great respect, is trying to persuade journalists like yourself, who for the last 2 months in Scotland have been talking about this as if it was a foregone conclusion, something which everybody, every single journalist, every single psephologist said was impossible 5 years ago. They've been talking about it as if it was a done deal. And our basic opponent in this campaign has not been the activities of the Tory party, the Labour Party, the Liberals or the Greens. Our basic opponent has been avoiding that complacency and trying to fight that message, because obviously if your supporters believe it's all over bar the shouting, there is a tendency not to come out to vote. And so Nicola Sturgeon has quite rightly been emphasising that there's no room for complacency. So if we can achieve that, that would be one of the most remarkable achievements in modern democratic politics. But we're far from there yet, and it's going to be a long night, a long morning, and probably a long tomorrow afternoon.
As just a final thought after that, Alex, if it's that kind of victory that you're outlining, and it means all of those things, you know full well that lots of your supporters will be saying straight away it is precisely the condition that is being met in order to talk about a second referendum. What would you say to those supporters?
Well, Nicola Sturgeon spelt out very clearly in the campaign what her view and what the Scottish people's view are. The two things are interlinked. If there was a material change in circumstances, and I think just about everybody agrees, even from John Major to Tony Blair agrees, that there would have to be a Scottish referendum on independence if people were dragged out of Europe against her will. But failing that, Nicola Sturgeon has said that there has to be a demonstrable wish for the Scottish people for that second referendum. But the people who should judge that are the elected representatives of the people of Scotland in the Scottish Parliament. That is our sovereign Parliament expressing the sovereign will of the people. And I think this election will indicate that the people of Scotland are more than happy to leave that judgment about their wishes to Nicola Sturgeon.
Mr Salmond, thanks for joining us, and we'll be keeping a close eye on things. Thanks a lot. Alex Salmond there. And we're also joined by the leader of UKIP, Nigel Farage, who's been waiting patiently. Mr Farage, thanks very much for joining us. Your thoughts on what's likely to happen tonight?
Well, I think from a UKIP perspective, it's breakthrough night. You know, we're predicted in Wales to win seats, in London with the count tomorrow to win seats. I think in Northern Ireland are going to win seats, and in Scotland it's pretty knife edge. So overall, a breakthrough for UKIP. In terms of England, well, it's a bit early. All we've seen so far is Sunderland, where we're averaging 23% of the vote in the seats in which we've stood, which is markedly up from the last time 4 years ago. And I think the big message is that UKIP is now eating very hard into the old Labour vote. And that's the message I think that we'll take from UKIP's performance in these elections.
To all of those people who follow UKIP who are watching this, and they'll be wondering what your sense is of the strength that's likely in the local elections. Let's leave Scotland and Wales to one side, Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
What would your guidance be on that?
It's so tough to call, because in so many of these seats, the difference between coming second and coming first is 30 votes or 50 votes or whatever it is. I think what you will see tonight from UKIP is us coming second almost everywhere we stand. And, you know, the difficulty with our electoral system was shown last year. You know, 4 million votes and 1 seat in Parliament. And that is very, very difficult. I still think, despite those difficulties, we will make advances in England tonight.
Where it comes to the Welsh Assembly, Mr Farage, because, of course, it's not so long ago that UKIP wanted the Assembly abolished. That's now changed.
17 years ago, yeah.
Well, no, it's more recent than that. Come on. But I'm just wondering what you want to achieve there. You're going in there. If you get members of that Assembly, what are they going in there to achieve?
Well, under my leadership, we are a pro-devolution party. I want devolution of powers from Brussels to Westminster, from Westminster out to the country, you know, to the Welsh Assembly, to Kent County Council, wherever it may be. And we're going in there constructively. We're going in there saying, look, devolved powers in Wales have given the worst health service provision in the whole of the UK and a failing education system. And if we can play a positive role as people from the real world, we will do so.
Mr Farage, thanks for joining us, and we'll of course be keeping tabs on the UKIP performance. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Just a thought on that at this point, and I'm just wondering, both of you, where it comes to the English local elections. I'll start with you, Nicky, this time. How do you view the UKIP threat to Conservative councils?
Well, I mean, Nigel Farage, I seem to remember sitting here 4 years ago and hearing then it was going to be a UKIP breakthrough night, and we didn't see that then. And obviously we had lots of talk of that last year, and that didn't materialise either. And so I think actually it is interesting that the UKIP is a threat to some of the Labour seats, areas that Labour have taken for granted for a long time. But it isn't something that we have detected in our canvassing, that actually there is this big UKIP surge. Actually, this is all about Conservative councils showing that they run services well, they keep the council tax down, and people recognising that in the ballot box.
Because he went out of his way, John, didn't he, to say that he was eating into the Labour vote, the old Labour vote, as he called it.
I don't think any political party should be complacent about UKIP or any party that's challenging for votes like that. And I don't think the Conservatives should either. So we'll take them on the issues. But you've got to remember, this is the optimum time for UKIP with the referendum coming up. You'd expect them to do dramatically better than they are doing, we've seen in some by-elections so far and this evening, because this is the climate in which everyone's talking about the European referendum. It's the UKIP territory, and they're still not achieving the huge breakthrough that you'd expect. So if I was Nigel Farage in these recent months, and particularly looking at some of the by-elections that have taken place, I'd be a bit disappointed. But we shouldn't take any of these parties complacently. We should tackle them head-on in our local areas.
It's notable, though, isn't it, that, and I know this from South Wales too, from some of those areas where Labour's been so traditionally very strong, UKIP have performed, and they did in the general election last year, getting 17, 18, 19, in some cases 20% of the vote in areas where you've been traditionally tough. Now, what's the reason for it?
It's affected
Why are you vulnerable to it?
It's affected Conservative areas as well, to be frank, too.
Yeah.
However, I think our party has learnt a lesson never to be complacent about this. And what I've been finding, there's a new enthusiasm in the Labour Party at rank and file at the moment in the campaigning. And what I've been finding is our local councillors and our local campaigners seriously addressing that now. So we're campaigning and getting to the issues before UKIP or anyone else can. So we're tackling those issues. Our main problem at the moment is that all local authorities, Conservative, Labour and Lib Dem, are under so much stress as a result of government cuts in grant. And that's a difficult message to get across, that cuts are taking place, but it's central government that's causing them. That's where it can breed opposition and populism for UKIP. And we've got to get that message across, but we're not complacent by any means.
There certainly are concerns in both parties about UKIP, and I think after the general election last year, many Labour MPs for the first time thought maybe the kind of hollowing out that some parts of the country had seen in their Conservative membership might happen to them. Now, very early signs we've seen tonight in some of those wards in Sunderland, UKIP polling more than 20%. That will be a worry for the Labour Party in those traditional kinds of areas, that they may have to think much more carefully about trying to hold on to their core vote. But there's a wider strategic question for UKIP at the moment. As Mr McDonald suggested, we're right in the middle of this referendum campaign. Either way, the party is approaching some kind of crossroads. The result of the referendum will determine their future. If it's lost by the government, that could be a huge motivator for some Conservatives to go to UKIP, and UKIP could flourish. If, on the other hand, the country votes to leave the European Union, what happens to UKIP then? Because their core message has disappeared. As you suggested, what do they really want to achieve in the Welsh Assembly if, as we expect, they manage to get posteriors on seats in Cardiff for the first time?
Can I just say on that Sunderland vote, that's a reflection, actually, of the work that Labour councillors have done on the ground to hold that UKIP surge back. So I see that quite positive, because people were predicting that surge to be so much bigger in those traditional Labour areas. The strategy that's been pursued over the last year, I think, is beginning to succeed.
What we're going to do now, John, just to cut in there, is we're going to just take the temperature, if you like, in some other places. I want to go to Southampton, which is such an important contest going on tonight, and my colleague Ellie Price is there. Ellie, what's your sense of things at this stage? And just outline the nature of the contest for us.
Well, Hugh, we've heard from a couple of Labour councillors here who say that the Jeremy Corbyn factor simply hasn't been going down that well on the doorstep. It's a precarious position for the Labour council here. They control the council by 2 seats, and all of this needs to be seen within a historical context of what happened this time round in 2012. That time round, Labour swept to control the council. They took 11 seats. So in some ways, it's difficult for them this time round. They've got plenty of seats to defend, and it'd be very difficult to make any gains. Also, on that historical context, it was here that Ed Miliband chose to come and visit the day after the local elections in 2012 and proclaim that Labour was on track for the general election. Now, Ed Miliband got egged on that visit, Hugh, and of course Labour ended up with egg on their face at the general election when they lost one of their seats to the Conservatives. So if we're going to talk about all these net gains, it's very likely that they could happen in places like Southampton, and it could be something that's reflected across councils across the south of England. All of that said, we've also heard from Royston Smith, the MP who took that seat from Labour in 2015, who said actually the Conservatives aren't as chipper as they have been either. So it seems there's a bit of expectation management going out on all sides.
OK, Ali, thanks very much. And John McDonnell here was certainly reacting to some of those remarks, and I'll come to him in a second to respond to them. I want to go to Great Yarmouth because that's another contest where we're certainly looking at the UKIP threat to the Conservatives there, potentially. Andrew Sinclair, my colleague, is there. Andrew, how do you see things?
Well, the East of England is always a traditionally Conservative place. Nearly half the seats which are up for grabs tonight are Conservative, and we expect them to stay Conservative. But the interesting thing will be what happens to the Labour seats in the East of England. No results in yet, but we're hearing a very mixed picture. Labour sources are telling me that they do expect to make a handful of gains across the East of England tonight, perhaps in places like Cambridge, perhaps in Peterborough, perhaps Norwich. But we're also hearing, and this ties in with what you were talking about to John McDonnell a few minutes ago, we're also hearing that Labour is coming under pressure and is worried about losing seats tonight to UKIP in places like Thurrock, in places like Basildon, and in places like here in Great Yarmouth. UKIP has had a habit now for the last 4 local elections of causing a bit of an upset, of making headlines in parts of East Anglia. It looks as if they might be doing that again tonight.
Very interesting, Andrew. We'll be back there later on. Thanks very much. I'd like to bring in the former Conservative leader, the former Cabinet Minister, Ian Duncan-Smith, who joins us now. Thanks very much for joining us. Your thoughts on what lies ahead?
Well, I've been, over the whole period of this, I've been campaigning all over the country, in North West and East of England, and a huge amount in London, because, as you know, my constituency is North East London. So I spent a lot of time in people's constituencies around for Zach and for the GLA team. I must say, I think in London, Zach will have done much, much better than people and the polling seem to say. I think it's going to be very close. I hope that Zach will get it. I think he deserves it. But I do genuinely see a real closing in the last week and a half. I think these rows amongst the Labour Party about anti-Semitism has had its effect. So I'm really hoping and feeling quite positive about Zach's chances and those of the candidates at the same time. And, you know, actually, it was talked about earlier on that the police and crime commissioners haven't even been spoken about in all of this. But they're an important feature of this, and many of those are either defending their seats or fighting for them. So I'm feeling very positive. I actually think the story tonight, and John is in kind of a way touching on it, listening to it, the story is really about the Labour Party, because, of course, you know, a year into a government, and you should expect opposition would start actually then really showing, stepping up towards being a credible alternative to the government. And I think, therefore, the story should be about, oh, is the government going to be losing seats? Are they going to be in trouble at this particular point? And in essence, I don't think that is the story. I think the story tonight is the Labour Party looking to defend seats rather than gain seats, and worried about the UKIP surge in some of their areas. And I think that one I have gleaned going around. And I'd say one other thing, too, which is in passing. It's only anecdotal. I accept that, and everyone will eventually go, no, it's not true. But on the number of times I've done canvassing in London, in different areas, I have come across Labour voters who have said to me they're simply not going to vote. These are kind of moderate, centre, middle ground Labour voters. They're simply not turning out. And it wasn't actually about Sadiq Khan. It was really about Jeremy Corbyn. So I did detect there was a sense of that they really didn't feel like this was the direction of travel for them, the Labour Party. I only say that as an observation, but that's what I heard.
OK, well, we'll take that in that spirit. I just want to pick you up on the remarks you made about Labour's campaign in London, because you can't escape the fact that Zach Goldsmith's campaign has been heavily criticised too in some quarters. Now, do you think that criticism was justified?
No, I don't actually. The thing I find about Zach is I think he's a very straight player. I mean, I've seen this in the whole time that I've known him. He's not Boris. He's not going to be full of razzmatazz and the kind of Barnum and Bailey show that goes on quite a lot of the time, which is, you know, some people are good at it, some people aren't. But what I think he's got across is that, you know, if you've got a big city like this to run, you want someone who's really serious and who believes passionately in key issues like housing and environment and transport and getting these things sorted out. And I think he's come across like that. I think the recent rows about Sadiq Khan are actually about Sadiq Khan's inability, it seems to me, to be able to explain what he was doing on platforms with people who are, frankly, quite unacceptable. And
it
never did come across. I don't think it's not an unacceptable debate to have about the person who's likely to have to lead in London. You want to know whether or not what they say to the public is actually correct, and I think that's a reasonable debate to examine that and to decide whether it's true or not.
Not all of your Conservative colleagues agree with that reading, Ian, as you know, because Andrew Boff, for example, the most senior Conservative on the GLA, said that the strategy of criticising Sadiq Khan for links to conservative Muslims had done real damage to the Tories' standing. He said it was outrageous. And, of course, Baroness Varzi saying if Sadiq Khan isn't an acceptable enough Muslim to stand for London Mayor, which Muslim is? So you have plenty of party colleagues who simply don't share your view on that, on the way that he's run that campaign.
Well, I don't agree with them, I'm sorry, and I've spent a lot of time on the campaign trail with Zach and for Zach, and I have to tell you that it's quite legitimate, I think, to ask serious questions about your opponent's ability to explain what he was doing on platforms with people whose views are quite unacceptable and are extreme. And, you know, it's a fair and reasonable question. If he's able to explain that away, if he's able to produce a decent and reasonable answer, that's part of politics. But I don't believe for one moment that the public, you know, wants to have politicians in campaigns tiptoeing around issues that are of vital importance. They go to the element, it's nothing to do with Islam. It's down to the judgment of a politician. Is it your judgment that you just simply try and toss away ideas about the fact that you are in certain places with certain people who are wholly unacceptable? That's a judgment issue, and I think it's down to judgment, nothing to do with whether or not someone's a Muslim or a Christian or whatever. I think that's the real issue that was in debate, and I think it's fair and reasonable. After all, you know, Sadiq Khan was questioning Zach's judgment at the same time about things, and I found that quite legitimate, and I think Zach came through that very well.
Laura would like to ask a question.
Ian Duncan-Smith, do you have any regret, though, that issues of race and religion became the headlines coming out of the Conservative campaign in the London mayoral race, particularly when one of the people Sadiq Khan was criticised for appearing with also appeared on several occasions with Conservative politicians?
Yeah, well, listen, you know, you have to make these judgments. For everybody who appears on platforms with people whose views are unacceptable, they should examine their judgment about doing it. Either subsequently, I think, necessarily apologise, explain why, and accept that. And it's not that people do, it's that when confronted with this, you know, it's what they do to say whether it was right or wrong, rather than trying to dismiss it or avoid it. You know, accept it. If it's wrong, apologise, say, made a big mistake, shouldn't have ever done it, recognise that, never do it again. That's what I call being honest with the public. And I don't think this, by the way, has been an issue around race at all. I mean, after all, in the midst of the last week, we've had this massive debate about Labour anti-Semitism and about the real problem. I was on a select committee some years ago with John Mann and co, where we examined this. It was an all-party select committee, chaired by a Labour member, and we came then to the conclusion, we reported to Tony Blair, that the left had a real problem with anti-Semitism at the time, and it seemed very little was done about it then. It was a serious warning. It took evidence across the board, and this was a problem. So, you know, it's not a judgment about Islam or anything else. It's just how you tackle problems that are there. Do you walk away from them? Do you deal with them? If you make a mistake, do you apologise? You say, look, got that wrong. It's judgment. It's got nothing to do with race or religion.
Mr. Duncan-Smith, thanks for joining us, and we'll be following the mayoral race when it happens, because that's going to be into tomorrow, I suspect. It's not going to be before breakfast, but thanks very much for joining us for now. Several things said there, weren't there, John, in terms of the Labour campaign, and the fact that the anti-Semitism row has clearly affected people's view of things, the way it was handled, what was said, not least by Ken Livingstone. Do you regret the way it was handled? I
regret it happened. I made it very, very clear very early on that Ken Livingstone was wrong. He should have apologised, and it has set us back. There's no doubt about that. In terms of how it's been handled, every individual case that's been referred to us has been dealt with promptly. Within 24 hours, Ken Livingstone was suspended within 3 hours. And we set up this inquiry, which will ensure that we have clear direction for the future. And we'll come out of this stronger, and we'll come out of this with the credentials of the party that I thought I joined, which is one of anti-racist party, where there's no room for any form of racism whatsoever. So I think at the end of it, we'll be stronger. Can I just say about the London campaign as well? I know Zach. He's campaigned with me on Heathrow. I'm a London MP. He campaigned with me on saving Kew Gardens from the cuts, and he campaigned with me on, I supported him on legislation in Parliament on right to recall MPs. So we've worked closely together. I'm saddened by the campaign that he waged. I don't think it's his character to do that. I think the Linton Crosby dominance was shown all the way through. My constituency is multicultural, working class, multicultural. I've been there 40 years. I love it. This is dividing the community, and it is seen as an attack on the Muslim community, but also we had letters going out to the Tamil community within my area. We had letters going out to other Asian communities saying Sadiq Khan was going to tax their wedding jewellery, stuff like that. It was just, I've not seen it before for maybe 20 years, and it was appalling. It's not Zach's character. I don't know why he allowed that to happen, but I tell you, I think it's tarnished him for a long time to come. And it's not just me. I'm not saying this for party political purposes. You saw Baroness Varzi made it clear. She wanted to disassociate herself from it. So did other Conservative members as well. Andrew Boff. I know Andrew Boff. His mother was a local councillor. He's a right-wing Tory, but he said this is unacceptable. And I just hope now that we just move on from it and this never happens again, not just in our capital city, but anywhere in our politics.
Just a quick thought on a response to the criticism of the campaign. Nikki, I mean, are you proud of the Zach Goldsmith campaign?
Yes, of course, because Zach's been talking about the issues that people in London really care about.
Tone of
transport.
it, in terms of Sadiq.
Nikki, let me just say, look,
he
condemned Sadiq Khan for being on a platform with an imam that I know. And I know that Sadiq was campaigning for Shaka Amar. I also know that one of the joint chairs of that is Andrew Mitchell, Conservative MP. I also know that Zach was alongside that same imam. It was just appalling that he should choose that.
I'm sorry, this whole... Sorry, John, but this whole act from you tonight of more in sorrow than in anger, and it's all terrible, actually. But the point is, your party has a problem. Your party has a party problem with anti-Semitism.
And we're dealing with it.
And look, Sadiq Khan's had to apologise for racial slurs. So, you know, he's had to make an apology for his conduct in the past. The point is, Zach has run a campaign on issues that Londoners care about.
He divided our community.
Housing,
it was a disgrace.
Safer streets, clean air. These are things that people care about in London, they talk about every day. And actually, you know, once a party, the Labour Party, has to attack the campaign, then that shows that they are losing the argument.
It's saying
this
you
is about
should
candidates,
never
exactly as Ian Duxbury said, it's about
like
judgment of candidates. And all this to say, all this sort of sorrow rather than anger, isn't going to wash, John. Tonight's campaign, tonight's results is about the Labour Party's performance. A year after a general election, you know, at the same period when Michael Foot was leader of the Labour Party, he won nearly 1,000 seats. You know, this is about the Labour Party, whether the Labour Party is in touch with working people across the country in places where they need to win seats, and it's going to be clear from tonight that they are not.
But Nicky Morgan, you know very well that the campaign for Zach Goldsmith involved these kinds of things. It was not just about housing, air quality. The Prime Minister used the dispatch box to make some of the claims that came out of the campaign. And there were many people inside your own party who were deeply uncomfortable about that. And there's a wider problem too here, Hugh, about the Conservatives' inability to win London. It looks as if they're going to have succeeded control of City Hall to the Labour Party. The unpleasant campaign that lots of politicians were uncomfortable about should not mask that wider issue that the Conservatives have really struggled to get control of London, to keep it.
Well, I think we need to see what's obviously going to happen. It's going to be a very close result. But actually, at the end of the day, you know, London is a premier world city. Of course, the candidates are going to care deeply about it. But, you know, it has to be right that we talk about the judgment of the candidates, but also the issues as well.
Let's pause there a second, because I think that it's not long before we may get a result from our first Scottish constituency. And I think that that's probably going to be in Rotherglen, East Kilbride, and That's the constituency of Rutherglen. That's also will be there as soon as it happens. They're gathering. Look, so I think they're probably looking at some of the notes. So I think now that we've seen that, what I'd like to do is go over to Emily to tell us what to expect and what to look out for in some of these Scottish seats.
You asked Alex Salmond a few moments ago if he thought he could win every constituency seat in Scotland for the SNP, and he graciously batted that away. But there will be some people tonight who are watching to see whether the SNP can pull off another tsunami as they did in 2015. And these are the kind of places that Labour will be particularly worried about. They're not the only party, but we're going to start with them. Edinburgh North and Leith. This is the only Labour seat in Edinburgh. It is their third most vulnerable seat, and you can see they're sitting on a majority of just under 600. Neck and neck there with the SNP. It's not impossible that the SNP will knock Labour out of Edinburgh completely by the end of tonight. What about Glasgow? There are rumours from Labour sources that they think the SNP will take a clean sweep of Glasgow tonight. Pushing, you can see Joanne Lamont, former Labour leader, out of her seat. And they have Hamza Youssef, a very bright young spark for the SNP there, Europe spokesman, and he could be taking over this seat in Glasgow Pollock, an old majority, as you can see, of 600. This is Labour's safest seat in Scotland, Coatbridge and Christon. If this goes, they are having a terrible night. So watch this one particularly closely. They need a 6% swing to take it, the SNP, from Labour, but it might not be impossible. Let's have a look at one that the Conservatives are defending tonight. This is Ayr. Don't forget, in 2015, all the Ayrshire seats got swept away by the SNP landslide, but this one could still put that Conservative John Scott into the Scottish Parliament on the regional list. Watch that one carefully. And the last one, you saw last time around the Lib Dems getting pushed right out of mainland Scotland. At the moment, you can see in the Scottish Parliament, they have these seats of Orkney and Shetland. Now, if Orkney goes tonight, that would leave the Lib Dems with one. They have had representation for the Lib Dems since 1950, so anything that the SNP can take from the Lib Dems at a constituency level would be very bad news for them indeed. Just something to watch out for tonight before we get them in here.
OK, Emily, thanks very much. All of that to come. And as I say, we shouldn't be too long, I don't think, before getting the first Scottish result in Rutherglen. So stay with us for that. We're going to be back in just a few minutes. We're going to get a roundup of the news now with Mike Embley.
Hugh, many thanks. Here it is. As we've been hearing, counting is underway in elections to the Scottish Parliament, Welsh and Northern Ireland Assemblies, and more than 120 councils in England. There are also mayoral contests in London, in Bristol, in Liverpool and Salford. For Labour, it's the first big test of public opinion since Jeremy Corbyn became leader. As Ian Watson reports.
It's the biggest electoral test for the political parties across the UK since the general election. There are 2,747 council seats in England to be filled, along with 4 mayoral contests and elections to the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh and Northern Irish Assemblies, and for police and crime commissioners in England and Wales. Some of the first results of the night were announced in Newcastle.
And that Nick Forbes has been duly elected to serve.
The Labour council leader was returned with an increased majority and the party retained overall control. It also retained control in Wigan and Sunderland. That should be good news for Jeremy Corbyn, but he's under pressure. Labour did particularly well the last time many of the English council seats were fought in 2012, and it was always going to be difficult for the new leader to do better. But some of his own MPs already feel he isn't making enough progress since last year's general election, and the criticism has already begun.
The problem we seem to be seeing is that we're moving further away from government. And we're moving further away from government, I think, because we seem to be fixated on some issues that are peripheral, and we seem to have a team that isn't projecting either unity within the party or a vision and policies that the voters want us to see.
These results should be challenging for the Prime Minister. Governing parties tend to lose seats at local elections. Tonight it should be clear whether the spectacle of members of the same cabinet knocking spots off each other over Europe has any serious electoral consequences. In Scotland, the polls suggest the SNP will retain their overall majority, but there's a battle between Labour and the Conservatives for second place. Labour are fighting hard to keep control of the Welsh Assembly, where UKIP's hopeful of gaining representation for the first time. The full picture won't be known in Northern Ireland until the weekend. And across Britain, the Lib Dems are simply hoping to avoid a repeat of last year's meltdown. Ian Watson, BBC News.
At least 30 people are reported killed in an airstrike on a refugee camp in rebel-held northern Syria. Images on social media show the aftermath of the attack at the Kamuna camp in Idlib province. It's close to the Turkish border. It's not clear yet who carried out this attack. There are unconfirmed reports that Syrian or Russian planes were involved. Talks look set to resume next week to try to resolve the bitter dispute over a new contract for junior doctors in England. The government and the Doctors' Union, the British Medical Association, have agreed in theory to 5 days of negotiations, during which plans to impose the contract and the threat of industrial action will be put on hold. If the talks go ahead, it'll be the first time the two sides have met for 3 months. A vast wildfire in the Canadian province of Alberta is still raging out of control, fueled by powerful winds. The wildfire now covers more than 85,000 hectares. 80,000 people have already been forced to leave their homes in the Fort McMurray area. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Paul Ryan, has said he cannot currently support Donald Trump as Republican presidential nominee. He is the highest-ranked elected Republican. He said the New York businessman deserved the nomination, but he called on him to do more to unite the party. BBC News understands the Ministry of Justice is to take over a troubled young offenders unit in Kent, which has been at the centre of serious allegations that staff assaulted children. The Minister's commissioned an independent investigation into the Medway Centre, which is run by the private company G4S, after undercover filming by the BBC's Panorama. Back now to election 2016.
And thanks to Mike. Just getting a result in from Orkney. This is our first Scottish result, which is that the Lib Dems have held Orkney. So there was some talk there that they wouldn't be able to hold off the challenge from the SNP, but actually it was a pretty handsome win. We'll have details of that just in just a moment, but a hold for the Lib Dems in Orkney, a very, very good result for them. In fact, here's the result. Have a look at the result. A very... a handsome majority, 4,500 actually, on a turnout of 62%, which is a high turnout in the Scottish parliamentary election. Liam MacArthur for the Lib Dems, Donna Heddle for the SNP in second place. There had been some talk of the Lib Dems being damaged because of the controversy around the party in terms of the former Scottish secretary. However, as you can see, it's a pretty solid win there for the Lib Dems in Orkney on 67% of the vote. The Lib Dems on 24%, nowhere near challenging the Lib Dems there. And if we look at the change in the share of the vote since last time, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? Despite that controversy I talked about and the fact that the parties there obviously are on 32% up. SNP down slightly, the Conservatives down 4, Labour down 3. Let's look at the swing. No independent threat of that magnitude, so the SNP to the Lib Dems, a swing of 16%, a very good result there for the Lib Dems, and a lot of relief for them. So we'll have more on that a little later. We're going to go straight to Glasgow and join my colleague Fiona Stalker, who's talking to some young voters there.
Well, for people our age, of course, 18 was the magic number when we could first vote. But here in Scotland, for the very first time for Scottish Parliament elections, 16 and 17-year-olds have been able to vote for the first time. So how enthused have they been about the campaign? What are the parties, what are the policies that they've been interested in? Well, we've got members of BBC's Generation 2016 team with us. They're staying with us through the night. They've just seen the first result come in from Orkney. Now, Ishmael, you voted for the first time today. How was it for you?
Well, I was quite nervous and excited at the same time because, you know, it's a first time for me and it's quite a big thing. A lot of people talk about it and stuff like that, but it's also nerve-wracking as well because it's such a thing that, you know, you're deciding the fate for your country. But yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Now, Hannah, you also voted for the first time. How important is it that you're now involved in the makeup of the Scottish Parliament?
I think it's very important that now you don't need to just sit back and watch other people vote and what matters to you. You actually get to take part in the political process for yourself.
Now, Amy, again, a first-time voter. There are some people who say, you know, 16-year-olds, they don't have enough life experience, they don't have enough knowledge to vote. What would you say about that?
Well, I think that's a really unfair claim to make. You could equally argue that a large proportion of the adult electorate are equally uninformed, and I know way more 16-year-olds that are that have voted tonight than I do adults. So.
OK, well, we're going to keep hearing from you guys overnight. Listening to that was Paul McNamee, who's the editor of The Big Issue. How important do you think it is that 16 and 17-year-olds have the vote here, and how engaged are they?
Well, I think that it's hugely important. I think we saw after the independence referendum, when 16-year-olds got the vote, first of all, that they were immediately buying into it. They were engaged. They were asking difficult questions. They brought something new to the whole process, and they made parties act in a slightly different way. But I think a lot of the older established parties didn't move swiftly enough. They didn't learn those lessons, and they didn't necessarily reach out to that younger demographic in this particular election.
Do you think it's something that should be looked at in the rest of the UK?
I do. I mean, I was initially cautious about it. I was one of those naysayers who said they don't have any experience, they don't know what they're talking about. But they did really, really do the research. They found out things. They showed up. People who've been doing this a lot longer, they showed them up. They had a voice, and I think I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised that the established parties in the rest of Britain haven't tried to bring this through, but I think they should. I think there's an electorate out there, and if you want to get people in, you got to get them in early. OK, well, thank you so much. We're going to be hearing from the Generation 2016 throughout the night. They've probably got a lot more stamina than you and I, because they're used to staying up this late. But they'll be with us through the night, and you can get in touch, and we want to know what you're seeing on social media. Use the hashtag SP16. Thank you. Hugh.
And welcome back. So, just to recap, we've had our first result in for the Scottish Parliament, and it is that the Lib Dems have held on to Orkney, and that'll be a very, very big boost for them. Let's go straight over to Emily to take us through those figures.
This is an astonishing result, really, for the Lib Dems, particularly after how badly they fared in 2015. So they'll be very pleased to see holding on in the Orkney Islands on 67% share of the vote, 4,500 majority. The SNP in second place on 24%. They need the 6% swing, and exactly the opposite's happened. I'll show you that in a second, but just come with me and look at the change overnight. Now, what's happened here is that a second independent didn't stand this time round, and it looks very much as if those independent votes have then gone to the Lib Dems, up by 32%. And the SNP, we've hardly seen the SNP below the line in recent elections, certainly not in 2011 very often, or in 2015. All the main parties then in Scotland down. The Lib Dems taking that lion's share of the vote. And have a look at this, because you might not see this sort of look. Again, 16% swing from the SNP to the Lib Dem. That was the kind of figure that the SNP was getting over lots of other parties at the general election in 2015. This time, it's going from the SNP to the Lib Dem, possibly as a result, as I mentioned, of that second independent not standing. But the Lib Dems will be delighted to have kept Orkney. And at this point, I imagine, unless there are very local issues, they'll be feeling more confident about Shetland too. That would take an 18% swing for the SNP to get it. On this kind of result, they're in the money.
Intriguing. Emily, thanks very much. So that's the emerging picture there in Orkney. Our first result, as I say, for the Scottish Parliament, but you know, lots to come, dozens to come in the next few hours. What is the emerging picture with the English local elections? Because we're now getting quite a few results coming in. I can see them piling up. Jeremy's going to take us through some of those keywords.
Yes, let me show you the map again, Hugh, and I'll start actually with as it was. So here we have the 124 councils coloured in as they were when these elections last happened 4 years ago. And then I'm just going to flash the Labour councils here so we can just target our attention on them for a second. There's been a lot of discussion about how we judge Labour's performance in the next 8 to 10 hours or so. And let's try and get an answer and look at the different comparisons. So here we have in these northern powerhouse is the phrase that used a lot, but the northern powerhouse in local government works, doesn't it, for Labour around places like Liverpool and Manchester. And in a sense, you expect that the map to look like that. It's down in the south and the southwest, the southeast of England, where Labour need to get more competitive to have a chance of winning in 2020. So let's see what we have so far. Let's just show you the map as it was last time, show you the councils. You can see the dominance of the Conservatives in blue, and you can see as well, can't you, the odd splodge of red where Labour control the council in the south. So here we are focusing on, for example, Exeter there, or... Sure.
Another declaration, sorry.
The votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Robert Brown, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,533. Claire Haughey, Scottish National Party, 15,222. James Kelly, Scottish Labour Party, 11,479. Total ballot papers rejected. Taylor Muir, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, apologies, 3,718. The total ballot papers rejected were 135. And I declare that Claire Haughey is elected to serve in the Scottish Parliament.
Well, with apologies for the sound, but we did actually get the figures, didn't we? And they confirmed something which is something that Labour in Scotland had been fearing, it has to be said. This is a very convincing SNP gain from Labour, and it does open up the prospect of more gains for the SNP from those seats that Labour had in the Scottish Parliament over the last 5 years. So with the SNP's Claire Haughey on 15,000 votes, Labour's James Kelly, who's been a member since 2007, he's a local chap, on 11,500. And the Conservatives' Taylor Muir in third place, the Lib Dems in fourth. A majority then of 3,743 on a turnout of 54%, which is slightly up on the average turnout for the Scottish Parliament 5 years ago, which was around the 50% mark. Let's look at the share of the vote. 46% to the SNP, 35% to Labour, 11% to the Conservatives, 8% to the Lib Dems. What's the change then? What's happened to these votes? And there you have the damage to Labour, losing 11% in Rutherglen, and the SNP being boosted by 7%. What is the swing? And what can we look to in terms of this swing from Labour to the SNP? Well, it is 9%. Now, if that is going to be applied across these Labour seats, previously held Labour seats in Scotland, a 9% swing to the SNP will be spelling extremely bad news, I have to say, for Labour in Scotland. Very important result, that, because it's a very significant result, and possibly we'll look back tomorrow at the events of tonight and we'll spot that and say, well, that was the sign of what was going to happen to those Labour seats in Scotland. I'd like to bring in Professor John Curtis, who's with us. And, John, just on that, first of all, what should we read into that?
Well, I think the first thing to note, indeed, that the swing that we're seeing there from Labour to the SNP is of a size that if it were to be replicated in the remaining seats that Labour are trying to defend tonight, then Labour would indeed not have any constituency seats in the new Scottish Parliament. Now, that's a big if, of course. Maybe one Labour MSP, some or other, will manage to withstand the tide, but it does not look like very good news for Labour. The interest, of course, that we now also have in Scotland is, as it were, the battle for second place. Now, the Conservatives are up in Rutherglen, but they're only up by around 3 to 4 points. In truth, that would not necessarily be enough for the Conservatives to overtake Labour. So the outcome of that race is still very uncertain. But we've heard quite a lot of mood music already from Labour politicians north of the border that they're heading for a bad night, while we now have a firm piece of statistical evidence to confirm that mood.
Stay with us, John, because what I want to do now, if I can do this, is ask Jeremy to finish the case he was making about the English local elections, because he was building a picture for us. and then I'd like to come back and ask you for some conclusions on that. So, Jeremy, sorry to interrupt you earlier.
No, it just emphasises the joy of this election, doesn't it? There's so much going on. Here I was in the south of England looking at some of the councils that Labour currently holds, the rare splodges of red, as I described them, Exeter and Southampton here next to Liberal Democrat Eastleigh, and Hastings here as well, and we can see, we've got Slough over here, and Stevenage and Harlow. Now, clearly, Labour need to be doing better, expanding their influence in the south of England for people to start saying they've got a chance in the general election of 2020. And we're looking in a second at what John McDonnell was saying earlier about which year we compare Labour's performance with, because it's an absolutely crucial part of this election. I'll show you what we know so far, and actually what we know so far doesn't do very much more than confirm what one would expect. So you can see Labour councillors back in Wigan and Bury and Halton, for example, and then in the south you've got Tunbridge Wells coloured in blue. Those are the results on the map this night in 2016. Now, let me show you this graph, which takes us back to 2008 and gives us a bit of context. Here was Gordon Brown 8 years ago, coming third. Absolutely disastrous local election performance behind the Liberal Democrats. And here 4 years later was Ed Miliband doing rather well, coming first in the local election, albeit he went on to lose the general election. Now, 2012 is crucial here. 2012 was the year the council seats we're looking at were last fought. And as you can see, Labour did well with 38%. The point of that being that they need to do well again just to hold what they've got. They need that kind of lead over the Conservatives just to hold on to their existing council seats, which is very, very difficult. Conservatives only need to get more than 31% and they start to gain. So we heard the discussion earlier with Hugh and John McDonnell, didn't we, where he said, John McDonnell said, oh, no, hang on. The comparison is with 2015, surely. Now, here we bring the graph onto the election year and we see Labour doing less well than they were in 2012, getting 29% of the vote, if you spread it across the whole country, coming second. Now, it's true that you can make a comparison, maybe by the end of the night we'll say, Labour have improved on last year. The problem is that they can improve on last year and still lose seats because they were fought last in 2012, which is why we're going to keep going back to that 2012 date and discussing it again and again and again and trying to work out exactly what it is that Labour have done as they get their results tonight. Hugh.
Thank you, Jeremy. And that is the comparison now that you just presented that I'd like to put to John, because I'm sure John McDonnell will have something to say about it as well. But the validity of that comparison and what we really should be measuring tonight up against.
Well, I think the truth is there are three obvious benchmarks against which we should be measuring tonight. The first, of course, is last year. And as compared with last year, it's pretty clear from the 60, 70 or so of the detailed ward results we've been collecting up and across the country that Labour are doing better than they did 12 months ago, and the Conservatives are not doing as well. So, yes, there is some sign here of Labour recovery, some sign of Conservative reverse. But the second obvious point of comparison, we certainly have to compare it with 2012, because that was when the seats up for grabs this time were last fought, as Jeremy has just explained. And if we're going to understand what's going on, we have to compare it with that. Now, that was a relatively, though not a fantastically good year for Labour. And the truth is, it's pretty clear that as compared with 2012, Labour are not doing so well tonight as they did 4 years ago. Though before Nicky Morgan gets too pleased about that, I would also say that it looks as though the Conservative performance is simply roughly on a par with 2012, which at the time was a rather disappointing result. Now, there is a third benchmark. And the third benchmark we can say is, are Labour doing as well as Ed Miliband did in the first set of local elections that he fought in 2011? And again, it's early days, but the early evidence is that Labour are not doing as well as then either. So John McDonnell did, perhaps at the beginning of this evening, suggest that, expectations should be too high. Progress will be incremental. Well, there is incremental progress, but perhaps there will be an argument about the size of the increment that Labour have managed to achieve so far.
OK, John, thanks very much. That's very useful. I tell you what, in a moment, we're going to be talking to Labour's Deputy Leader, Tom Watson, and Tom's waiting to talk to us in Sheffield. We'll be with you in a second, Mr Watson. Thanks very much. Before I talk to you, I just want Jeremy to just give us a little more thought on those key wards so that I can put some of those points.
I'll just show you what we've got so far. We do look at key wards. We look at a collection of about 900 wards, and we analyse the comparison with last time and with 2012 and so on. So we can actually give you a bit of, as it were, live data now. This will be a bit unstable. It'll change as the evening goes on. But at the moment, and this rather underlines the point I was making, the comparison is good for Labour if you compare with last year. They're up 3% on last year. That's good. But if you actually make a different comparison and you look at 2012, as we were saying, a rather good year for Labour, they're down 7%, and that's the point. And Ed Miliband did go on to lose the general election, so as John Curtis was saying, it wasn't that spectacular, but this is a more painful comparison for Labour to look at here.
OK, Jeremy, thanks very much. And let me take that conclusion then to Tom Watson, because on that basis, Mr Watson, you know, you are looking at a loss of seats tonight, and I'm just wondering what your thoughts are at this stage before, you know, lots of these results come in, but that's a fairly confident prediction at this point.
Hi, Hugh. I'm sorry I didn't see Jeremy's graphs going up and down there, but I do know it's far too early for me to try and speculate what our results are going to be. But actually, you know, I think this is one of these elections where if we end up with a debate about whether winning 100 seats or losing 100 seats is good news for Jeremy Corbyn or not, I think we miss the point. The point is Jeremy Corbyn has only been leader of the Labour Party for 8 months. We're coming back from a very low base. There have been many elections going on tonight, from Kezia Dugdale repositioning Scottish Labour from an existential crisis after the general election last year, to Carwyn in Wales, very experienced First Minister standing on his track record with a new forward offer, to Sadiq Khan, who's been through one of the most vicious campaigns I've ever seen in politics. Hopefully he can be successful. We're all very proud how he's weathered that storm. To the English regions and councils where there are debates about the future of local services. It's far too early to draw any conclusions from that. And of course, we've not even discussed the police commissioner elections that we won't get the results for until Sunday. So I can't speculate with you right now on the future of the Labour Party. All I can say to you is, you know, you cannot hang all these results on a new leader of the Labour Party after only 8 months.
No, and I'm sure that lots of people watching would agree with that, but they would also say, possibly, that it is very, very unusual for an opposition party to be making losses in an election like this. You've got to go back 30 years to see another case. So, for that reason, they'd be concerned about your prospects going forward.
Well, politics is always unusual, and there are always unique circumstances. The situation Labour finds itself in is 2 very depressing general election defeats, the last one quite severe, with a huge hit to us in our heartlands in Scotland, with the Labour Party membership deciding they wanted to take the party in a different direction in the form of Jeremy Corbyn. It's going to take time for Jeremy to set out his stall, to signpost the direction he wants to take our party in, and to convince the country that's the right direction. And I just say to people out there, he's going to need more time to do that, and we need to respect the mandate that he was given by our members.
On that theme, Tom, so you know that's your message clearly. I'm being told by colleagues in Portsmouth that the Labour leader in Portsmouth, John Ferret, says Jeremy Corbyn is a disaster for us. He's incompetent. He's incapable of giving the leadership we need. Now, what would your message be to those parliamentary colleagues of yours who would be acting on that kind of message too?
I've never actually met John Ferret, but I do follow him on Twitter, I think. And he's actually been saying that about me and about Jeremy every day since before Jeremy was elected leader. So I'm not sure if his position is particularly news tonight.
Yeah, but he's sticking to the message. That's the point, Tom, isn't he? He's sticking to the message.
Well, look, the important thing is, I mean, look, I'm not underestimating how important the views of our councillors are. And, you know, I want to, if we do lose seats tonight, I want to talk to every one of those councillors that loses their seat to find out what voters were telling them. And if we have to listen and learn to what they're and learn from what they're telling us, we will do. But what I'm saying tonight at this moment, Hugh, is it's far too early to try and speculate on that. And of course, John Ferret down there in Portsmouth doesn't know what the results of these elections are going to be. It's almost as if he designed his press release before he could see the results. And I just ask people to take a little bit of time, be patient, look at what the results are, and let's try and genuinely understand what the British people are telling the Labour leadership team they have to do to make sure we can win them back at the general election.
Just one question, Tom, from Laura Kuenssberg, if I may.
Watson, that even Michael Foot won nearly 1,000 seats in 1981. The novelty of a new leader, your new leader, who so excited the Labour Party membership, it seems that he will be doing the opposite to the general voting public. Now, what do you say to your colleagues inside the Labour Party who you spend your days with alongside them at Westminster? You know very well many of them will look at tonight and be agitating for Mr Corbyn to move on. What do you say to them if the results are as we expect?
Laura, I'm sorry, I only you heard part of that question. I think you were saying, what do I say to my parliamentary colleagues if we get a poor set of results?
Yes.
If that was your question. What I would say is, look, you know, I've probably spoken to more Labour Party members than any other MP in Westminster this year. And those members have got a sense of decency, and they say, let Jeremy Corbyn set out his stall and give him the space and time to do it. And I talk to members on all wings of the Labour Party, the new members, the old members, the members on the left, the members on the right, and they all say, Jeremy's got a mandate and we need to respect it. And so patience is what I would say to those colleagues that are coming out with intemperate remarks.
OK. Tom Watson, good of you to join us. Thank you very much. And maybe we'll talk to you tomorrow sometime when we have more results in. But thanks very much, Tom. Tom Watson there for us in Sheffield, the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. I'm pleased to say we're also joined from Westminster by Sal Brinton, Baroness Brinton of the Lib Dems. Thank you so much for waiting to talk to us. Straight in then to ask you really, after that encouraging result for the Lib Dems in Scotland, which was one of our first results there, what, however, are your prospects in the local councils in England?
Well, I think, as with Scotland, the areas where we've been strong, I've been going round over the last few weeks and I've seen a lot of good work on the ground and an encouraging response from the voters. But I don't think we would ever be foolish enough to say that things are going to change overnight. After last year's result, we know we have a long, hard fight back, and I'm hoping that we will see at least a steadying of things and that we will be where we were before, and with any luck make a few gains as well. But I think Liam's result in Orkney absolutely demonstrates that where we are known well, where people are, our councillors and our members are respected by their communities, we still have a strong vote.
Where are your best hopes for gains in the local authorities in England, do you think? Are you prepared to pinpoint a few places for us?
No, it's too early to say at the moment. I think, no, far too early.
Because if viewers then are watching this thinking, she doesn't sound terribly confident, what would you say?
Well, I think it's very difficult the year after last year's result to pinpoint exactly where we are going to make gains. But we have already, I mean, we've already made a gain in Sunderland with an enormous swing to us, which I think certainly wasn't on my radar at all as being one that we would take, although I know we've been working quite hard up there. So I think we will be pleasantly surprised by some wins, and in other areas, let's just hope that we build steadily. It's what we've done in the past when we've had major setbacks. We know that it takes a while, but we've certainly done it, and our members are very keen and absolutely have been out working, thousands of people out working, making calls, knocking on doors over the last few days, and certainly the result that we've had from Orkney tonight shows that we are on the way back.
Baroness Brinton, thanks for joining us, and thanks for staying up late to talk to us. Baroness Sal Brinton now, the Lib Dems. Let's go to Liverpool. We want to talk to Arif Ansari, my colleague there, who's the political editor for BBC North West, because we're not just talking about local elections today. There are mayoral contests too going on, including one in Liverpool. Arif, what is your sense of what's going on there now? Let's talk about the mayoral contest in a moment, if I may. Let's talk about local elections first in your region.
Well, a couple of particularly interesting ones, Hugh, in terms of the local elections. The first is Stockport. Now, that is a council that's under no overall control, but the Liberal Democrats are the largest party. They've run it there for many years, and they're in trouble tonight. It sounds very much as if they are going to lose seats, including very likely the leader of the council, Sue Derbyshire. And I think, although it's still early days, I think this means that Labour is going to become the largest party in Stockport. So that'll be a real blow, I think, for the Liberal Democrats in the northwest of of England. Another significant council is Trafford, significant because it's one of only two metropolitan councils that the Tories run in the country, and there the news is good for the Tories. Not only do they think that they've held it, there's even the possibility that they've made gains.
Those are the local authorities, and we'll look out for those, Arif, as you say. Talk to us a little bit about the mayoral contest in Liverpool, and what's likely to happen then, and what the kind of timings are.
Well, the timings are slightly disappointing because we think we might be here until possibly 5 in the morning waiting for a result, and it feels like a pretty inevitable result that Joe Anderson, the mayor of Liverpool, who's standing for Labour, is almost certain to win a second term. He won it by a landslide 4 years ago when the role was created, and he's almost certain to win again. I saw Joe Anderson arrive just a little earlier. But it is a slightly odd election in this sense, that in a way Joe Anderson only wants to do this job for 1 year, and that's because next year the more powerful Metro mayor is being created, the mayor for the Liverpool City region, what some people call the mayor for Merseyside, for the 6 councils. And Joe Anderson wants that job, which means potentially, if he wins tonight, which he almost certainly will, he might not be doing it for very long.
OK, Arif, thanks very much. We'll be with you again later on. Let's go straight to Plymouth and talk to our colleague Jenny Kumar is there. And Jenny, the prospects in Plymouth, talk us through what's likely to happen.
Well, here there's a fierce battle between the Conservatives and Labour for control of the council. Now, 4 years ago, when these seats were last up for election, Labour regained control from the Conservatives. But 4 years later, it's a very different story for the Labour Party here. Since last year, they've been running a minority administration. The Conservatives need to gain just 3 seats to win control of the council, and they've had this special working arrangement so that the minority administration can get council business through. Now, talking to the Conservative leader today, he's quietly confident that he can get the 3 gains that he needs. Looking around the tables today, verification is still going on. We don't have any declarations as yet. But the sense among the Conservatives is that the Labour vote is down in some areas and the UKIP vote is up. So one of the things that the Conservative leader here has been emphasising on the doorstep of trying to make political capital out of is Jeremy Corbyn's leadership. In particular, he's been focusing on the possible threat to naval dockyard jobs here because of Jeremy Corbyn's opposition to the renewal of the nuclear deterrent.
OK, Jenny, thanks very much for bringing us up to date. Jenny Kumar there in Plymouth. So let's come back. We'll have some more results in a second from Emily. I want to bring Laura in because you've been sent something rather interesting.
Well, we have been sent something rather interesting, and even more interesting considering what we've been hearing from Mr McDonnell and also from the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Tom Watson, just in the last half hour or so. Very, very firm that these sets of elections are just a first step on the road to recovery, that the leadership needs time. A copy of the speaking notes, which all parties prepare for these kinds of evenings that have been prepared for the Labour Party tonight, has been passed to the BBC and written before the results start to come in, and it explains very carefully what Mr McDonnell's defence is going to be through the night and how the party will seek to explain these results, saying that they are rebuilding with a focus on the 2020 general election. It will be a long, hard climb back, and crucially, it explains the strategy whereby they won't be looking at the 2012 elections, which normally in these kinds of elections would be what we would be looking at for accurate comparisons, but instead they'll be looking to compare the share of the vote at the general election last year with what happens tonight. Now, Professor Curtis was explaining in great detail how seriously we should take these different sets of numbers, but what this shows very clearly is that the Labour Party has had to basically prepare its excuses very, very carefully to explain away any criticism from what we traditionally expect their performance to be on a night like this.
Is that fair, John?
I think I wrote them. They're not excuses. What I thought John Curtis's was extremely fair. You can take different things and comparators. What my comparator is how far under Jeremy Corbyn have we come since the last general election and since he was elected. As I say again, we're nearly 7 points behind at last general election. with 14 points behind in September, just before he became leader. If we're now gaining on that, it's progress for us. I think there's that's the factor that what Mr Curtis didn't include was the 14 points behind. I think that was a fair assessment. I think where we're going now is that steady progress. And I genuinely think there'll be mixed results tonight because of the complexities of Scotland, Wales, etc. I think we'll get a bit of a significant boost from the mayoral elections that will, I think, help morale overall. But I think we're on course. We're laying the foundations for a 4-year programme, and in exactly the way we expected.
Well, let's see if Emily's results give us a little bit of context around what John was saying.
This is exactly why this argument matters, because it's not just about the result, it's about the way you read results. And what's starting to emerge is the pattern that John McDonnell, that Laura have just described here. If I take you into Bury, north of Greater Manchester, you'll see it's a Labour hold. It was never in any doubt. That winning post is 26, and you can see, even though there's still 2 more seats to declare, Labour, they're still counting, Labour's on 31. So that's the overall story. But here is where it gets interesting. If I take you into the last time these seats were fought, the last time these ones were up for election in 2012, you can see the Labour share of the vote looks like it's fallen dramatically, OK? The Labour share of the vote was down 7. Now, let's just wait for it. I'll take you back into 2012. The Labour share of the vote is down by 7 and the Conservatives are up by 6. So if you start from that point of view, it looks like the Labour Party is going backwards. That was a high watermark, they'll tell you. Have they gone backwards since then? If you pick up from a year ago, not the same seats, but yes, the same council, a year ago at a council election level, then you start to see this pattern emerging. Labour up just a little bit, up 4%. The Conservatives also up a little bit, but Labour rising more quickly. The UKIP one, again, is a complication because not as many UKIP people have stood in the same seats this time round. So that really goes to the heart of that story, and we're starting to see it repeated in other places. Bolton, 34 to 15. I'll just take you quickly through that. If you go back to 2012, the Labour vote is down 10%. That is not a figure they'll be happy to see there. UKIP vote up 19%. Don't forget the UKIP high watermark was coming in 2013. But this is what happens if you go back 12 months ago, a year ago, and you can see the first signs of growth for, if you like, Jeremy Corbyn, John McDonnell's Labour Party, as opposed to Ed Miliband's.
Emily, thanks. John, some thoughts?
The point I'm making is if you compare from when Jeremy took over to now, we're on a clear path of improvement. Nothing more than that. I don't exaggerate it. I don't want to overemphasise it. I'm just saying that is exactly what our strategy is all about. That's what my briefing that I wrote is all about. It is that comparison. But I don't take the other comparisons lightly either. I think Mr Curtis has got some good points to make about comparisons with individual local authorities.
What about your colleagues, though? Your colleagues inside the Parliamentary Labour Party who said, some of them on the record, many of them privately, at this point in the cycle, you should be winning seats.
I know,
you should be winning hundreds of seats, like every other opposition leader.
Laura, that was never realistic, and they know that as well. The issue here is, from Jeremy's point, is our share of the vote going up? Yes, it is. In the North East, we've just had a swing to Labour of 4%. So, yes, it is. Is that steady progress that we want? Yes, it is. Have we got 4 years to go? Yes, we have. So we've got to win the policy. The point that Tom Watson is talking about, we lost the last general election on the basis of economic credibility. We're rebuilding our economic credibility on the basis of the advice that we get, the policies we put forward, the debate that we're having. It's going to take time, and party members know that. They're enthused and get out there campaigning, and it's wonderful, but they know it's going to be a tough slog.
Yes, we're going to be saying goodbye to both of you quite soon, I'm sad to say, and there'll be other people coming to sit there. Nicky, just a final word on John Curtis's, quite firm message just a few minutes ago. It's, on the basis of what we've seen so far, comparison with 2012 again, it's not terrific for you so far either. And why would that be?
Well, I think, obviously, we're a year into a general election. We're still having to do difficult things to rebalance the economy. But I think, we have to look at 2012. I'm happy to take the thing about our performance compared to 2012. But the Labour Party, we have to look at their performance. You have to compare like with like. And this briefing note, John can write what he wants and try and explain it away and everything else. But the point is, in 2012, Ed Miliband was gaining hundreds of seats. There are people in the Labour Party, Parliamentary Party, who were saying, this year, Jeremy Corbyn, he promised he's going to bring millions of voters with him. They've got to gain 400 seats. Jeremy Corbyn said earlier on, we're not going to lose any seats. I mean, those things are not going to come to pass. This is not a Labour Party that is winning seats in the heartlands it needs to do well in order to think about being a government in 2020. And I think, you know, we haven't also talked about Scotland, but Ruth Davidson's run a fantastic campaign in Scotland. We obviously got to see what's going to happen up there. But for the Conservatives to be running Labour close in Scotland, I mean, we're not, a couple of years ago, sat here and thought we were discussing that. That just shows the power of Ruth, but it also shows that when a Labour Party leader stands up and starts talking about taxing people more when they're earning £20,000, actually people don't like that. So John can talk about rebuilding economic credibility, but it isn't happening as far as the voters in the heartlands of England are concerned.
Well, it is, because our vote's up.
We shall see at the end of the night.
Yes, that's true.
We're going to go straight... Thank you both. We're going to go straight to Glasgow. I'm going to talk to Anna Sawa, who's there, who's the former MP for Glasgow Central, standing on the list this time for the Scottish Parliament. Mr Sawa, thanks for talking to us. Your sense of how things are going so far, given that we've had, for Scottish Labour, already some rather disappointing results?
Look, I think we knew from the outset this was going to be a challenging night, but I'm confident that we can get good results. For example, in Edinburgh Southern, where we have a great candidate in Daniel Johnson, and indeed in East Lothian we have a shout with Ian Gray, so a long night still ahead, Hugh.
Well, that long night will mean what for the Scottish Labour Party, do you think, at the end of it?
Well, I think Kes Dugdale has set out in this election campaign to demonstrate that we've had 5 years of talking about what Scotland can't do, but actually now we need to focus on what Scotland can do with the powers it's got here in Scotland, using the tax powers to fight austerity and to invest in our public services. So I think what we've seen tonight is hopefully an endorsement for those views at Kes and a platform for which we will fight the SNP hard over the next 5 years.
I just share with viewers, Mr Sawa, that you were Deputy Leader of Scottish Labour for, I think, 3 years, weren't you, between 11 and 14? And interesting that that report into Scottish Labour, the Mattinson report, one of the most damning things it said was that you were too similar to the other party, you were too similar to the Conservatives. People couldn't distinguish. Is that the result of, you know, your continued adherence to Westminster and that sort of pattern in the past, or what is that about?
Well, anyone who says that hasn't seen what's happening in this election campaign. Firstly, I was part of the leadership that we won the Glasgow City Council election last time and also were successful in a referendum. But more importantly, in this election campaign, it is clear to see who talks the language of socialism and who actually puts policies forward that actually will fight austerity and to improve our public services. The SNP promised a 50p tax ban last year, scrapped this year. They said they would use the tax powers if they got it. They've got the tax power, they refused to use it. Instead, they want to take those Tory cuts that are coming from Westminster on a conveyor belt and hand them down to Scotland. And in fact, for local government, double it and hand it to our local councils. We have demonstrated in this election that we are on the right side of the argument in terms of that socialist left-wing platform, and we're proud of that record and we're proud of that platform in this election.
In which case, I'm bound to ask, why do you think the voters of Rutherglen voted as they did?
I think if we're honest about it, it was too soon for us. We've had a challenging number of years here in Scotland. We've had particular challenges after the referendum campaign. I think we were saying the right things, but sadly I think the challenge is that too many people in Scotland aren't yet willing to listen to that message. So we've got to take that positive platform we've had in this election campaign and use it as the basis of being a strong opposition in the next 5 years. Not run away from our manifesto like you've seen Labour Party do before, but actually use that as a basis to form a strong opposition and actually challenge the SNP, not to talk about powers they want, but actually use the powers they've got and help transform Scotland.
And do you think that Mr Corbyn spent enough time in Scotland during this campaign? And if he didn't, would that have been helpful to you? What is your sense of that?
Look, it was great to have Jeremy here in Portobello launching Kes's own campaign. He was in Courtbridge, he was in Glasgow, he was up and joining Labour Party members in Scotland. Jeremy is the leader of the UK Labour Party. He's welcome in any part of the United Kingdom to campaign for the Labour Party. We look forward to having him up many, many more times as we run into future elections, for example, the local government elections next year.
OK, we'll see. Mr Sawa, thanks again for talking to us. In a moment, I'll be going down to South Wales, but Laura, a quick comment on that.
Just one of the interesting things about Mr Corbyn's role, the Labour Party in Scotland didn't really want him to make lots of visits. At the beginning of his leadership, he said he was going to go there campaigning every week. He made promises saying that his kind of policies, fighting austerity as he would describe it, would work in Scotland. They would make a difference. He has not been visible in that campaign, but it's worth noting Kezia Dugdale absolutely positioned Labour to the left of the SNP in Holyrood with more Corbyn-style policies, even if he wasn't the front person. And it seems at these early stages of the night that they haven't paid off.
OK, Laura, thanks very much. Let's go down to South West Wales, to Haverfordwest, and talk to Caroline Evans, our correspondent there. Some very interesting contests going on there for the Welsh Assembly, Caroline. So just talk us through what we're expecting in Haverfordwest. Oh, dear. Caroline, I'm very sorry, but we don't have sound to you at the moment, and we'll be back in Haverfordwest as soon as we have it. I should say that Liam Fox and Emily Thornberry have joined us in the studio at this hour, which is very kind of you. Thank you very much. We'll be with you in a moment. Some more results come in, so I think we'd get those first from Emily.
Show you Nuneaton and Bedworth, which is a Labour hold. Now, Nuneaton might ring bells for anyone who was up 2015. That was the moment where we suddenly started seeing how the Conservatives were going to take that majority that they took in the end, when some of these seats in the West Midlands and Warwickshire didn't start going towards Labour. So what happens at a council level? It has been a Labour council, it's remained a Labour council, but just look at what's happening beneath the surface. This is where you start to see the ripples of the night. They are moving backwards. Labour is down 3 seats, the Conservatives gaining those there. This is quite an interesting pattern that's coming through that you won't see from the headline. And in Havant, an interesting one, Hampshire near Portsmouth, you can see again it's a Conservative hold, a very safe seat here, the Conservatives, with a majority of 24. But once again, just look beneath the surface, and this time those Labour seats are going to UKIP. So you're seeing here now Labour using out to UKIP in the south, in Hampshire, and losing out to the Conservatives in a place like Nuneaton, which was right at the centre of the battle last time round. I've just got one more to show you. Now, big caveat on this. We've got 8 more to declare. This is Thurrock, very, very tightly fought 3-way marginal in 2015. This is not a full result, just to warn you, but you can see on what is so far an extraordinary night for UKIP here. They are on 15. They're in the lead here in Thurrock Council. 15, the Conservatives on 13, Labour on 12. Don't forget, the winning post is 25. We've got 8 more to declare. That could all shuffle around in a big way. But at the moment, it's quite a dramatic picture for those 3 parties in Thurrock. UKIP right in the lead.
Emily, thanks very much. Well, that prompts an interesting question to both of our guests here. I'll start with Liam Fox first. Given the backdrop of the referendum, you know, we've been trying very hard to focus on some very important issues in local elections and in Scotland and Wales for the Parliament and the Assembly. But lots of canvassers have come back saying people haven't really wanted to talk about that. They've been wanting to talk about, guess what, the referendum. Is that your experience?
Yes, of course. We were all under instructions to talk about the Scottish elections in Scotland, the Welsh elections in Wales, and yet wherever I was, people wanted to talk about the referendum. People were coming up, and I think that was inevitable, given the very short gap in time between the 2 sets of elections. Emily's colleague Stephen Kinnock and I were comparing notes, and we were getting exactly the same feeling back from voters. And I think what's been interesting is the way in which the UKIP vote has actually held up very well. And I think that there is an undercurrent of referendum in all of this. It's not, therefore, something you can compare to what was happening in either the 2 previous sets of local elections. There's another undercurrent in this one. And what's interesting to me is how will this play across? It looks as though Labour are losing support to UKIP. They have in the north of England as well. And I think that says that there's a section of Labour voters who are in play in the referendum. And I think that it's... with Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, something that's not been mentioned is that if the Remain campaign want to win, they've got to mobilise Remain Labour voters. And a lot of that will depend on Jeremy Corbyn's credibility, which I think will, at the very best, not be enhanced tonight, and very probably, from what we're seeing, damaged.
What about your vulnerability as a party to UKIP? What is the Conservative vulnerability?
Well, it looks tonight as though we're doing well. We're actually in net gain territory in terms of councillors. Labour and the Lib Dems are both in negative territory so far in terms of losing councillors. Clearly, it's something that will be in play in the referendum, and I can feel that undercurrent. that people are saying, well, actually, this is what we want to talk about. And there was almost a feeling amongst voters that you should be talking about what we want to talk about, not what you want to talk about. So there's been something of that throughout. But I guess we'll see that as the night goes on, where that trend takes us.
Emily, was that your experience?
I don't agree with anything practically that Liam has just said. I certainly when I talked to people first a few weeks ago, then they would talk about the referendum, and then you say, actually, no, I'm talking about council elections, or I'm talking about the London elections, or whatever it was, and then they would kind of twig, and then you say, yes, I want to talk about schools, and I want to talk about facilities, you know, I want to talk about social care, I want to talk. These are bread and butter issues for people, and absolutely they wanted to talk about it. There was much more publicity about the referendum than there was about these council elections. So once people began to kind of realise, then yes, they did want to talk about those things. And I think it's far too early to say that Labour is losing out to UKIP and the Tories are not. I think this is jumping to major conclusions. I think that certainly in 2015, it looked like there were certain trends that were being established. So Labour was losing votes to UKIP. We were getting squeezed by the Tories. You know, the Lib Dem vote was splitting between the Labour and the Tories. And actually, just these early results do seem to me to be showing that those trends have stopped, and that we seem to be kind of getting back to a new baseline. And I think that's really important. I think the result in Nuneaton is very interesting indeed, because if you think about it, in 2015, in Nuneaton, it went Tory, and yet we've retained control of the council, which is a great result. I think even the Spectator said this was going to be a pivotal result, the Nuneaton result. So, good. It's a good result for Labour.
These are not good results. I mean,
it's a good result for Labour.
You cannot say
Keeping
these are good
Nuneaton.
results for Labour.
Hello, you've got a Tory MP in Nuneaton who's still got a Labour council.
With a big reduction in the Labour share of the vote from the last time these elections were fought there. And what it looks like is that Labour are going to be facing an even worse result potentially tonight in Scotland than they did at the general election. Their nightmare is not over in Scotland. It continues. It looks like they may well lose control of the Welsh Assembly too. They're rolling back in many of their heartlands. It's a poor result compared to what they got last time round, comparing with the same electorate. It's very easy to say, well, we're actually comparing it with a different electorate in 2015. You have to compare like with like. This is not a good result for Labour. In fact, I've been on so many of these programmes, and almost you become conditioned a year into a government to know that you're going to have a dreadful night sitting here and saying, well, they're not really as disastrous as they look. And in fact, this is very different from most programmes that I can remember 1 year into a government, because this is when the opposition normally make their big gains.
And that's true,
No,
isn't it?
I mean, don't we talk about mid-term? I mean, we talk about mid-term. I mean, if the council elections had the same cycle as general elections, then I think having these comparisons would make a bit more sense. But actually, we're talking about only a year after the general election and not two, and that does make a difference. If you think about 2012, what happened in 2012 was that Ed had been the leader for a couple of years. We'd had the omni-shambles budget. We had Leveson, and Ed had taken a strong line on Leveson, and so things, I think, were very different. And now, instead, we have a situation where we've got a new leader who's not been in power for very long, and I think that it's too early at this stage to be making these sorts of comparisons, you know? I think that things will be different in a year's time, and I think that that is an essential truth, Liam, that you can't get round.
Let's hold it for a second, because I need to be just pausing. We're going to be back in a few minutes. We're going to catch up with the news, and we're going to join Mike once again.
Hugh, many thanks. Here is the news. As we've been hearing, the first results are being declared in local elections in England as counts continue across the UK. It's been voting for the Scottish Parliament too, the National Assembly of Wales, the Northern Ireland Assembly, and more than 100 local councils in England. Ian Watson has the latest.
And they're off. Counting's underway in many English councils and in elections to the Scottish Parliament and Welsh Assembly. Some of the first results of the night were announced in Newcastle.
And that Nick Forbes has been duly elected.
The Labour council leader was returned with an increased majority and the party retained overall control. So far, Labour has also retained control in Wigan, Sunderland, Halton and South Tyneside. That should be good news for Jeremy Corbyn, but he's under pressure. Early results suggest Labour isn't performing as well as it did the last time any of these seats were contested in 2012, but is doing a bit better than at the last general election. And his deputy said it's too soon to reach a verdict on the party leader.
if we end up with a debate about whether winning 100 seats or losing 100 seats is good news for Jeremy Corbyn or not, I think we miss the point. The point is Jeremy Corbyn has only been leader of the Labour Party for 8 months. We're coming back from a very low base.
In Scotland, the polls suggest the SNP will retain their overall majority, but there's a battle between Labour and the Conservatives for second place. And the Lib Dems avoided a wipeout in constituency seats when they retained control of Orkney. Labour are fighting hard to keep control of the Welsh Assembly, where UKIP's hopeful of gaining representation for the first time. The full picture won't be known in Northern Ireland until the weekend. And across Britain, the Lib Dems are simply hoping to avoid a repeat of last year's meltdown. Ian Watson, BBC News.
Other news from around the world, at least 30 people are reported killed in an airstrike on a refugee camp in rebel-held northern Syria. Images on social media showed the aftermath of the attack at the Kamuna camp in Idlib province, just close to the Turkish border. It's not yet clear who carried it out. There are unconfirmed reports that Syrian or Russian planes were involved. Talks look set to resume next week to try to resolve the bitter dispute over a new contract for junior doctors in England. The government and the Doctors' Union, the British Medical Association, have agreed in theory to 5 days of negotiations, during which plans to impose the contract and the threat of industrial action will be put on hold. If the talks go ahead, it'll be the first time the two sides will have met in 3 months. A vast wildfire in the Canadian province of Alberta is still raging out of control, fueled by powerful winds. The wildfire now covers more than 85,000 hectares. 80,000 people already had to leave their homes in the Fort McMurray area. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Paul Ryan, has said he cannot currently support Donald Trump as Republican presidential nominee. He's the highest-ranked elected Republican. He said the New York businessman deserved the nomination, but he called on him to do more to unite the party. BBC News understands the Ministry of Justice is to take over a troubled young offenders unit in Kent, which has been at the centre of serious allegations that staff assaulted children. Ministers commissioned an independent investigation into the Medway Centre, which is run by the private company G4S, after undercover filming by the BBC's Panorama. That is a summary of the news for you. Back now to election 2016.
Indeed, welcome back. So, we are still expecting the bulk of these results from the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Assembly. We're getting some English local results coming in relatively steadily, but we really are waiting for our results from Wales and Scotland. What I'd like to do is ask Emily to take us through some of the results in Welsh terms that will be significant and ones we should be looking out for.
These are the ones that I'm keeping an eye on tonight, Hugh. The first one, Aberconwy in the north of Wales, is a three-way contest, and you can see quite how tightly fought that is between second and third. Labour is in third there by just 15 votes. This is the Tories' third most marginal seat, so on a good night for Labour in Wales. Possibly they could take that, or possibly Plaid could come through as well. What about the Rhondda? Now, this is where Labour hold it, but on a very small majority. And the question here, really, is Leanne Wood. Can she come through? The Plaid Cymru leader, don't forget, we're looking at Plaid Cymru in yellow now. Do not adjust your sets. The green has gone there in yellow, on 30% share of the vote to Labour's 63%. If Plaid are having a really good night, perhaps they can push Labour out here, but it would take a 16% swing. Leanne Wood is on the top-up list for the region anyway, so if she doesn't win here, it's not the end of the night for her. What about the Vale of Clwyd? Now, this was a shock Conservative gain at 2015, so everyone's wondering if the Conservatives could do it again here. It looks as if Labour have a solid bulk here, 51% to the Tories' 33%, but with a majority of 4,000, it is possible Tory territory if they're having a good night in Wales. We know that the Tories have progressed each time in the general election the last 10 years. They've done well in Wales, so will they have another good night tonight? And this one, Brecon and Radnorshire, now that might ring bells. It is the only Lib Dem constituency seat in Wales, and you can see Kirsty Williams, the Lib Dem leader, is here. If she loses this seat, it will be a bad night for the Lib Dems because they will be wiped off the map in Wales, although she and others may very well pick up on the regional list. She's not on the regional list. Others may, but if she does not win back Brecon and Radnorshire, she is out of the Welsh Assembly here.
OK, Emily, thanks very much. And to the other Emily, just to talk about, the Labour challenge in Wales, because, they've been in power for 17 years. That presents its own challenges. And we also have this prospect of the first UKIP elected members to the National Assembly in Wales. What's your reading of the picture there? What are the factors at play? What is the big challenge for Labour?
I mean, I agree. I think that it has been recognised that UKIP are challenging us, and I think that there's, I think that is a deep worry. I think it's also very interesting, though, how Plaid, who thought themselves to be the kind of the Welsh SNP and changing their colour to yellow and everything else, and they said that they were really going to challenge us, that they were the alternative. I don't think that's going to happen, and I think that also the Tory surge, which has also been talked up a lot, isn't getting anywhere either. But I think that there is continuing problems and issues about the increase in votes with UKIP, and that is a challenge for us. Because
they are in the seats which you've held for so many years, and if you look at, for example, Torfaen or Islwyn or Merthyr Tydfil, as I think later on will show, last year I think there was a 20% share of the vote for UKIP in Merthyr Tydfil. What accounts for that? It's people who are very disillusioned and don't think that Labour has the answers, is that right?
I think that it is something that we need to think about very carefully. I think that it is very important that Labour is the voice for Wales, but it shouldn't just be the voice for Wales, it needs to listen to Wales too. And so, yes, we need to. I mean, I think that when we lose support to UKIP, I think that it is a challenge to us, and we need to make sure that we are listening very carefully to what our electorate is saying and making sure that we reflect their views and their concerns. And I think that UKIP have capitalised on the fact that they thought that there was going to be a surge, and they've put some of their bigger names down there on the list. And so it's, I don't want to talk, I don't want to overplay this, I don't want to exaggerate it, but I think that we should not ignore the fact that UKIP are doing better in Wales than I think they should be.
Yeah, I mean, but again, I'm just trying to scratch away and just wonder why do you think that is? What's the reason?
I think that whenever a party does well in a particular area and does well in an area for a long time, there can be a tendency for us to assume that people will always vote for a particular party. We need to work with our people and listen very carefully to what they say.
Let's pause there for a second. Welcome back to the BBC Election Centre. So we are still waiting for more results from Scotland. As you can see, we've got some results in so far. And we had the Lib Dems holding on to one seat. We had the SNP taking one seat from Labour. And we're looking at the slow trickle of results. We're hoping and praying that we'll get them in so far. Let's have a look at the scoreboard itself, shall we? Let's have a look at that in terms of what's happening with councillors, at least in the English local elections, because there are more results there than there are in Scotland, and certainly more than there are in Wales. And so far, Labour on 281 councillors, having lost 4. Conservatives on 113, having gained 6. The Lib Dems on 37, having lost 4. The Independents having lost 6. UKIP, so far, 8 gains to 11 seats. And the Greens on 2, having gained 1. Can I just stress, it's very early days, because there were more than 2,000 council seats being contested in over 120 councils. So it's quite early days yet. What we're going to do now is go and talk to David Mundell, the Conservative Cabinet Minister, Scottish Secretary in Dumfries. Mr Mundell, thanks for joining us. Your sense of how things are going this morning?
I'm very positive about the Conservatives' prospects here in Scotland. Ruth Davidson set out at the start of this campaign with a clear objective to become the opposition leader in the Scottish Parliament, and I'm absolutely sure that we're on course to do that. Ruth had a very, very good campaign. People have seen that she is the one politician in the Scottish Parliament who can go toe-to-toe with Nicola Sturgeon, who can stand up against calls for a second referendum, and more importantly, I think, hold the SNP government to account if they're re-elected, make sure there's proper scrutiny and actually that they focus on delivering for Scotland rather than continuing down the constitutional debate.
Just to be clear with the viewers, Mr Mundell, are you saying that you expect to be the second biggest party in this new Parliament?
I'm very confident that we can achieve that goal. Obviously, we have here in Scotland a regional list system which tops up the constituency system, and it is quite complicated. It's going to take a few hours yet to demonstrate what the outcome is. But a lot of the straws in the wind are indicating that we're going to do very well in that regional list. For example, our vote, I think, has almost doubled in Glasgow, which is a very, very positive result for us, whilst at the same time, obviously, Labour are doing very, very poorly.
What about in the constituencies? What is your likely tally of constituency seats going to be, do you think? What's your intelligence on that?
Well, there are a number of counts going on, like the ones here in Dumfries, which are quite simply too close to call. So it's very difficult to come to a conclusion on the individual constituencies and indeed in terms of the overall total. But our feeling is a positive one. We've fought a very positive campaign. I think Ruth has had an outstanding campaign, in fact, demonstrating that she is able to take on this role of holding the SNP to account, speaking up for Scotland's continuing place in the United Kingdom, which is what people in Scotland voted for in the referendum, and holding the SNP to account to actually deliver on all their promises in relation to domestic issues such as schools and hospitals, which so often in Scotland have been forgotten as the constitutional debate has preoccupied Nicola Sturgeon and others.
Mr Mundell, thanks for joining us, and thanks for talking to us at the BBC Election Centre today. David Mundell, the Scottish Secretary in Dumfries, been very confident and saying that he's very hopeful that the Scottish Conservatives will end this election as the second biggest party in the Scottish Parliament, behind the SNP, pushing Labour into third. That really would be a very, very dramatic outcome if that's what happens. Let's pause there for a second and join Jeremy for now.
Hugh, let's have a look at the map of England as we get these results in. We're now seeing the 2016 council results, the map being coloured in pretty much as we know at the moment, as you would expect. So councils that were red staying red and councils that were blue staying blue for the most part. And I'll just zoom in on the north and just show, just worth underlining the power of Labour's vote in areas around Liverpool, for example, where councils come back Labour, even in bad times for the party. Of course, outside the north, in the Midlands, in the south, different story. And here's a result which is worth looking at. On general election night in 2015, there was a lot of drama around the Nuneaton result. Now, Nuneaton Council has come back, let's see it flash, as Labour. This one here has come back as Labour. That's good for Labour, because a key moment of the general election results programme in the middle of the night was when it did not go as expected from Conservative to Labour. So that's the kind of result Labour wants to see tonight. We'll just bring on all of the council colours that I mentioned, and we'll have a look now at what our key wards exercise is telling us. We have about 800 or 900 key wards that we look at, try and get a measure of the result, and after between 200 and 300 are in, we're now looking at this. We've talked a lot about Labour. What about analysing the other two main parties, as we traditionally have called them in the past? So Labour up 3 on 2015. This is like last year, remember, comparison with the general election year. Worth pointing out, Conservatives down 2% on the general election year. Now, they won the election, but they only got over an overall majority figure of 326 seats in the House of Commons. Just if they go below that, if they've got less power in their vote at the next election, maybe they fall below it. Maybe they get into all kinds of interesting problems then. The Lib Dems up 4% on 2015. Worth pointing out, of course, the 2015 result for the Lib Dems was an absolute shocker by any manner of describing it. So they are up a bit from them. That is useful. What about the 2012 comparison? The year, crucially, in which these council seats were last fought. We've mentioned Labour down on 2012. What about the Conservatives? Well, they were in the low 30s in 2012, and they are roughly there at the moment. They're not shifting very much. So there's not a lot to write home about here for the Conservatives. The Lib Dems, meanwhile, in 2012 weren't being fully punished for what people saw as their role in the coalition. So they are just down 1% on what they scored then. But it's interesting, looking at the other parties, there's not a lot, Hugh, for people to celebrate, really.
OK, Jeremy. Just wondering whether Emily's got some more results, which will tally a little with that.
Labour quietly celebrating in Harlow, I think. This is key swing territory. And we know that Robert Halfon for the Conservatives has it with an 8,000 majority at a Westminster level. But look, a good result for Labour here tonight. They're on 19, the winning post 17, so they've done it. Majority of 5, that's over the other parties. Look at this seat change. It's slightly bizarre when you look at what's happened. Nothing, no movement at all, but in Labour's terms, that will be good. The Tories might have expected to move forward here. They haven't. Nothing's changed hands. It remains Labour. A very curious story emerging in Bury, however, which is slightly different. I showed you this a while ago, and I was looking particularly at the seat change. Labour has lost 3, 2 to Conservatives, 1 to the Lib Dems. What we understand now is that one of these areas, one of these seats, is a ward with a very high Jewish population. The question people are starting to ask now is this the Ken Livingstone effect? Is it actually having an impact outside of London? This has got one of the highest numbers of Jewish people living there outside of London. So that might be coming in to play in Bury, which would explain the result beneath the waters, as it were, if not the headline. And in Thurrock, which I showed you a little while ago, 3 still to declare, but the winning post is 25. We know it remains hung, so you won't see this go purple. But on this trajectory, UKIP are the largest party of this hung council on 17. Labour and the Conservatives neck and neck. So a very good night for UKIP in Thurrock. Let me just show you what that looks like in terms of the seat change. They have taken them from Labour. UKIP up 5, Labour down 4 in this key 3-way marginal that was so closely fought in 2015.
And there we have, Emily, that UKIP effect again, this time in Thurrock. A bit of a mixed picture there, though. What would you pick out there?
It is a mixed picture. Can I just say
Thought you might say that.
Well, why not? I mean, it's a good result, you know. Let's just say it as it is. It's a good result. I'm really pleased about it. I was also thinking, again, a bit more about, we were talking about earlier on as to whether or not the baseline ought to be 2012 or not, or whether the baseline ought to be the election of 2015. And I was saying about how well Labour was doing in 2012. I think what's interesting as well is the other side of the coin, which means that Labour was doing really well in 2012 at those council elections, and the Tories were doing really badly. And all these years on, the Tories are not doing any better. I mean, I think that, why not turn it on its head and say, 2012 was a very bad year for the Tories. Why are they not doing so much better now? All this tonight always seems to be about Labour. Should Labour be defending themselves here? What's Labour's answer there? Actually, let's turn it on its head and say, the Tories were doing really badly in 2012. Why are they not doing better now?
I'm just going to pause for a second, if I may, because we're just being joined from South Wales, from Bridgend, by the First Minister, the leader of Labour in Wales, Carwyn Jones. Bore da, Carwyn, thank you very much for joining us. And can I ask you, first of all, how things seem to you in Bridgend? What's your own place look like?
I'm happy here. It's not hugely different to what happened 5 years ago from what I've seen, but we'll have to wait and see what the result at the end of the day actually is. We get a developing picture as the night goes on, but nobody knows what the final outcome is until we know the final count.
What's your sense of Labour's performance in Wales from what your own colleagues are telling you?
Well, I mean, we worked very hard today to get the Labour vote out. It seems to have come out. It's early days yet, of course, still, but we'll have to wait and see whether that improvement and the improvement in the turnout as well leads to a situation where we can get a similar result to 2011. It was very hard to do it because 2011 was a real high watermark for us. But let's wait and see what the final results show.
We've been talking a bit on the programme about how UKIP have done in some of the English local authorities, and I'm just wondering what your sense is during this campaign of the kind of threat that UKIP might pose to Labour in some of its more traditional areas, including Merthyr and Islwyn and Torfaen.
We're not worried about UKIP being a threat to us directly in the constituencies. Our concern was they might take enough votes from us to let the Tories in, for example. They're going to get seats here. It would be very difficult for them not to, given the electoral system that we have. A big challenge for them, of course, will be to see if they can actually work with each other as a party, because they've done nothing but fight with each other over the last few weeks. They'll have to show the people of Wales they can actually work coherently as a political party, doing the work for people as well.
How confident are you that you will be in government in Wales on your own back, really, in the next 5 years? Or are you going to have to depend on other people?
Well, we know the electoral system here in Wales doesn't deliver majorities. There's never been one for any party, and everything is always on a knife edge. Before this election, we had 2 seats with a majority in double figures. It's not a night for faint hearts here, Hugh, but let's wait and see what the final results actually show us.
We'll be looking forward with great interest. Caroline Jones, thank you very much for talking to us. We have a declaration from Hamilton.
I, Lindsay Freeland, constituency returning officer for the Scottish parliamentary elections in the Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse constituency, hereby give notice of the following. The electorate is 57,662. The total votes cast were 28,995. The percentage poll is therefore 50.3%. The total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Eileen Baxendale, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 836. Margaret McCulloch, Scottish Labour Party, 8,508. Christina McKelvey, Scottish National Party, 13,940. Margaret Mitchell, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 5,596. There were a total of 110 ballot papers rejected, and I declare that Christina McKelvey is elected to serve in the Scottish Parliament as a member for the Larkhall, Hamilton and Stonehouse constituency. Thank you.
So there we have the SNP holding on to the seat of Hamilton and Larkhall with the Christina McKelvey, who was first elected, by the way, as a list member back in 2007, won this constituency in 2011. Labour in second place, the majority of just about 5,500, a turnout of 50%, which is a fraction down on the overall Scottish turnout for the last parliamentary elections. Let's have a look at the share, because I'm interested to see what happened in the share of the vote, especially to Labour share. 48% to the SNP, 29% to Labour, 19% to the Conservatives, 3% to the Lib Dems. So what happened? What happened? Let's have a look at the change. Labour down 10%. So that's the pattern there in Hamilton and Larkhall, and this is a seat that the SNP have held on to. The Conservatives adding 9%, so maybe a signal there. What the Scottish Secretary was telling us a short while ago about being confident that there was a bit of an upturn in the Conservative vote in lots of these seats, the Lib Dems not having moved. So what does that say in terms of swing? It tells us that there's been a swing from Labour to the SNP of 5%. We saw a bigger swing earlier when they took Rutherglen. So a quick word from Laura on this one.
When just underneath that Labour to SNP swing is the Labour to Tory swing, which would determine the second place in this national contest. Now, that swing was 9%. If, still a big if, early in the night, but if that was replicated elsewhere in Scotland in seats like that, that would put Labour and the Tories neck and neck in the battle for second place. It was very striking, wasn't it, hearing David Mundell, the Scottish Secretary of State, for there, sounding really confident that the Conservatives were going to end up in second place in Scotland, beating Labour. Let's not underestimate how much of a big deal that would be. Unthinkable a few months ago, and that would be a very, very big challenge to the Labour Party indeed.
That would be a significant step.
It would be. I mean, I grew up very close to that particular seat, and that, for a long time, was a total Labour fiefdom. They were unchallengeable. And they've gone from that rock-solid, safe position to now having a hemorrhage as the second party, with the Conservatives coming up. Ruth Davidson was very pleased to see that pattern. It's too early to say whether that takes the Conservatives over the line, but what it does, I think, make very clear is that there's a continuing crisis of identity for the Labour Party in Scotland. I think many of them thought that this would be an upswing from the disaster of the general election, and it looks as though they're continuing to roll back here.
Emily, what for you is the challenge for Labour in Scotland, given what we're now seeing?
I think that, I mean, nobody can pretend that we haven't been having a very difficult time in Scotland. I think that after the referendum and after the general election, when we lost all our seats bar one, that is the trend that we had to bear in mind. And I don't think anybody was seriously expecting us to increase the number of seats that we had in the Scottish Parliament. So I think that these trends need to play out, and it is very hard. I think that the positives to take away from it is that we have a wonderful new leader of the Scottish Labour Party who is punchy, who is a really good leader, and I think that a great deal of work needs to be done. And I think that I was watching your programme earlier on, and I think that the people in Scotland very much identify the Labour Party with the Scottish Labour Party and with the leadership that she's been showing. But I think that we have been subjected to. I think your words were, what was it? I can't remember. It was some kind of digging machine. There was a steamroller that was rolling over everyone, and that continues to play out in Scotland. So, there will come a time, but clearly not tonight, when we need to be able to fight back and be the voice of people in Scotland once more.
But there are candidates, one of them speaking tonight, the former Labour MP who you'll know well, Thomas Docherty, suggesting that this has also been about Jeremy Corbyn, who promised that he could reverse that trend that you've been talking about. And he said, let's be clear, Jeremy Corbyn has played very badly in lots of parts of Scotland. The, quote, unambiguously socialist platform had been part of the problem. So, given that Jeremy Corbyn promised to get back some of your support in Scotland to start that process, it is also partly his failure, is it not, if we see more and more of these kinds of results through the night?
But you're saying both things at the same time. Because earlier you were saying that these, and I think that is right, it is a true reflection of the way the Scottish elections were going, was that it was very much led by the Scottish Labour Party, it was very much led by Kes, and absolutely, I understand why. And they had strong lines which were very much speaking to Scottish people. And I personally think she's right to say what she was saying, which is education standards are falling in Scotland. They need to raise taxes in Scotland in order to be able to invest money into the education system. Absolutely right. Listen, it's being played out in Scotland at the moment, but the truth is the SNP now have nowhere to hide. They are the establishment, they are the power. If things go wrong in Scotland, it is their fault. They can no longer complain that they don't have sufficient powers. Okay. They've had things disclosed to them, and now, now it's up to them. And so we were in a position to fight back.
So, we're acknowledging the Labour challenge in Scotland. I'm just wondering how you're doing in some of these local authorities. Exeter, of course, very important contest going on in the English local authorities. And my colleague Martin Oates is there, the political editor of BBC South West. Martin, what's your sense of how it's going in Exeter and in that region?
Well, I've been told by a senior Labour source that they are relieved and they think that they're actually managing to hold their own in some of the marginal wars against the Conservatives. Now, a bit of background, Exeter is Labour's last great stronghold in the southwest. A year ago, against the backdrop of Labour's very poor performance nationally, Ben Bradshaw, the former Culture Secretary, the city's MP, trebled his majority. They added Exeter members to Exeter City Council. They are in control of Exeter City Council at the moment. Now, if they're doing well in this election, all of that in theory sounds as if it's good news for the leadership in London. The twist is, though, that Ben Bradshaw makes it quite clear that he thinks there is a recipe that they've got in Exeter which could be the key to Labour succeeding in the south of England, regaining seats in the south of England. But he's also clear, and he's been very clear again tonight, that that's not a recipe which, in his view, tallies with the direction the party's pursuing under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership.
Martin, thanks very much for now. Good to have that update there from Exeter, and I'm sure that Emily will respond to that in a second here in the studio. I want to have another go at talking to my colleague Caroline Evans down in Haverfordwest, and I'm wondering, Caroline, can you hear me this time?
I can hear you, Hugh.
Very good, very good. So, what I'd like from you is a sense of what is at stake there in West Wales and the constituencies you're covering. What are we expecting?
Well, right now down here, we're still verifying the vote. It's still quite early for us. And we're expecting to hear about turnout about 2 o'clock, just after. I think they're running a bit late on that one. But as Plaid Cymru was saying to me just a little earlier, turnout here is crucial because Carmarthen West and South Thames is a three-way marginal. Now, it's been held by the Conservatives, but last time round, Labour were in second place, very closely behind, and in third place, Plaid Cymru. So each of those three parties think they're in with a chance of grabbing that seat. But into that mix, there are some other unknowns. We have UKIP standing here. We don't know what effect that will have on the constituency vote. But also there's a local story down here, and that is the long-running campaign to save services at the hospital here, Withybush Hospital. And there is a party standing on that platform, a Save Withybush party. So it'll be very interesting to see what effect that has and where they take the votes from.
Any sense of timings, Caroline? I know that some of these Welsh seats can be, well, let's just say notoriously slow because they'll say they've got lots of challenges to get all the votes in, etc. But any sense of timings there?
Well, they seem certainly to have missed their first deadline. The returning officer was saying he hoped to have turnout round about 2 o'clock. That seems to be passing us by. The results themselves, possibly around 6 was the guess, but I have to tell you, Hugh, that from early on tonight, I did actually hear the word recount murmured in the room.
Well, what a surprise, eh? Well, if that happens, at least that'll add some excitement. But, Caroline, thank you very much. Caroline Evans for us. More results coming in. What I'd like, Emily, is a bit of a, you know, where are we? A bit of a scorecard.
I'll give you the big picture in England so far. Early days, as you keep saying, 44 of the 124 in. But what's fascinating in our terms, obviously, is that nothing has changed hands. So Labour has got 24, Conservatives on 13. We haven't really gone into the Lib Dem areas in terms of the results yet, so we haven't seen anything there. No UKIP, no Green, no Independent. And those 7 councils in no overall control remain there. Nothing has been gained, nothing has been lost, which is why I just want to show you what's actually happening beneath the surface, because that's where the picture comes a little bit clearer. If I take you into Tamworth, the question we started asking at the beginning of the night is, will the Conservatives hold on here? If they'd lost 3, that would have been no overall control. And interestingly enough, you can see the picture overnight has been gains for the Conservatives and for UKIP at the expense of Labour. So those 4 Labour seats lost, 2 to the Conservatives, 2 to UKIP. That's all going on underneath the Conservative hold. Hartlepool, a different picture entirely. Labour here holding on 21. But let me just show you this seat change again. Labour down by 2, UKIP up by 3. This is a part of the world they did very well at 2015. Labour getting 28% share of the vote. So we were looking to see what was happening there, and you can see that they have taken stuff there. One more, which is Weymouth. Now, why have I put this up? Because it's one of those extraordinary places where it has been a hung council for 35 years. It has never really had a history of either main party dominating it. We were looking to see who the main one is, and the biggest party tonight is the Conservatives on 14, Labour on 12. Very little seat change here. So this carries on. Perhaps another 35 years lie ahead of a hung council.
Emily, thanks very much. What I'd like to do is maybe have a look at some of these counts, because we're just chatting here in the studio and wondering why they're being rather slow in some cases. So let's have a look, see what we've got coming up. Wrexham, let's have a look at Wrexham. Maybe 10 minutes for Wrexham. So this is in North East Wales, traditionally very strong Labour territory. UKIP have been increasing their performance in the last few years. So that'll be interesting. Shetland? Well, OK. That's looking a bit more promising, isn't it? They've clearly stopped. There's lots of arms folded on tables, which is always a good sign. The boxes are empty. Oh, well, that's very promising. They've circled around the returning officer. I'm going to get very excited. Is this Sheffield? Ah, well, Sheffield's going to be quite busy because, of course, they have a parliamentary by-election taking place there as well. There are 2 parliamentary by-elections taking place, one in Ogmore in South Wales, one in Sheffield, Brightside. And we'll be following, of course, the results of the local authority and the parliamentary by-election there.
Is there...
They're all... Oh, hang on a second. Is there what was going on there in Sheffield? Can I look at that again?
The result for the Hillsborough and Brightside constituency. Could candidates who wish to join me on the stage, please do so now. Thank you.
Well, let's stay with this, shall we? Because that was rather good timing, that. And Laura, just on this parliamentary by-election, after the death of the Labour MP Harry Harpham, who died in February, it's his widow who's standing, isn't it, Jill Furness?
Indeed, it is. And it would be astonishing if Jill Furness, the widow of Harry Harpham, of course, the former councillor and long-time MP of Sheffield Brightside in that constituency, it would be astonishing if she did not win this seat. One of the particular issues that's been part of the campaign and part of the ongoing debate there is over government action or inaction, depending how you see it, over the steel industry. Would it be very surprising for Labour, hugely disappointing if they do not take this seat. And it may well be in Sheffield tomorrow that Jeremy Corbyn pops up to try to claim some of the share of the victory, if indeed that's what happens.
And to be fair, she's been a local councillor for a very long time, and she's a local health worker, and she's indeed a daughter of a steel worker. So it's very much in her blood, the steel industry, and I know they've been fighting a big campaign about it and highlighting government inaction.
Well, now that they've repaired the backdrop after somebody crashed into it, I think we're just about to get the announcement.
Thank you. This result will be declared by the Lord Mayor of Sheffield in his role as returning officer for the parliamentary election. So I'll hand over to the Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Agate. I, Talib Hussain, being the returning officer at the election held on Thursday, 5th May 2016, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate at the election is as follows. Jill Furness, Labour Party, 14087. Christine Gilligan Kabu, Green Party, 938. Stevie Menon, Yorkshire First, 349. Shafaq Mohammed, Liberal Democrats, 1385. Spencer Pitfield, the Conservative Party candidate, 1267. Bobby Smith, Give Me Back Almo, 58. Stephen Winston, UKIP, 4497. Total spoiled votes, 119. And I hereby declare that Jill Furness have been duly elected.
Well, let's just wait for this for a second, because Jill Furness made just a few words, and we'll just take a few sentences because we've got lots of other results coming in. So a win for Labour's Jill Furness with a majority of nearly 10,000 on a very low turnout of 33%. 55% turnout last time.
Tonight, the people of Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough have sent David Cameron an emphatic message. Mr Cameron, we have had enough of your uncaring government. We've had enough of your Tory government's unfair cuts, which have hit communities like ours in Sheffield so much more than affluent areas.
Jill Furness there, the newly elected Labour MP for Sheffield Brightside, with her message to the voters after winning that by-election, a parliamentary by-election, one of two taking place tonight. The other is in Ogmore in South Wales. We've had a result in from Shetland. This is it.
I, Jan Risa, constituency returning officer for the Shetland Islands constituency, declare that the total number of votes cast across the constituency was 11,087. The percentage turnout was 62.3%. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 46. The total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Robina Rendell Barton, Scottish Labour Party, 651. Tavish Scott, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 7,440. Dennis George Moncrief Skene, Scottish National Party SNP, 2,545. And Cameron Smith, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 405. Therefore, I give public notice that Tavish Scott has been duly elected as a member of the Scottish Parliament for the Shetland Islands constituency.
So there we have it, the result for Shetland. That is Tavish Scott, who's a former leader of the Scottish Lib Dems. He stepped down as leader following the poor results in the 2011 election. He's back as the Lib Dem MP for Shetland on 7,500 votes thereabouts, with the SNP a distant second and Labour and Conservative in third and fourth. A turnout of 62%, again high turnout, as we saw in Orkney, a majority of nearly 5,000. Let's have a look at the share. And 67% of the vote. Again, this is another contest where there was a big independent presence last time, so that presence has now disappeared, and we can see what it's done to the shares and indeed to the change. If we look at the change in share, we see that the Lib Dems up 20%, SNP up 11%, Labour and the Conservative virtually unchanged. The swing from SNP to the Lib Dem of 4.5%, which is which, as I say, reflects the fact that last time there was a strong independent performance in this election. So we've had Orkney and Shetland, and just to underline, Lib Dems hanging on to those two constituencies. And, you know, there was a time in the past few weeks when people were looking at the prospect of the SNP taking every single constituency in Scotland. When I put that point to Alex Salmond earlier, he said, gosh, what nonsense, you know, that's utterly unrealistic. But people were talking about that, and some people were raising that prospect. There's no denying that. And at this point now, we're looking at the Lib Dems, to their great relief, hanging on to Orkney and Shetland. I've been joined in the studio by Jack McConnell, Lord McConnell, the former First Minister in Scotland for Labour. Nice to see you, Jack.
Good to be here, yeah.
And the Conservative Minister, Brandon Lewis. Brandon, thanks for coming in.
Morning.
Good to see you at this time of day. There's plenty for us to talk about. Can I just hang on to you for a second, because I'd like to join Jeremy at this stage just to add a few more things for us.
Well, let's just look at the map of Scotland, shall we? Now we've heard that result from the very north of Scotland, and look first at the map as it was in 2011. And you can see that great wash of SNP yellow, such a dramatic result. We're going to be asking whether it's going to be even more dramatic tonight, I can tell. But so far, of the 73 constituencies, we don't have that many in, do we? So we have up here Orkney and Shetland being returned for the Liberal Democrats. Those were their two constituencies, and they've won them back. And there were some particular local reasons why the Lib Dem vote is so handsomely increased there. We might come to that. But here, let's look at these two constituencies which have gone yellow. One of them is an SNP hold, which is Hamilton, and the other one, Rutherglen, is an SNP gain. Now, interestingly, in Hamilton, we understand that if the swing from Labour to the Conservatives were to be replicated throughout Scotland, then the Conservatives would jump over Labour and have second place in these elections. First place for the SNP does not look threatened on the basis of anything we've seen so far. Rutherglen is a gain. Let's look at our battle board and see where we find it, because this is what it's all about. These are the constituencies that the SNP would be targeting, and we start with the most vulnerable, East Lothian, held by Labour, Galloway and Ayr, held by the Conservatives, a little bit less vulnerable, going down and down to the end. Shetland was the hardest to get, and indeed they have failed to win that, but we'll see through the night if it goes in logical order. They'd start there and they'd end up at the end. Politics is rarely logical, is it? Let's see where we are so far. Here we go. So, not much in, as I say. Shetland and Orkney we've mentioned, staying Lib Dem. But Rutherglen is there. It's not even on the first board. So it's about seat 11, seat 12 here. So actually to reach into Rutherglen and win that from Labour for the SNP is quite an achievement, given that in 2011 they did very well anyway with 26%, with 46% of the vote. Let's have a look at the constituency shares. Now, these are based on only the constituencies we've seen so far. These figures will change throughout the night, I'm sure, but they show how handsomely the SNP are doing on 41%. Labour on 25%. This is just on the results we know. Lib Dems on 21%. I hate to say it again and again, but they'll be somewhat flattered by those islands results there for the reasons mentioned, with independent candidates not standing. Conservatives there on 12%. And we look at the change now on 2011. This is really the more relevant figure. So what's the direction of travel for the parties? Let's have a look here. SNP up 4% on 2011, which in itself was a very good result. Labour had a bad result in 2011. It just got worse. We'll see if this continues throughout the night as we get more constituencies in. 8% up for the Lib Dems. Again, that figure may come down as we get other constituencies in where the Lib Dems haven't done as well as they did in Orkney and Shetland. And then the Conservatives up 4% on 2011. So based on that, you might think the Conservatives are in with a good shout of coming second. Hugh.
Jeremy, thanks very much. Bring us right up to date with what's been going on in Scotland. What I'd like to do now, before chatting to my guests here, is to talk to my colleague Patrick Burns, who's in Birmingham, because Patrick can bring us up to date with the local elections there in that crucial area of the Midlands, where, of course, there are so many marginal seats if we look ahead to the next election. What's it look like, Patrick, at this stage?
Well, you're absolutely right, Hugh, that this is traditionally a region which is just so much more of a two-party seesaw than most other parts of this country. Very much a sort of traditional Tory-Labour battle. And here in Birmingham, the mood among Labour activists has actually lifted significantly as this evening has worn on. Not just that symbolic retention of control down the road in Nuneaton, which, bearing in mind, you were talking about it, that really influential early declaring result from Nuneaton and Bedworth 12 months ago in the general election, which set the tone for David Cameron's return to Downing Street. Complete puzzlement, I think, for Conservative strategists that they only have 3 councillors, that Labour have retained control so comfortably without even breaking sweat. Here in Birmingham, in terms of seats won and lost, well, actually, Labour have made a gain from the Conservatives in Wheelie. Generally, yes, their share of the vote is down a bit, but as they're saying to me, in terms of seats won and lost, this is certainly not the threatened catastrophe. And if you go to Walsall, for example, which is one of those knife-edge places in the Black Country where we had until tonight a Conservative minority administration, even though Labour had more seats. The Conservatives are supported by UKIP and independent councillors. Well, the Conservative leader there has told the BBC that he expects no longer to be the council leader after this. And I think talking to some of the Labour activists here in this room tonight, echoing maybe some of the sentiments we heard there from Sheffield, that maybe the anti-austerity agenda of Jeremy Corbyn is actually gaining some traction, and maybe some of the threatened rhetoric against him by some sections of the party, well, we may just start seeing a little bit of a rowing back from that in the morning. One final thought. You were talking about the relative slowness with which results are coming in. Certainly here, one of the reasons for that is that there's a dual validation process going on with votes cast in the Police and Crime Commission elections, which are going to be counted tomorrow, but are actually being validated tonight. So that's slowing down the process in terms of the local election count as well.
OK. Patrick, good to talk to you. Thank you very much. We have a result in Allen and Deeside.
Announcement. Election of an Assembly member for the Allen and Deeside constituency.
Etholiad am aelod cynulliad ar gyfer etholiad Alun a Glannau Dyfrdwy.
I, Colin Everett, being the constituency returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows.
Yr fi ar ran Colin Everett, sef y swyddog canlyniadau etholaeth yn yr etholiad uchod, drwy hyn yn datgan bod nifer y pleidleisiau a gofnodwyd ar gyfer pob ymgeisydd yn yr etholiad yma fel a ganlyn.
Bennewydd, Martin Morris, Wales Green Party.
Plaid Werdd Cymru.
527 votes.
527 o bleidleisiau.
Brown Michelle Margaret, UK Independence Party. 3765 votes.
3,765.
Gibbs Mike, Welsh Conservative Party candidate.
Ymgeisydd Plaid Gydwadol Cymru.
4558 votes.
4,558 o bleidleisiau.
Hurst Jackie, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales. 1944 votes.
1,944.
Sergeant Carl, Welsh Labour.
Llafur Cymru.
9922 votes.
9,922.
And finally, Williams Peter Roy, Welsh Liberal Democrats.
Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru.
980 votes.
980 o bleidleisiau.
The number of ballot papers rejected total 142.
Yr oedd nifer y papurau pleidleisio o'r
So there we have it, the result in Allen and Deeside, and that is Carl Sargent, who's been a minister with Karen Jones, Natural Resources Minister, former Chief Whip, very experienced politician, back in for Labour. Conservatives in second place and UKIP in third place on over 3,500 votes. Turnout of 35%, which is really down on the average for the Welsh Assembly turnout last time, a majority of 5,500. I want to look at the share. Labour on 46% of the vote, Conservatives on 21, UKIP on 17. If you look at the change, I just want to be careful with this because UKIP weren't standing in Welsh constituencies last time, so that 17% is looking very impressive there, but that is actually just responding to this vote today. So, Allen and Deeside in. That's a very interesting result. Labour holding on. Interesting for us to see that UKIP got into third place. The Conservatives will be pleased that they kept their second place there. So let's leave Allen and Deeside. There's been a very, very significant result for the Scottish Parliament, which has caused a lot of surprise. We've just been having a look at it and double-checking. Let's go over to Emily.
I can honestly say, Hugh, we did not see this one coming. I put my hands up on this. It is a stunning victory for the Conservatives in Scotland. They have taken Eastwood from Labour. Eastwood, the same boundary area where Jim Murphy, the former leader of Scottish Labour, lost his seat, that time to the SNP. We thought it was going to be a straight SNP-Labour battle, but look what's happened. The Conservatives have taken it on a majority of 1,611. SNP in second place, Labour now in third. And if you want to know how that happened, this is the arrangement of the voting overnight. Labour down 9. So the SNP were making gains. They're up all right. But Labour is falling faster and the Conservatives have come in there and taken it from Labour's hands. Let's just show you that as a swing. I imagine we won't be seeing that in Scotland very much tonight, but this is a great result for the Conservatives. Not a good one for Labour, of course. 5.7% swing from Labour to the Conservatives on a turnout which looks to me pretty high there, 68%. We'll be able to compare some of those. One more result that's just come in, Greenock and Inverclyde, an SNP gain from Labour. Not as much of a surprise here. The winner, Stuart Millen, for the SNP. He is currently on the list, so he'll be already in the Parliament. 54% for the SNP, Labour on 28%. Once again, though, look at the patterns here. The Conservatives are rising, 7. Labour seeing a massive fall in its share of the vote in Greenock, down 16%. If you want to see that swing, this time it's from Labour to the SNP of 14%, a really healthy swing for the SNP. That's moving into sort of 2015 territory now. But the interesting thing is, with these two results, Conservatives might just start seeing themselves in a place where they could come second in Scotland.
That's interesting, Braddon Lewis, isn't it?
Yes, not something anybody would have judged would be possible not that long ago, and I think is a real sign of that collapse of Labour in Scotland, as we're seeing in other parts of the country as well. Despite Jeremy Corbyn being outlined as the answer to the problem in Scotland, it's clearly not the case. And we've said we want to fight a hard campaign. We've got a great team in Scotland who are leading that fight against the SNP, and I think the benefits of that hard work are showing through.
Jack, what are your thoughts on that? Because, I mean, you know, when we saw that coming in, I mean, we hadn't seen that coming. Well, how did you read it?
What's clearly happened in Eastwood is that the switch between Labour and the SNP has allowed the Conservatives, who were roughly in the same position the last time round, to come through the middle. And Jackson Carlow has been an MSP from the regional lists in Scotland now for quite a long time. Very hard-working local candidate. Disappointed for our guy, Ken McIntosh. But surprised at the outcome there because of the result there last year where the SNP has such a big majority over Jim Murphy. But when you look at the figures, maybe not that surprising, given that Carlow did quite well last time round and he's held his position.
Some thoughts, Laura?
It may be part of the mix, and you never know. We can't get into voters' minds despite all the information that we have. It's a wealthy suburb outside Glasgow. It also has Scotland's biggest Jewish population in that seat. So it's difficult to tell. We can't get into voters' minds, but this may be another sign that the controversy in the last couple of weeks over what's been happening in the Labour Party, Ken Livingstone's controversial comments, accusations of anti-Semitism flying around all over the place, is starting to cut through in some pockets of the country. Worth saying, though, I think also important in the last 5-10 minutes, seeing Labour holding Harlow, holding Nuneaton, good signs too coming from Labour camps in Southampton and Crawley. Those are areas of the country where there are marginal seats at general elections that Labour was worried about losing councils in those kinds of places tonight. So far, early days, they're actually having a better night than some had predicted, and they'll be pleased if that pattern continues. And the Conservatives will be disappointed if they're not taking councils from Labour in places like that.
OK, let's pause for a second. I want to go down to Llanelli in South Wales because we have UKIP's Neil Hamilton waiting to talk to us. Mr Hamilton, thanks for waiting so patiently. How do you read things there?
Well, I think UKIP is going to do very well in Wales tonight. We're tipped to win 8 seats out of the 60 in the Assembly, and we'll be very pleased with that result.
What's your attitude going in if you get a place in the Assembly? What's your kind of working principle? Is it to go in to try to get the place abolished, or is it to work with people there?
Now, UKIP opposed the creation of the Assembly in the first place, but the Welsh people decided by referendum that they wanted to have an Assembly with devolved powers, and UKIP accepts that result. So we will be a constructive opposition in the Assembly after tomorrow, and we're looking forward to getting down to work as soon as we can.
We've just seen the result in from Allen and Deeside, and there was a 17% rise there, I think, in the UKIP vote. And I'm just wondering, what for you has been the driving force in this campaign? When you meet people on the doorsteps, what are they talking about? About matters to do with the Welsh Assembly or about the forthcoming referendum?
Well, I think European issues have been a very big factor in people's minds. There's still enormous ignorance in Wales about the exact scope of the powers of the Welsh Government. Of course, they know that the Labour government that's been in charge for 17 years has messed up the health service, and that's been an issue as well. And UKIP has brought to this debate a wholly new perspective on events, because there are so many issues over which neither the Welsh Government nor the Westminster Government has any powers to have much of an influence, like the problems which are in the steel industry, which Llanelli and our next-door neighbours virtually in Port Talbot feel very much close at heart.
Did you mention, sorry Neil, did you mention 8 seats? Is that your sense, that you're heading for 8 seats?
Well, that's what I'm told that the pundits are all predicting. I've thought all along that we would get 7, 8 or 9 seats because it's not entirely the question of how many votes you get as a party, but how the splits are with this proportional representation system between the other parties as well. So it depends, you know, for example, in this region, whether Plaid or Labour wins the seat in Llanelli, what happens to their seats in the region, and that can have an impact on UKIP as well. So it's a very sort of random kind of a result, but so it's impossible to be totally accurate about your predictions, even within the scope of the opinion polls which we've seen over many months.
And how have you reacted to lots of the accusations that you and Mark Reckless and some others have just been parachuted in to, you know, to represent UKIP in a body that you haven't got a lot of time for? I mean, what do you say to that?
Well, of course, in my case in particular, it's absolute rubbish to say I've been parachuted into a seat in which I grew up and went to school. You know, I'm thoroughly Welsh through and through, just as you are, Hugh. Here we are in virtually your hometown in Llanelli. You know, you're working in England, I've had to work in England, but we're no less Welsh as a result of that, are we? So this has not been an issue at all in this election campaign, and the reception I've had on the doorsteps and in the streets has been uniformly friendly. Whether that's entirely reflected in the result, who knows? But I'm tipped as the lead candidate for UKIP in the Mid and West Wales region to be elected tonight, and I very much hope that happens.
Well, just one correction, Neil. Of course, it's not virtually my hometown, it is my hometown. So let's be very accurate about that, shall we?
Yeah, well...
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking... Yeah, OK, very good.
Good to talk to you. Thank you very much.
I'm always glad to be corrected. My wife does it all the time.
Well, Neil Hamilton, thanks for joining us down there in Llanelli. We're still awaiting, of course, the result. It's a very, very important contest actually going on in Llanelli for the Assembly seat itself. And Neil Hamilton isn't standing in Llanelli, he's standing in Carmarthen East and is probably not going to get elected there. He'll get on the list. But there's a very big battle between Plaid and Labour in Llanelli itself, which we can talk about. OK, we need to draw breath and consider where we are. We're going to join Mike for the news and we'll be back in a few minutes.
I can help you with that, Hugh. Thank you very much. As we've been hearing, first results are being declared in a range of elections across the UK. There's been voting for the Scottish Parliament, the National Assembly of Wales, the Northern Ireland Assembly, and more than 100 local councils in England. Ian Watson has the latest.
And they're off. Counting's underway in many English councils and in elections to the Scottish Parliament and Welsh Assembly. Two parliamentary by-elections were also being fought. Labour's Jill Furness increased her party's share of the vote in Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough. The result in Ogmore is yet to be declared, but one of the first council results was in Newcastle.
Nick Forbes has been duly elected.
The Labour council leader was returned with an increased majority and the party retained overall control. So far, Labour hasn't just retained control in many of its heartlands, including in nearby Sunderland, but also in Nuneaton in the West Midlands and Stevenage in the South East, where the party failed to win the parliamentary seats at the general election. They're also tipped to lose in Hastings on the South Coast, but defied expectations. All that should be good news for Jeremy Corbyn, but he's under pressure. Overall, Labour's lost a small number of councillors, and early indications suggest the party isn't polling as well as it did the last time any of these seats were contested in 2012. But it is doing a bit better than the poor performance at the last general election. His deputy said it's too soon to reach a verdict on the party leader.
If we end up with a debate about whether winning 100 seats or losing 100 seats is good news for Jeremy Corbyn or not, I think we miss the point. The point is Jeremy Corbyn has only been leader of the Labour Party for 8 months. We're coming back from a very low base.
In Scotland, the polls suggest the SNP will retain their overall majority, but there's a battle between Labour and the Conservatives for second place. And the Lib Dems avoided a wipeout in constituency seats when they retained control of Orkney.
As a member of the Scottish Parliament for the Orkney Islands constituency.
There's no chance of the SNP winning every constituency seat, but we could win more than the very substantial number that we won in 2011 when we actually managed to get that overall majority.
So far, the Conservatives have retained control of 13 councils and increased the number of councillors. Labour are fighting hard to keep control of the Welsh Assembly, where UKIP's hopeful of gaining representation for the first time.
The big message is that UKIP is now eating very hard into the old Labour vote, and that's the message I think that we'll take from UKIP's performance in these elections.
The full picture won't be known in Northern Ireland until the weekend, and across Britain the Lib Dems are simply hoping to avoid a repeat of last year's meltdown. Ian Watson, BBC News.
In other news, at least 30 people are reported killed in an airstrike on a refugee camp in rebel-held northern Syria. Images on social media show the aftermath of the attack at the Kamuna camp in Idlib province, close to the Turkish border. It's not clear yet who is behind this attack. There are unconfirmed reports that Syrian or Russian planes were involved. Talks look set to resume next week to try to resolve the bitter dispute over a new contract for junior doctors in England. The government and the Doctors' Union, the British Medical Association, have agreed in theory to 5 days of negotiations, during which plans to impose the contract and the threat of industrial action will be put on hold. The first full Congress of North Korea's ruling Workers' Party in 36 years has begun in the capital, Pyongyang. The first day of the much-rehearsed gathering, which is set to last 4 days, is expected to be dominated by a speech by the country's leader, Kim Jong-un. That is a summary of the news. Back now to election 2016.
Mike, thanks very much, and we'll see you a little later on. What I'd like to do now is just get us right up to date with what's happening in the local elections in England, because these results are ticking in steadily as they come, and one or two of them, do have results which are certainly of interest to us. So before we chat again to my guests here, let's join Emily again.
They are quite steady, Hugh, and it's interesting, we hadn't seen many change hands. One has Conservative loss here in Worcester, and you can see it's gone into no overall control. It goes between no overall control and Tory over the years. It's a bit of a Tory-Labour battle in this heart of England. And what we think has happened here is that Labour and the Greens have been working together to block the Tories. So the Greens have seen one seat gain and the Conservatives are down. A quick headline for you in Trafford. We began here at the beginning of the night. Could the Conservatives hold on in Trafford? One to declare, still coming through, but they have held on here without a problem. I'm just also going to take you into a couple of seats we've had. I'm just looking at some of these for the first time as well, but I'll bring them to you as we go. Dundee West in Scotland. It's the less industrial half of Dundee, but you can see here the winner as an SNP hold is Fitzpatrick, majority of 8,000. Let me take you through to some of the other ones, because here you're starting to see this change. Even though they're SNP holds, look at that percentage of the Conservative vote. The Conservatives gaining 10% in Scotland in this seat, Clackmannanshire to Labour, who are losing 10% share of the vote there overnight. And the same sort of pattern, that's the swing, the same sort of pattern, emerging now in East Kilbride, where once again the SNP are holding, that's the headline, but you can see beneath the surface, Labour now down 17%, both the SNP and the Conservatives picking up those seats and that share, and this is what the swing looks like there. A very healthy swing from Labour to the SNP of 13%. SNP will be pleased to see that in the places they're holding, and maybe that'll suggest they can take more of the Labour seats as well, Hugh.
Interesting, Emily. I'm just going to pick up on that because John Curtis sent us a message just a while ago saying one reason, and Jack, this is something I'll put to you, one reason why Labour may be left with very little in the way of constituency seats in Scotland, says John Curtis at the end of the night, is the party's vote appears to be falling more heavily in seats that he was trying to defend than elsewhere. And so far, the party's vote is down on average by 12 points in the 3 constituencies declared so far and that it was trying to defend, whereas elsewhere, it's down by an average of 6 points. Does that make sense?
Well, it's on a par with what happened last year, really, isn't it? It's not quite as bad as what happened last year, but it's on a par with that, where in what would maybe formerly have been known as Labour heartlands, there was that dramatic shift to the SNP in 2015. I think you also see a little bit of a reaction maybe to Labour's current political positioning at the UK level.
Right.
With
how does that
some?
play in?
Well, I mean, I think Labour's been quite good at retaining some of the voters that we won in 1997 over the course of the last now almost 20 years. But I think with Labour's current political position at a UK level, some of those former Conservative voters are maybe now drifting back to the Conservatives. So we're not just losing votes to the SNP as we were last year, we're maybe lost a few to the Conservatives as well.
The Corbyn effect, how do you measure that in Scotland?
Well, I think this has been very much Kezia Dugdale's election campaign, and I think she's done a remarkable job in very difficult circumstances. You know, to take the party from the catastrophe of last year and unite the party, lift its spirits. I've been struck by how remarkably cheerful she has been almost every single day on our TV screens, and I think she, you know, she's put Labour back in the game, but she was never going to do any more than that in 10 months. It's a long-term job for her, really, and you know, hopefully she's got something now that she can build on.
But I mean, I'm just wondering, there'll be people watching, Jack, thinking, what's he talking about back in the game? If the Conservatives are in second place in Scotland, you know, how can you define that as being back in the game?
I will be surprised tonight if the Conservatives are in second place in terms of the overall percentage of the vote. It's not impossible, but I think I would be surprised if that's the outcome. I think the polls in Scotland are probably just about right for once in recent election campaigns, and I suspect the SNP will poll around about where they've been in opinion polls, and Labour and the Conservatives will be close, but with Labour slightly ahead. I could be wrong, but that's my expectation.
We're going to stop there for a second because we're going to be joined by viewers from across the UK. And welcome back to the BBC Election Centre. Let's look at Scotland, bring you right up to date with what's going on there. And this is, I want to look at the seats that have been declared so far in the Scottish Parliament. And we've just seen that the SNP have held Dundee City East. But look, this is the scoreboard as it currently stands. The SNP on 8, having gained 2. The Lib Dems on 2, having held the 2 that we reported in Orkney and Shetland. The Conservatives on 1, having gained 1. That was from Labour, that was Eastwood, which was a big surprise earlier. So far, Labour down 3, and the Greens and UKIP not having got any seats so far. So that's where we are, and I think that's, Laura, from your point of view, the Scottish picture, and the reasons Jack was outlining as well, is intriguing. I'm just trying to make sense of Mr Mundell's confidence that he's going to be in second place. And the fact that Jack clearly thinks that's overstated.
Well, I think at the moment we just don't know. Partly because it's a system of proportional representation. It means that there's this early focus on the constituency seats. Clearly, in some parts, the Tories are doing better than they dared to hope. But the list seats, the proportional part of the ballot, they take much longer to tally up, and it may well be that they don't end up with the silver medal in this contest. What I would say is it is still remarkable, and would have been remarkable a few months ago even, to imagine that we would have been having this conversation, that it is a realistic, even if still not a certainty, that the Conservatives would be taking second place. If that happens, that is a huge shift in Scottish politics, a massive one. The question then would be whether or not they would be able to translate that into the UK-wide picture, because for so long in Westminster, they've hardly been able to send more than, you know, a single soul from Scotland down to London to be part of the UK government. That one single soul now, of course, being David Mundell himself. So I think we need to be cautious about the final result, but not ignore the fact that it is a very significant change, that this is still, that is actually on the table. People on both sides of the camp that I spoke to in the last couple of days thought it was likely, but certainly not inevitable, and probably less likely than more.
Let's go straight to Glasgow and talk to Patrick Harvey from the Green Party in Scotland, the Scottish Greens. Mr Harvey, thanks very much. Your sense of things tonight, as they stand?
Well, certainly from our point of view, this has been the most exciting Scottish Parliament election we've ever fought. The extraordinary membership surge that we've experienced in the last 2 or 3 years has meant that we're a party of well over 9,000, much bigger than, for example, the Liberal Democrats, who we have hope will overtake in seats as well as share of the regional vote. The regional votes do take a little bit longer. The regional seats take a little bit longer to declare than the constituencies. So we haven't seen the numbers yet, but we're really hoping that this is going to be our best ever result. We've been campaigning on a scale way beyond our wildest dreams in previous elections. So it's a real moment of optimism for the Greens.
Well, I'm told, Patrick, that your co-convener was saying that you had Labour within your sights. That was probably overstated, yes?
I would say that's not a goal for tonight, but very clearly the Scottish Parliament needs a strong, bold, progressive voice. Labour, frankly, aren't cutting it anymore. And if their decline, which is not just this year and last year, it's a long-term, multi-decade decline, actually, is what we've seen from Labour. If that continues, then clearly there is a need for a new voice on the progressive wing of Scottish politics. Who do you want holding the next Scottish Government to account? Is it just going to be the Tories dragging them to the right and demanding that we impose the same cuts on public services as are happening south of the border? Or do you want the Scottish Parliament, the Scottish Government, pushed to be more progressive, to be bolder, for example, with the tax powers that are coming, so that we can close the gap between the richest and the rest in our society and invest in public services and in the jobs and homes of the future? That's the agenda that the Greens intend to represent in the Scottish Parliament, and if Labour are no longer cutting it as that progressive force in Scottish politics, we're ready for the job.
Patrick Harvey, good of you to join us. Thank you very much. Patrick Harvey, the Green Party in Scotland. Let's go straight to Bridgend and the Ogmore by-election. Let's see what's going on there.
I, Darren Mepham, being the acting returning officer at the election held on the 5th of May 2016, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Glenda Davis, UKIP Wales, 3,808. Janet Ellard, Welsh Liberal Democrats, 702. Christopher Elmore, Welsh Labour, 12,383. Abigail Thomas, Plaid Cymru, 3,683. Alexander Williams, Welsh Conservative Party, 2,956. There were 77 rejected ballot papers, and I do hereby declare that Christopher Elmore is duly elected.
So that's the result from the Ogmore by-election. Can I just explain? Chris Elmore there being elected for Labour. He's succeeding Hugh Irranca-Davies, who was the former MP for Ogmore, who's decided, and this is rather unusual, to leave Westminster to take up a place, he hopes, as a Labour member of the Welsh Assembly. Normally, it's the other way around. Welsh Assembly members tend to spend some time in Cardiff and then look to Westminster. So is this the start of a new trend? We wonder. And there are plenty of Mr Irranca-Davies' supporters who think that he's a potential future leader for Labour in Wales too, and a potential future First Minister. Who knows? Anyway, Chris Elmore is there as the winner of the Ogmore by-election. Ogmore itself is a valley that extends from one of the old coal mining valleys, the Garrow Valley and the Ogmore Valley, up from Bridgend. So it's very close to where Carwyn Jones, the First Minister, has his seat right now. And it has a new Labour MP, Chris Elmore, and Hugh Irranca-Davies, the former MP, is waiting for his result to represent Ogmore itself as an Assembly member. So the same constituency, but switching platforms, if you like. And there are the figures. A turnout of 43% for this by-election. So the context of that is interesting. 40% roughly was the turnout for the Welsh Assembly elections 5 years ago. So it's a little up on that, being held, of course, on the same day. And the majority is 8,500. Let's look at the share, because I'm interested that UKIP came second in this seat. Now, normally, you'd expect Plaid Cymru or possibly the Conservatives to come second here, but UKIP in second place on level pegging with Plaid Cymru on 16% each. And UKIP have been making inroads into these old industrial valleys in South Wales. In Merthyr Tydfil, for example, they scored 19% at the election last year. So 16% for UKIP. And if we look at the change, There we are. Labour, where they were, UKIP on 1%, Plaid up by 6%, which they'll be pleased about, but they're still in third place. And the swing from Labour to UKIP of 0.6%. Let's go to Edinburgh, and there we have Ruth Davidson, who is the leader of the Scottish Conservatives. Let's see whether she's smiling or whether she's looking sombre. She's probably smiling, certainly after the result in Eastwood. So far, with 10 constituency seats now declared in Scotland, Labour's vote is down by 11 points. The Conservative tally is up by 6 points. That's the important thing for you to realise when we look at these images of Ruth Davidson here. And if this pattern persists, then Labour would end up just a point ahead of the Conservatives in constituency votes. But, it's a big but, it should be borne in mind that the seats that the two parties win will be determined by the outcome on the list vote, which we don't have yet, on which many opinion polls have suggested the Conservatives will do slightly better than Labour. And meanwhile, the SNP vote is up so far by just over 4 points, suggesting that the party will once again win something close to half the vote in Scotland. So, very interesting. And as we look at these images then, Jack McConnell, given that you're sitting next to me, what do you make of that? That, you know, the Conservatives are, well, they're clearly very close to the position where they could be possibly in second place.
Yeah, as I say, I think the combination of the shift to the SNP last year and then a bit of a shift to the Conservatives this year might just make that, you know, a viable option. But it's early days yet. These are what you're getting is odd results. I think the Eastwood result, you know, has been affected by the Labour SNP shift. I think there will be other results that might surprise us in the course of the night. Nobody was really expecting the Orkney and Shetland results to be quite so decisive. Clearly, the SNP are not going to win every single constituency, which almost everybody was predicting just in the last 2 or 3 weeks. So I think it's early days yet.
And just to underline, look, if you still look at the popular vote in the constituencies,
exactly.
So, you know, we've still got the list to come.
But you always get the more urban seats early on. So Labour always does better early on. I think it will be closer than that by the end of the night.
Laura?
But Lord McConnell, if it does happen, what would that mean for Labour in Scotland?
Well, I mean, in some ways, it's not really any more significant than what happened last year. The Labour in Scotland is in a terrible position, and they have a long haul back to credibility, to public support, and eventually, hopefully, power. This is not going to happen overnight. It was never going to happen in 12 months, and it is, at the moment, I think, still very early days to judge that claw back.
But is it not the case that losing the spot as being the official opposition, that would be a fundamental shift in the way that Scottish politics has worked? I mean, wouldn't that be a death knell for Scottish Labour?
Well, I think it would add to the situation where their position is extremely challenging. But they had to make a call on this election campaign. Did they go on the policy of tackling poverty, on tackling austerity, in some ways go to the left of the SNP and start challenging the SNP government to do more in Scotland and stop talking about it, but actually take action? Or did they stay where they perhaps had been for a while in a more centre ground? Having made that shift, maybe that's opened an opportunity for the Conservatives. But this may be a return to, you know, part of the very first step on the return to normality in Scottish politics as well. You might see that left-right development of a debate in Scotland that has been absent really now for 10 years, where it's been all about nationalism.
Brandon, your views on your fellow Conservative here in Scotland?
Well, I think it's a great testament. Bruce and the team there fought a fantastic campaign. I mean, it is, as Jack said, it's a bit early to see where we'll end up. The fact that we're even having the conversation, I think, is a testament to how poor it's become for Labour in Scotland and how hard-working and successful Ruth and the team have been. But this is right across the country in the sense that we've seen today Labour front bench, back bench MPs criticising the leadership, council leaders criticising the leadership for the wrong sense of direction. Jack's comment about actually losing the people who've been voting Labour for 20 years, now going to either the SNP in Scotland or Conservatives indeed in Scotland. So I think it's just interesting that we're having this conversation at all in the sense of just how far Labour seem to be going down that kind of road that's just not gaining support and is creating that internal argument on the day of local elections where they should be making gains. Not talking about a few seats whether we've gained or not, but actually Labour should be making substantial gains to even get to where they were at this time in 2012.
In England, though, given that most people in your party privately and publicly say that Jeremy Corbyn is somehow a complete disaster and he's hardly even sort of worth, as many Conservatives say, you know, you'd walk the next general election if he's still in post. Why is it then the case in many seats where there are crucial marginals in England, places like Crawley, crucial councils like that, good signs for Labour from Southampton, holding Nuneaton, holding Harlow, why aren't the Conservatives being able to beat Labour there?
Well, actually, I'd look at it the other way. In Nuneaton, there's roughly an 11% swing to Conservatives. We gained seats in Nuneaton.
But Labour held
and
it.
Actually, oh, yeah,
Labour
no, I
won.
accept that. But actually, the fact that we're even having a conversation 6 years into a Conservative government, a year after a general election that we won, and having to take those tough decisions around spending, the fact that we're even having a conversation that we could be gaining seats or could have been thinking about gaining councils in itself, I think, is indicative of how far Labour have fallen when they should be sweeping up, and Labour should be winning in Thurrock, they should be winning in Great Yarmouth, where they're actually losing seats. It's just a bad night for Labour, and there's no getting away from that.
Well, let's just
I think it's a very interesting result just coming up on the screen there, which is it looks like Ian Gray, which was the SNP's #1 target seat, has held East Lothian for Labour. So my point about unpredictable results over the course of the night, I think the result's just there.
Yeah, it's not come in yet.
It's not confirmed yet,
No,
but
it's
it
not
looks like,
confirmed.
you know, if that is the case, then, you know, my point about
yeah.
unpredictable results over the course of the night is, and again, that's a seat the SNP won handsomely last summer.
I want to go to another declaration in North Wales, to Delyn.
O gofnodwyd ar gyfer pob ymgeisydd yn yr etholiad yma fel ag anlyn.
Blythyn Hannah Caroline, Welsh Labour.
Llafur Cymru.
9480.
9,480.
Ripeth Tom, Welsh Liberal Democrats.
Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru.
1718 votes.
1,718.
Rowlinson Paul John, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales. 2269 votes.
2,269.
What's the UKIP here?
Williams Hugh Owen, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 5898 votes.
5,898.
And finally, Williams Nigel, UK Independence Party UKIP, 3794 votes.
3,794.
And the total number of ballot papers rejected was 165.
Yr oedd nifer y papurau pleidleisio ar wrthodwyd fel ag anlyn 165.
And I do hereby declare that Hannah Blythyn has been duly elected
So that is Labour hanging on to Delyn, and they've been concerned in this part of North East Wales again that if UKIP had performed very, very strongly, they're on 16% of the vote, by the way, they may have really upset the balance in this seat and affected Labour very badly. However, they're in third place, and they've pushed Plaid Cymru into fourth place. If we look at the share of the vote, we see 41% to Labour, 25% of the Conservatives. There was a time when the Westminster seat of Delyn was represented by the Conservatives in Parliament, by Keith Raffan back in the 80s and 90s. UKIP on 16%. They weren't standing, just to underline again, in the constituencies in Wales last time. Plaid Cymru on 10% and the Lib Dems on 7%. So that's the latest result in there from North East Wales. What I'd like to do now is to join Emily and ask Emily for the latest that you have on the English local elections, because, again, lots of things have been coming in and it's worth just catching up.
It was John McDonnell's mantra at the beginning of the night, it's complicated, and this is why. Part of the wrangling the parties are having at the moment is because very few seats are even changing hands. Very few councils are changing hands, and beneath that, excuse me, frog, nothing much is happening. But there are some very, very good moments in all this for Labour. In Crawley, for example, Labour's most vulnerable seat was one that they thought on a bad night they would lose. They had a one-seat majority. They've actually increased that. They're now sitting on a majority of 3. It's not a big movement. If I show you the seat change overnight, you can see it's just a matter of 1 gain for Labour, 1 loss for the Conservative, but it is of a kind of extra importance. It's in the south. They haven't got very many councils south of the M4. So actually, this is a very important one for Labour to hold on to. What about Redditch? This was another key battle. Could Labour hold on here? Could they build? they've got a majority of 1. So not a shift as such. If you look at the seat change, nothing has happened. This is why there's that frustration with how to tell the narrative. Not much is happening, but where Labour can hold on, and they have held on, they'll be very pleased indeed. Let me take you into the scoreboard, which I think shows you a little bit more what is really happening there. Labour, you'll see the lion's share because they had 49% of the councillors standing tonight. They're on 560, they're down 29. Conservative on 319. They've made gains of 10 tonight. The Lib Dems have added on 6 on 122. The Independents down 5. UKIP making those gains of 18 and not much movement for the Greens or the Residents. 63 out of 124, so about halfway through. But if you're actually looking for numbers, there are not big numbers in either of the columns. Let me just show you what's happening on the councils, if I can. You might have to come back to us for that one when we've got rid of the gremlins, Hugh.
Well, what I will do, Emily, is because you've given us those numbers, I'd like to turn to John Curtice. And seeing that we're looking at Labour losses on that chart, John, and Conservative gains. So if anybody's joining now thinking, oh, the Conservatives are in good night, would they be right to think that?
Not particularly a good night, because the truth is those gains, we should bear in mind, are gains against the position in 2012, when the Conservatives did do relatively badly. And the truth is, as compared with last year, Labour are indeed gaining ground and the Conservatives are falling back. And the truth is, even as compared with 2012, the Conservatives are not actually making much of a gain in terms of votes. It's simply that Labour's vote is down a little bit. But I think there's one kind of detail that's emerging out of the results that perhaps the Conservatives might be worried about, and perhaps begins to explain why councils like Redditch and Crawley and perhaps Cunnick, which are on some people's lists of places that Labour might actually lose. Now, that's not happening, is that it looks as though the Conservative vote is falling away particularly heavily, surprise, surprise, in the southern half of England. And that Labour, it's not that Labour are making particular progress in that part of the world, it's simply the Conservatives are falling back. And we should always remember, with tallies of seats, who wins and who loses doesn't simply, a party can gain seats simply because its opponents are doing worse. So be careful. But certainly, I think in terms of headlines at least, in terms of headlines of Labour lose, Council X, Council Y, Council Z, tomorrow morning is beginning to look not as bad for Jeremy Corbyn as perhaps it could have done.
Interesting. John, thanks very much again. John Curtice there. And look, we have the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, the leader of the SNP, arriving at the count in Glasgow. Let's just stay with these, and we're getting a declaration in the seat of Ayr.
Candidate was as follows: Jennifer Dunn, Scottish National Party, SNP, 15,433. Brian McGinley, Scottish Labour Party, 5,283. John Scott, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 16,000. $16,183. Robbie Simpson, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 716. Accordingly, I give notice that John Scott is duly elected as the member of the Scottish Parliament for the Ayr constituency.
Well, that's an interesting result. The Conservatives in Scotland holding on to Ayr, which is in the south of Scotland. John Scott, who was first elected to the Scottish Parliament back in 2000 in a by-election. He was also on top of the Tories' south of Scotland list for this year, but he won't need that now because he's back in there. That is a seat. I think it's fair to say that when we looked at the predictions before tonight, that we were expecting the SNP maybe to take from the Conservatives, but a majority of 750, so it's not a very big majority, on a turnout of 61%, very healthy turnout, given the 50-odd% we've seen in other seats. Let's have a look at the share. 43% of the vote to the Conservatives in Ayr, with 41% of the SNP. So the SNP put up a very strong fight, but they didn't quite get there. Labour on 14 and the Lib Dems on 2. And let's go, having seen that result, let's just join Nicola Sturgeon, who's speaking in Glasgow.
Night for the SNP.
Are you getting your own mandate tonight?
I'm hoping so. I'm expecting that the SNP will win the election, and I think what we're seeing tonight is a huge vote of confidence in the SNP's record in government and an enormous vote of trust in our ability to lead the country forward.
How confident are you of getting a majority in the next Parliament?
We'll wait and see how the numbers shake out tonight. Getting a majority in a proportional Parliament, of course, is a very difficult ask. You often have swings and roundabouts. What you gain in the constituencies, you often lose in the list. But at this stage of the night, I'm feeling very, very optimistic and very good about the SNP's results and incredibly proud of all of these people who've been campaigning so hard.
Have you seen off Labour once and for all now?
Well, you never say never, but the SNP, I think what we're seeing tonight across not just Glasgow but the central belt of Scotland is the SNP replacing Labour. The collapse in Labour support is quite staggering. But I feel very humbled by the trust that people across Scotland are putting in the SNP, and I'm determined, if the result develops the way I hope it does, then I'm determined to govern this country in the interests of everybody in this country.
How would your second term be different then? If you're seeing this as a personal mandate, how would your second term be different
I've
from the
set
first?
out an ambitious manifesto. I've put education at the very centre of my plans for a third term. Now, I should say we still have a lot of results to come here this evening, so I'm taking nothing for granted. But I'm ambitious to invest in and reform our health service, to make our education system the best in the world, and to make sure that we support our small businesses and create jobs, and build on the real sense of confidence that I believe now exists in Scotland. So I'm enthusiastic about the challenges and the massive opportunities that lie ahead for our country.
So at what stage would you then head for a referendum?
If you don't mind, I'm going to firstly wait and see how the election develops over the course of the evening, and then I'm going to go on with delivering the manifesto that I set out to the people of Scotland just a matter of weeks ago. I put education at the heart of that. Everybody knows I desperately want to see Scotland become an independent country, but the decision on that will always lie where it firmly belongs, and that is in the hands of the Scottish people.
How do you persuade
the people who didn't vote for you that you'll govern for them?
I will govern for every single person in this country. I will do that to the best of my ability, and I will seek to win the trust of those who didn't vote SNP yesterday, although on the results we've seen so far, very, very many people did vote SNP, and I feel hugely humbled by the trust that people are putting in the SNP and in me as First Minister.
Do you feel on the cusp of something special?
Well, winning an election is always special. I have fought elections that I haven't won many times in my political career, so winning any election is special. Asking for and getting the trust of people is always a very, very precious thing. And of course, putting yourself forward to be the leader, the First Minister of the country, and seeking the trust of people to do that is extra, extra special.
You took all of Glasgow at Westminster. How would it feel for you to stand here tonight
Well,
if you take all of Glasgow tonight again?
If I turn the clock back to my teenage years or my early 20s, and if somebody had told me then that the SNP would sweep the board in Glasgow, I would not have believed it. We did it last year. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see the results tonight, but let's say I'm quietly confident that we might see a repeat performance this evening.
Thank you very much indeed.
Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister of Scotland, saying she's quietly confident. She says not taking anything for granted, and but really, obviously, underlying all of that is an expectation from the SNP that they'll be forming another government and that they'll have another working majority, despite the fact that the system, as everyone points out, isn't built to deliver an automatic working majority. So Nicola Sturgeon there at 3:15 in the morning in Glasgow, waiting for her result in Glasgow South Side. With some other Scottish results coming in, by the way, and some very interesting ones too. Perthshire and Murray, where the SNP are holding on, but majorities looking slightly smaller. But we'll talk to some of those a little later, because I'm going to Paisley. Let's go there.
14,682. Neil Bibby, Scottish Labour Party, 9,483. Paul Masterton, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 3,533. and Eileen McCartan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,766. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 128, and the total number of votes was 29,592. Therefore, I declare George Adam is duly elected as the member of the Scottish Parliament for the Paisley constituency. Thank you.
So George Adam there holding on to Paisley for the SNP with a majority of over 5,000 on a turnout of 57%. The SNP taking 50% of the vote in Paisley, Labour on 32%, Conservatives on 12% and the Lib Dems on 6%. Let's leave Paisley for now, OK? What I'd like to do now is go straight to Sheffield because the Labour MP, John Mann, has been waiting patiently to talk to us. Mr Mann, thanks very much. Just your sense of where Labour is tonight?
Well, it's very much as we were. We were told we were going to be getting an extra 5 million votes. That was a promise. That hasn't happened. But we've not lost ground either. So an extremely good result here in Sheffield and a significant collapse in the UKIP vote, which has perhaps not been noticed sufficiently, because that's very, very bad news for Nigel Farage. So we're pleased with the result here, which is a resounding victory.
There were concerns expressed, Mr Mann, that after your very public confrontation with Ken Livingstone recently, that would damage the Labour campaign. Do you think it has?
Not in the slightest. It's never been raised once on the doorstep, and I've been knocking on doors every day ever since, not a single occasion. What has happened, and this is a sub-theme of tonight's results, it is clear that the Jewish vote, which for generations in families has been Labour, has gone against Labour tonight. We've seen that in Bury, we've seen it in Glasgow, I think we'll see it tomorrow in parts of London, and this is a huge challenge. It's going to define Jeremy Corbyn's leadership. He has to get and lead from the front and get on top of this problem and do so really effectively, because Labour's not going to win power if we don't get on top of this problem. It's a huge problem. And in those results where the Jewish vote is significant, we are losing those seats.
It is possible, I'm not saying it any stronger than that, but it's possible that Labour will end up in third place in Scotland this evening. What would your thought on that be?
Well, that would be cataclysmic for our morale. It would be so beyond comprehension, and that would need some severe soul-searching amongst us, because, you know, we were, for a century, the party of government in Scotland. If we came third, that would be cataclysmic.
Is that a problem with the Scottish leadership, or is that a Corbyn leadership problem, in your view?
It's not a Scottish problem, leadership, and so it's one that Jeremy's got to address. But let me say, there's this speculation about a challenge to Jeremy Corbyn's leadership. It was my view a month ago and a day ago that there shouldn't be one. It's my view today that there shouldn't be one. What we need is him to get on top of the big issues and start broadening our appeal. We should have been winning by a landslide across the country with the way this Tory government's been acting and the way they've dealt with the country, the collapse in economic confidence. We're doing OK, not bad results. We're holding our own, but we should be doing dramatically better than this. But now is not the time for any challenge, and that's the view as well of virtually all of my colleagues who I speak to, who the media might call somewhat critical of some of Jeremy's policies. So that ain't going to happen.
Just bear with us, John, because Jack McConnell's here, just wanting to say something. Jack?
Well, I just think the idea that the solution to the problems of the Scottish Labour Party is for members of Parliament from south of the border to come crusading over the hills to rescue us and sort us out is just complete nonsense. The situation in the Scottish Labour Party has to be sorted in Scotland. It needs a strong Scottish leadership. I believe we have that at the moment. But they need time and they need support in order to rebuild the party from the very basics in Scotland. And the idea that somehow the UK party leadership or members of Parliament from south of the border can come and rescue the situation or sort it out is fundamentally wrong, and that has been part of the problem for the last 17 years. Until that attitude changes, then Kesha and the MSPs in Scotland are going to have the task that's even more difficult.
John Mann, I'm going to thank you very much for joining us, and in Sheffield, thanks for waiting to talk to us. There's a result just come in from Fife North East, which I want to look at. Look at this, and Jack McConnell's just sitting next to me because we're just looking at this coming in. This is a Lib Dem gain from the SNP.
I told you it was going to be unpredictable tonight.
For Willie Rennie, who is the leader of the Lib Dems in Scotland. Yep. Now, I've got to say again, no disrespect to Mr Rennie, this wasn't expected, Jack, was it?
No, but I think, as I said very early on, this is going to be an unpredictable night in Scotland. The overall picture, I think, will not be very different from the polls, but there will be individual results in individual constituencies that I think mark the start of a return to normal politics in Scotland.
Was this the seat that was represented by Mingus Campbell?
This is Mingus Campbell's former Westminster seat. It was Liberal Democrat in the Scottish Parliament for the first few elections.
We've got a declaration, Jack. Sorry, in East Lothian.
I think this will be interesting as well.
This is the result of the Scottish parliamentary election held on Thursday, 5th May 2016 for a member to serve in the Scottish Parliament for the Cowdenbeath constituency.
Oh, right, OK.
The electorate is 54,596. 29,857 ballot papers were verified, giving a turnout of 54.69%. 123 ballot papers were rejected. I, David Henderson, Deputy Constituency Returning Officer, give notice that the total number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Dave Dempsey, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 4,251. Annabel Ewing, Scottish National Party, SNP, 13,715. Bryn Jones, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,094. Alex Rowley, Scottish Labour Party, 10,674. The total number of valid votes was 29,734. I declare Annabel Ewing to be elected to serve in the Scottish Parliament as a member for the Cowdenbeath constituency. The majority was 3,041.
So that is a gain for the SNP. And as we were being told earlier, this is a very unpredictable night. This is Annabel Ewing from the famous Scottish political Ewing family, who's won for the SNP in Cowdenbeath. It's a gain from Labour. Alex Rowley, who's the deputy leader, by the way, of the Scottish Labour Party and used to be Gordon Brown's election agent. But he is also on one of the lists. I think he's on the Mid-Scotland list, so he may well get into the Parliament anyway. But this is Annabel Ewing giving her speech. And let's have a look at the share of the vote, given that we've seen the majority of 3,000. The share, 46% to 36% to Labour, 14% to the Conservatives. The change from last time, the SNP putting on 5%, Labour down by 11%. So a pretty convincing win there by the SNP, and the Conservatives up by 7%. There are quite a few results coming in now. I promised East Lothian, but actually we went to Cowdenbeath. Emily's got East Lothian for us.
Yes, it's a night, isn't it, for lots of former leaders in Scotland. Ian Gray has won East Lothian, 37% share of the vote. And I'll show you how we think he's probably done it. You see, the Conservative vote has gone up by 7. The SNP's down by 4. So even though his Labour vote has dropped slightly, that is what has helped him retain it. The SNP has sunk further than the Labour vote, and the Conservative vote has gone up. I just want to show you one very interesting comparison. When we're talking about the Conservatives in Scotland, this is an extraordinary set of swings. These are all SNP-held seats, but look at what's happened here. The SNP losing ground within the share of the vote to the Conservatives, a swing to the Conservatives in Scotland of 9.5%, in Angus South of 12%, and in Moray of 15%. You can see what's happening here. Even in places that the SNP are holding, the share of the Conservative vote is on the up. Does that mean they might be pushing into second place? There'll be a lot of people feeling quite optimistic that could happen tonight.
Well, let's have some thoughts. Brandon, your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that's what we're clearly seeing, is we're seeing that Conservative vote come back in Scotland in a way that, not that long ago, nobody would have predicted. I think that's a testament, not just to actually how badly Labour are doing, but is the excellent work that Ruth Davidson and her team are actually putting in Scotland, showing a real opposition, talking about the issues that matter to people in Scotland in a way that Labour just isn't doing. And I think we're seeing the benefits of that and that hard work paying off. So I think it's a great testament to the Scottish Conservative team and the work they're doing with David Mundell and Ruth up there in Scotland.
You'd have to say as well, in fairness, Ian Gray clearly put up a pretty impressive fight to hold on there.
Well, he has, and I think he suffered in 2011 personally from being the leader in an election campaign that had gone wrong, and that perhaps affected his local result as well. He's a very hard-working local MSP, and I think he's got a result there that he deserves. I think what's interesting now is that we are now seeing these very consistent swings to the Conservatives across Scotland, and I think that is partly about this increase in powers in the Parliament. I wouldn't be surprised if, amongst those voters that are most aware of the new tax powers in Scotland are the former Conservative voters, and they are going back to the Conservatives, both from the SNP and from Labour, in order to vote for a party that might be less reluctant to raise taxes and so on. And this could be a slight return to normality in Scottish politics.
It's just worth underlining, as Emily said, we saw those swings away from the SNP. Now, the one-way story in Scotland in recent years at the general election, and what we were expecting tonight was that tidal wave to continue and their share basically to keep going up almost everywhere. We're seeing that halted, at least in some pockets of Scotland, and that could turn out to be quite a significant moment, perhaps as Lord McConnell suggests. I would also say one senior Conservative minister has just said to me privately they do believe the Tories will be in second place in Scotland. We'll have to wait a very long time until that will be officially confirmed, but that is the view of a
I think based on these swings, I would revise my earlier prediction. I think these swings are significant, and I think I would not be surprised at all now if that's the case.
You'll be leaving us soon, gentlemen. Just, Brandon, one point to you, because I wanted to pick up on the John Curtis point earlier, which is to do with the local elections. John's view that the Conservatives may be doing, rather worse than they expected in parts of southern England. And John telling us so far vote down on average by 6 points in key wards in the south of England, compared with 3 points across England as a whole. And the pattern may help to ensure, says John Curtis, that Labour loses relatively few seats in terms of few councils controlled. Is that tallying with what your guys are telling you?
Well, actually, I don't really accept that. As I said earlier on, I think when you look at the idea that 6 years into a Conservative government, a year after a general election, we're even discussing the fact that we could be looking to gain seats, I think that in itself is quite telling. And in many of these areas, like Nuneaton, we've actually made gains. We're seeing Labour's vote collapsing in some areas. In my own constituency, we've seen Labour lose out dramatically to UKIP to drop to third place on the council. I think it's a very clear fact. Actually, I think we're doing very well. And obviously, you can't really compare the turnout. It's a different electorate in a local election to a general election. But I think, actually, the fact that we're even discussing the fact that we might have been able to look at gaining some more seats in some places, I think is indicative of just how bad it really is for Labour.
Okay. Can I just say, I think that both of the main parties in the UK need to be very wary of underestimating not just UKIP, but that anger amongst voters at mainstream politics. What we see in America, what we see across Europe, what we see even in Asia now in elections happening here in the UK. It's happened in Scotland very decisively, people voting for a radical alternative, both from the right and from the left. And it could yet happen in England. And UKIP might not be the vehicle.
But some would argue that actually that's what led to Jeremy Corbyn being elected as leader of the party.
Absolutely. And I think, tonight's results are mixed for Labour and the Conservatives in England, but neither of them should be complacent about the fact that there is a disillusionment amongst ordinary voters in mainstream politics.
There's a result just come in from South Wales, Merthyr Tydfil. I'd like to have a look at that if I could. The figures, because I'm interested in what UKIP have done in Merthyr Tydfil. So let's get the result up. It's a Labour hold, which I'd expect. And UKIP are in second place. Let's have a look at the figures. Labour on 9,007. David Rowlands for UKIP on over 4,000. Pushing Plaid Cymru to third on 3,007, then the Conservatives, Lib Dems and Greens. So a majority of 5,500, a turnout of 38%, which is below the Welsh average. Let's look at the share. 47% to Labour, 21%. So this is significant because they were doing around 19-20% last year in the general election in areas like Merthyr, and they are clearly sustaining that, if not even adding a little to it. Plaid on 18%. They've been strong challengers, Plaid, in this seat in the past, but not tonight. UKIP up by 21%. But that, by the way, is a bit misleading. As I've said to you before, they didn't stand in 2011, so that 21% represents, zero to today's performance. So interesting to see the Labour to UKIP swing as well of 14% in Merthyr Tydfil. So, you wonder if that's going to be seen in places like Islwyn and Torfaen and Blaen y Gwent. Yes? So that's interesting as well. I think at this point, what we'll do is go over to Emily and see what she's got for us.
Very quickly, just one Labour loss here, Dudley. We were watching this quite closely, see if Labour could hold off a Tory challenge. It's Big Met, west of Germany, west of Birmingham, not far from Redditch, which you'll remember Labour held. But here, it has gone into no overall control. That swathe of grey pushing out the little red line showing you that Labour has lost overall control. And here's how it happened. Overnight, then, Labour down 2, Conservatives up 2, and UKIP coming in here. We've seen them have quite a strong presence at a general election level last year in this part of the world. We haven't finished counting. We've got one more to declare, but we already know that Labour cannot hold Dudley on this count. Hugh.
Thank you very much, Emily. Just looking again at the more results come in from Scotland. Stirling's come in. The SNP has held Stirling on a pretty hefty majority. There have been other SNP holds as well. And just a final thought, Jack McCall, before you leave us. We heard Nicola Sturgeon earlier. She's doing the job that you used to do as First Minister, talking about getting her own mandate. Yep. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, I can imagine how she's feeling tonight. I was there in 2003 to come in during halfway through a term and become First Minister never quite feels like you won the post from the public. You win it from within your own party. And to then win an actual election and become First Minister on your own mandate is a significant moment for her. And she's clearly going to win tonight, and I congratulate her on that achievement. I wish her well for the next term. But I think it's now going to make Scottish politics interesting that she will now be judged on her own mandate, her own manifesto, rather than on what came before, and that's healthy for everybody.
Good to have you both with us.
Thank you.
We're going to pause for a second and catch up with the news once again, and we're going to join Mike.
Hugh, thank you very much. As you've been hearing, first results are being declared in a range of elections across the UK. There's been voting for the Scottish Parliament, the National Assembly of Wales, the Northern Ireland Assembly, and more than 100 local councils in England. Ian Watson has the latest.
And they're off. Counting's underway in many English councils and in elections to the Scottish Parliament and Welsh Assembly.
Christopher Elmore, Welsh Labour, 12,300...
2 parliamentary by-elections were also being fought. Chris Elmore retained the safe Labour seat of Ogmore in South Wales.
Abigail Thomas...
Jill Furness, Labour
Jill
Party.
Furness was hoping to replace her late husband as a Labour MP for Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough, and she did so with an increased share of the vote.
Tonight, the people of Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough have sent David Cameron an emphatic message. Mr Cameron, we have had enough of your uncaring government.
But one of the first council results was in Newcastle.
Nick Forbes has been duly elected.
The Labour council leader was returned with an increased majority and the party retained overall control. So far, Labour hasn't just retained control in many of its heartlands, including in nearby Sunderland, but also in Nuneaton in the West Midlands and Stevenage and Crawley in the South East, where the party failed to win parliamentary seats at the general election. They were tipped to lose in Hastings on the South Coast, but defied expectations.
Wesley Heatherly, Labour Party candidate, 587.
All that should be good news for Jeremy Corbyn, but he's under pressure. Overall, Labour's lost a small number of councillors, and early indications suggest the party isn't polling as well as it did the last time any of these seats were contested in 2012. but it is doing a bit better than the poor performance at the last general election. His deputy said it's too soon to reach a verdict on the party leader.
If we end up with a debate about whether winning 100 seats or losing 100 seats is good news for Jeremy Corbyn or not, I think we miss the point. The point is Jeremy Corbyn has only been leader of the Labour Party for 8 months. We're coming back from a very low base.
These results should be challenging for the Prime Minister. Governing parties tend to lose seats at local elections. Tonight it should be clear whether the spectacle of members of the same cabinet knocking spots off each other over Europe has any serious electoral consequences. But so far the Conservatives have slightly increased the tally of councillors.
It looks tonight as though we're doing well. We're actually in net gain territory in terms of councillors. Labour and the Lib Dems are both in negative territory so far in terms of losing councillors.
In Scotland, the polls suggest the SNP will retain their overall majority, and overnight they've been picking up seats from Labour. The Conservatives' Ruth Davidson has ambitions to become the leader of the opposition at Holyrood, and her party unseated the Labour candidate in Eastwood near Glasgow for the first time since the Scottish Parliament was created. Labour are fighting hard to keep control of the Welsh Assembly, where UKIP's hopeful of gaining representation for the first time.
The big message is that UKIP is now eating very hard into the old Labour vote, and that's the message I think that we'll take from UKIP's performance in these elections.
The full picture won't be known in Northern Ireland until the weekend, and across Britain the Lib Dems are simply hoping to avoid a repeat of last year's meltdown. Ian Watson, BBC News.
Just briefly, some other news for you. Reports from Syria say at least 30 people have been killed in an airstrike on a refugee camp. Some reports claim the attack was by Syrian or Russian planes. This hasn't been confirmed. A senior UN official has said it could amount to a war crime. Talks look set to resume next week to try to resolve the bitter dispute over the new contract for junior doctors in England. The government and the Doctors' Union, the British Medical Association, have agreed in theory to 5 days of negotiations. During that time, plans to impose the contract and the threat of industrial action will be put on hold. That is a summary of the news. Back now to election 2016.
Mike, thanks very much, and we'll have another news summary for you a little later on. Let me say that Jack McConnell, Lord McConnell, is still with me for Labour, and Therese Coffey, the Deputy Leader of the House, is here for the Conservatives. Thanks very much for coming in.
My pleasure.
20 to 4 in the morning. You will be rewarded generously for coming in at this time. Thank you very much. What I'd like to do now is just to, because we're getting a series of results coming in across Scotland for the Scottish Parliament, Wales, a trickle of results in Wales for the National Assembly for Wales, and of course these thousands of council seats in England in more than 100 councils. So let's focus on that first of all and ask Emily to bring us up to date, because we've had 1 or 2 very significant results again, including Southampton.
Yes, it is a curious night, isn't it, Hugh? For Labour, certainly. There are places where they did very well 4 years ago when these were last fought, and we thought on a bad night they might slip out of Labour control. But no, here in Southampton, Labour has held on. They won big in 2012. They took 11 seats, and you can see here they're on 43% share of the vote, Conservatives on 32. If I show you what the seat changes, here, nothing has happened. So nothing has happened, which doesn't look like a lot of movement, but for Labour in the South, they'll be very, very pleased with that indeed. 1 to declare, but we know that Labour's already passed that winning post of 25. And the same story here in Crawley. This was their most vulnerable seat, vulnerable council of the night. Another one in the South, one of a handful that they have in the South. But once again, Labour has held on here. They've increased their majority. They've now got a majority of 3. You can see that sort of checkered history of Tory and Labour over the last 5 years. But they've held on here. They'll be very pleased. What about Redditch? Once more, we ask that question. Can Labour hang on here? Can they build? This time we're south of Birmingham, the West Midlands. And again, Labour have held on 15 to 13. Slim majority, just 1, but they are holding on. There are some councils right next door, for example, Redditch, where they didn't hang on. Sorry, not Redditch, Dudley, where they didn't hang on. Very similar makeup, but UKIP started to come through. So there is a complicated pattern here emerging. But I think at this point of the night, given what's been going on with the party over the past couple of weeks, they'll be very pleased to see just hanging on, even with small majorities, to these big swathes of red in the south.
OK, Emily, thanks. And you mentioned Southampton. I want to go straight to Southampton and talk to our correspondent there, Ellie Price. And Ellie, what's been the response there to the results that we've been just hearing about?
Well, Hugh, you've just missed actually the last declaration of the evening. We heard that Labour have made 2 gains from the Conservatives. Then the Tories gained 1 back from the Labour Party, and then Labour lost 1 seat to an independent candidate. So in the end, they retain control of this council here with a majority of 2. So certainly a good night, given all the rhetoric we've been hearing from both people here in Southampton and those from within the Labour Party.
Ellie, thanks very much for bringing us up to date. Labour there with the majority of 2 in Southampton, and as Emily was saying before today, a long list of seats that and councils that Labour was said to be very nervous about. Lots of them are still in Labour hands, so it'll be interesting to see what some of the response to that is. So let's just, at this stage then, because I've just seen results coming in for Perthshire North. John Swinney's seat, by the way, the Finance Minister in Scotland, he's held that, but with a reduced majority. I've seen the SNP holding on to Strathkelvin as well. Plaid Cymru holding on to Arfon in Wales, which is not a surprise. That's one of their long-standing seats. So for the Scottish Parliament, then, given that we've had these results coming in, let's join Jeremy now to bring us right up to date.
Well, let's look at the map here and think about this extraordinary picture, because we began with the map as it was painted in 2011, didn't we? And we talked about this SNP wave and how, actually, if you look at the 2015 election result, you'd expect the SNP to do better, and would the yellow of the SNP simply cover not all, but most of Scotland and take out all these Labour seats. Actually, this is now really fascinating. It hasn't worked out quite like that. It's truly a brilliant night for the SNP, no question about that. But as you see, I've just highlighted a portion of the map here. We've got the new seats on here, those constituencies that have already been won. You can see the amount of SNP yellow, but there are other colours as well. Let me just flash some of the constituencies that are gains there. So we talked earlier about Greenock and Inverclyde for the SNP and Rutherglen there. But then we had Eastwood come through as a Conservative gain. What happened there? It seems that the SNP cut the Labour vote to ribbons and the Conservatives came through the middle. And we started, didn't we, right up the top here with Orkney and Shetland staying Liberal Democrats. So it's not as if the SNP have been completely all-conquering in this election. It's made it really rather interesting, focusing here on these constituencies around Glasgow, waiting to see whether they will be able to claim at the end of the night that they've knocked Labour out of the whole of Glasgow. Let us see. It makes it fascinating on our battle board as well. Let me show you what I mean. We started the night by saying, OK, these are the seats the SNP don't have in Scotland, all of them, and they're ordered here in the logical order with the most vulnerable to the SNP at the top, East Lothian. So any kind of advance, logically, you'd say the SNP are going to take that, and the hardest to take is Shetland, and that indeed turned out to be the case because Shetland stayed Liberal Democrat. Let's see what's happened. Have a look at this. So we put in the results. The first thing you see, the first surprise here, is that despite SNP gains, actually, Labour retained the seat they were most likely to lose. We then have the gain in Greenock. We have Ayr staying Conservative there. We'll wait to hear about Galloway for the Conservatives. Gains in Cowdenbeath, Rutherglen a very handy gain for them. Shetland and Orkney staying Lib Dem, and Eastwood then a Conservative gain, as mentioned, from Labour. So should we just look for a moment at this list? We didn't even think we were going to need to put this up. The seats that the SNP could lose, starting with their most vulnerable here, Glasgow, Annisland, and going down Kirkcaldy and Edinburgh Central, going down right to the end. You wouldn't think there would be any threat to any of these. Surely the SNP can't lose a seat, but they did. North East Fife went to the Liberal Democrats. So even when you have a party in an all-conquering mood like this, you still get some creases in the election result and maybe local factors, or there'll be some talk of the vote being just rearranged by the power of the SNP advance or the collapse of Labour. Maybe this will help us explain it. Constituency share and the share change. Let's look at the change in share since 2011. Now, the SNP's on about 46% of the vote. At the moment, that's roughly where they were when these elections were last fought. The big difference, though, is that Labour's vote has really taken a pounding here, down 9% since the last time that they were fought 5 years ago. And then the Conservatives, as we're hearing, really putting on quite a strong performance for them in Scotland, up 8%, and the Liberal Democrats up 1%. So fascinating all the way, Hugh, I must say.
Yeah, very much so, and some very unexpected results. Thanks, Jeremy. Just a thought?
Small point to add, there are very strong signs coming out that the Conservatives believe they will take Dumfriesshire, one of those seats there. Now, that would be the son of the Scottish Secretary of State, David Mundell, taking that seat from one of the most prominent MSPs, Joan McAlpine, for the Scottish National Party. That would be quite a result, which would add to that picture that Jeremy's just been outlining.
Well, and on that picture that Jeremy gave us was North East Fife, which we discussed earlier, which was won by the Lib Dem leader in Scotland, Willie Rennie, who I'm pleased to say joins us now. Mr Rennie, many congratulations and thanks for joining us. Did you see it coming? Let's be honest about it.
Well, we felt the movement. We felt many people coming to us from all the different parties. And boy, is it great to be winning again. To win with a 3,000 majority against the nationalist tide is quite phenomenal. We are really pleased with the result. And I think it bodes well for the coming 5 years.
Because your party's had such a tough time of it recently, I'm just wondering how you constructed this victory and at what stage of the campaign did you sense it was moving your way?
Well, you may not have noticed, but I've had the time of my life in this campaign. We've been campaigning with a very positive message on investing in education, guaranteeing civil liberties, protecting the environment, but also something that's very important to me, which is boosting mental health services. And because we've been very positive in this campaign, we've been able to attract people from right across the political spectrum, people who've never voted for us before, as well as those who are returning to us. So I think positivity, but also making sure we're kind of going back to our Liberal roots. And I think that's something that has appealed to many people across North East Fife, but also in other parts of Scotland too. You'll have seen, again, in Edinburgh West, and we're hopeful of progress elsewhere too. So I think it's a very positive night for the Liberal Democrats. I'm very pleased with the solid progress that we've made.
It's clearly going to be a very, very strong night for the Scottish National Party. We heard from Nicola Sturgeon earlier, and yet we have seen some rather eye-catching results, not least to do with the Conservatives taking some seats as well. I'm just wondering, what is your reading right now of the party balance in Scotland, given that we've seen some results which have taken some people by surprise?
Yeah, I haven't been observing it too much, I'm afraid, but and I'm not John Curtis, so I'm not really a psephologist either. So I don't know quite where it's going to go. But I know that we are feeling good this evening. You know, we've turned the corner. We're making gains from the SNP when things look like they're going in their favour, and I think that's very positive for the Liberal Democrats.
Willie Rennie, good to talk to you in North East Fife, and thanks very much for joining us. The leader of the Lib Dems there in Scotland, Willie Rennie. And it's interesting as well, I've just noted, Jack McConnell, that the SNP's youngest MP, Mary Black, has said that the Labour vote across the country is completely collapsing, she says, as voters make a stand against a party that has taken things for granted and been nothing but complacent. I think she means people like you then, doesn't she? The sense here is that, clearly it's not all going one way. Mm-hmm. There is a mixed picture. Is Willie Rennie right when he says that he feels that, this election has marked a bit of a change? The SNP is still very, very dominant, but that we're seeing some things starting to shift?
Well, I've been telling a story for the last couple of weeks about my the garage where I buy my petrol, where one of the people behind the counter has been ribbing me for years about Labour's decline, and in recent weeks has taken a couple of goes at the SNP. And I think there might just be that period now, 9 years on, when they are starting to be held accountable for their performance as a government. It's not there yet, but I think, this is not, a great night for the Scottish Labour Party, and we've got a long, long way to go.
On that
but
theme,
the overall picture of Scottish...
Look at Edinburgh Northern and Leith there. So that's an SNP gain from Labour, yes?
With a big majority.
That's a big majority.
That was a seat with Malcolm Chisholm as the MSP, one of the best-known, most popular MSPs in the country, and he's retired, so that's not entirely a surprise.
Hines, failed to get in, but that majority is pretty hefty, isn't it, on a turnout of 55%,
yeah.
With the SNP on 46% of the vote there, and Labour on 29, the Conservatives on 16, and the Lib Dems on 5.
These turnouts are interesting, Hugh. Right across Scotland, the turnout is up. Now, I wonder if it's partly maybe that Conservative vote coming back, but also partly the fact that the Parliament now has more powers and people feel the election matters more, and therefore, you know, I think there's going to be about 5% more in a national turnout this time than in the last 2 or 3 Scottish elections. And again, that is a change to the whole nature of Scottish politics that might not change the outcome in this election, but could well change.
I think what we're
future
seeing
elections.
as well is that Ruth Davidson standing up for people who voted to stay in the Union, to provide that credible opposition, which frankly Labour hasn't been doing. There are more powers going, and frankly, I hope that Ruth will be holding Nicola to account for running the country rather than trying to focus on running another referendum.
Do you think that's I mean, the question to you as a Conservative would be, do you think that when we saw the debates and the case that Ruth was making there, lots of people were critical of the fact that, you know, she was focusing again on the kind of referendum issue in the sense that she was saying she was against it. You're suggesting that actually that's paid dividends?
Well, I believe so, and it's certainly, we're seeing our votes going up across large parts of Scotland, and that good gain that we've already had in Glasgow Eastwood. And those 2 million people who voted to stay in the Union need a strong voice representing them, and unfortunately from Labour, they're getting a bit of flip-flopping there. But I think Ruth's been a really positive force of nature there, and the results are paying dividends.
I know we're being joined by Ian Gray, who is the... Oh, Mr Gray's not ready quite right, is he? OK, well, we'll join him in a second. That's fine. I tell you what, let's bring in John Curtis at this point. And, John, there you are, standing, surveying the scene, yes? Surveying our scene and surveying the electoral scene. Let's talk about Scotland, first of all. What is your sense of where the SNP are tonight? And some of these rather surprising results that we've seen, which affect the Lib Dems now and the Conservatives and Labour.
Yes, I think they're quite as significant as some of your guests think. I mean, if you actually look back to what happened in the general election last year, in those places where the SNP were already relatively strong, the party did not make an advance. And where the SNP have gone back this evening, they're in places like Nahien and Yar, South Perthshire, Angus South, which have long been particular SNP strongholds. There were signs of it going back last year, even when the SNP were getting 50%, signs also this year. Also bear in mind that actually in Eastwood, the Conservative vote only went up by 2 points, and in Ayr only by 4 points. They simply managed to remain ahead of their rivals, who were also rising. So again, you know, don't be put to a threat. And the truth is, I was always saying to somebody, you should be running a book on finding who is the Labour MSP who succeeds in withstanding the SNP tide. Somebody was going to do it. Ian Gray actually did rather well in 2011 to hang on to his seat, and he's equally managed to do the same thing again in East Lothian. Now, Fife North East, of course, again, let's bear in mind where Fife North East is. Fife North East is the Liberal Democrat bastion that Sir Ming Campbell held for many years, until eventually the SNP got it last year. But it is the home of St Andrews University. And shall we therefore say it's not exactly the most typical place in Scotland, and it is the kind of place where a popular local individual, particularly a popular local Liberal Democrat, can do rather well. And Willie Rennie, I think, has managed to use the fact that he has very high exposure during the last 6 weeks as the leader of the Liberal Democrats to turn that also to regaining some of that lost Liberal Democrat vote in Fife North East. So in other words, there are lots of local things going on here. But the interesting thing about all of it at the end of the day is it does now probably mean that the SNP will not get an overall majority at Holyrood simply on the back of the constituency votes, which is what a lot of the opinion polls were suggesting would happen, and that they will indeed be reliant on the list votes to some degree. Now, some people will be aware there was a whole argument inside SNP circles about whether or not they would be wasting their vote by casting a list vote as well. Well, maybe actually they will not have done so because some of those list votes might come in crucial for Nicola Sturgeon's majority.
And do you have any guidance for us on the list outcomes so far?
We do. We have had 2 results from the 2 Dundee constituencies. And the crucial thing to bear in mind there is that basically, as is true with the constituency vote, undoubtedly the Conservatives are up, Labour are down, but when you put the numbers together, you go, it's not entirely clear which of those 2 parties is going to come second, which come third. But shall I simply say, if I were a Conservative spokesman this evening, I would just avoid being too confident that you're going to come second, because on the evidence we have so far, that is by no means a done deal.
And just a word about UKIP and the Greens on those lists as well. Any movement there?
Well, the Greens, of course, hoping to do much better. You had Patrick Harvey on earlier. The first two results from Dundee suggest the Green vote there's up by a couple of points. Now, if that happens across Scotland, it would take them from 4 to 6. That doesn't sound much, but 6% usually means you pick up a list seat in Scotland, whereas 4% means for the most part you don't. So I think we can probably look forward to more Green MSPs than there were at the beginning of the night when there were only 2. But whether the Greens will actually pick up a seat in every of the 8 regions of Scotland, that still looks somewhat doubtful. Certainly if their vote's only going up by 2 points, they may not make it. And therefore, the battle for 4th place between Liberal Democrats, who've now won 3 constituency seats, and the Greens may also be extremely uncertain for quite a while.
One more question, quite a big question. You mentioned the fact that you don't think the SNP will get to a majority on the constituency results. But can we just ask the basic question? Do you think Nicola Sturgeon, when the list results are in, will have a majority in that parliament?
Yes, I think that's what we would expect. But, you know, we're not necessarily now, I think, necessarily expecting the SNP to be in a stronger position in the new parliament than they were in the old parliament. Indeed, they might perhaps end up in a slightly weaker position. So to that extent, at least, it might be a little bit of a disappointment tonight for Nicola Sturgeon, for the SNP, certainly as compared with the very high expectations that were perhaps put on them in the polls. So the truth is, the polls in the last week or so of the campaign were beginning to say, hang on, maybe some of those very high expectations were somewhat misplaced.
OK, John, thanks very much again. Right, that's John Curtis again with his wisdom. And what I want to do now is ask whether Ian Gray is with us. Mr Gray, thank you so much for joining us and congratulations on your result. Talk us through it. What happened and what kind of campaign was it?
It was a campaign which combined a strong national message, which is that we should use the new powers of our Parliament to stop cuts and begin to reinvest in schools and hospitals and other services. But we also had a very strong local message here in East Lothian which illustrated that. So, for example, the 10-year delay to our long-promised local hospital, failure to invest in rail services and various other ways in which the people clearly felt the SNP government in Holyrood have not served the county well, and it's a great result. I mean, I was the top target seat for the SNP. I had the smallest Labour majority in any constituency in Holyrood, and that majority is now around 9 times what it was. So it's a great night for the Labour Party here.
But you'd have to admit, Ian, wouldn't you, that Labour has had a mixed night, I think it's fair to say, and there have been some unexpected results. I'm just thinking, where do you think Labour is in Scotland tonight?
Well, I think that a lot of the comparisons which have been made and the swings which have been calculated, of course, are based on 5 years ago. But Scottish politics has transformed itself since 2011, and really the starting point for this election was last year. And last year, in the general election, of course, Labour lost every constituency except one. I've already won one tonight, and I'm very hopeful that in Edinburgh we'll win another. So when you make that comparison, perhaps it's not quite as bad. The other thing is that our message that we should use the new taxpayers in Scotland to stop cuts, particularly taxing those who earn very high salaries, has really shaped the election campaign. That's what the debate's been about now. Even 5 years ago, we were already finding it difficult to get a hearing. This time, Kezia Dugdale's message has really shaped the campaign, and that's a platform that we will take into the Scottish Parliament and argue every day for the next 5 years. So I think there is some movement in the right direction. I think there's some tactical voting going on as well across the country. I think you've got John Curtis with you. He might agree or disagree with that, but I think we're seeing some of that as well, which is perhaps throwing up some unusual and unexpected results.
Mr Gray, again, thanks very much for joining us, and congratulations on your win. Ian Gray, the former leader of the Scottish Labour Party in Haddington. Jack, you will be leaving us shortly. I know you were going to earlier, but you will be shortly, to be replaced by Peter Hain. And I'm just, at this point, just wondering, a final thought, having heard Ian Gray there, that is, he's clearly trying to put a relatively positive gloss on things for the Labour Party in Scotland. However, you're going to come out of this election with some significant losses in terms of seats. Who knows what the list will produce. How do you rebuild from that? What's the process of rebuilding from that when you're faced with the SNP, which, you know, even if it doesn't do quite as well as people thought, even if it doesn't do quite as well, is still an immensely powerful machine?
Well, I think you start by appointing a young, energetic leader who's got fresh ideas and a fresh approach. You give her all the authority that she needs, and you back her beyond the first 10 months. And that, to me, that's the starting point. She's been a breath of fresh air. She has reunited and re-energised the Scottish Labour Party. We were hollowed out as an organisation. The number of activists in local constituencies is minuscule in comparison even with my last election in 2007. You have to start from somewhere, and I think she has set out an agenda in this election, maybe been a little bit too early for the Scottish people in terms of fully understanding the new powers and what the choices might be in the Parliament. But she's going to have 5 years now in that Parliament to make that case for using the powers of the Parliament, stop complaining, get on with the job, do the right thing for Scotland. And I think, whatever the result is tonight, I think with people like Ian Gray around to support her, you know, she can move forward. And, you know, it's a very, very tough job. I mean, I always thought being a Labour First Minister with a controversial Labour government in London was the toughest job in British politics. But I think Kesha's job is probably the toughest job in British politics at the moment. And she's given it a fighting chance.
OK, Jack, thanks for being with us
Thank
again.
you.
Thank you very much. Right, we're going to just take a pause on Scotland because quite a few of the results have come in and we've discussed quite a few of the permutations there. I'm seeing quite a few Welsh results coming in. Labour holding on to Clwyd South with Ken Skates and Vicky Howells in Cynon Valley and Newport West, that's Jane Bryant elected in Newport West, where Dame Rosemary Butler, the retiring presiding officer of the Welsh Assembly, was standing until last time. So some more results in from Wales. Why don't we go to Jeremy and ask him to paint us the Welsh picture?
Yes, indeed. Coming in a bit more slowly than they are in Scotland, aren't they? But we started the evening with this map as it was left in 2011, the 40 seats in the Welsh Assembly, and reflecting that 30 of the 60 seats in the chamber are Labour, and that part of that is because of this domination that Labour has in the south of Wales, with all of these seats around Cardiff and Swansea and so on. Let's see what we know now. So far, tonight, what have we got? Well, we're seeing here these Labour seats coming back as Labour. In fact, I can ask the map to flash changes, but it won't do anything because no seats have changed hands at all. So far, the map is populated as it was before, no change. Labour not at the moment being knocked back, but in some individual seats, their vote dropping. Let's have a look, shall we, at the battleground here and take a look at the seats that, well, first of all, the seats that Labour might have had their eyes on. Would have been these ones here, the ones that they haven't got. Sort of academic, really, because last time Labour fought these elections in 2011, they got 30 seats, which was their highest score since the start of the Welsh Assembly. So we'll move this board on and look instead at the seats that Labour are defending, the ones in logical order that they would lose if they were subject to an attack by the Conservatives, Plaid Cymru, the Lib Dems or whomever. Cardiff Central is the most vulnerable here, and down it goes until you get to the safest Labour seat, which is Aberavon at the far end here. So we'll now ask the computer just to say, what have we got so far? And what's interesting about this is to see how well defended these Labour seats are. So we're looking really at this end here, and we haven't got results from the first four. If Labour come back and win Cardiff Central and we see that they've won that, well, they're having quite a good night as far as their constituencies are concerned. They haven't yet done that, but they've taken Delyn here, they've held Delyn, they've held Clwyd South. Those were seats that might have gone to other parties. So far, on the face of it, they look stable as far as the actual count of constituencies is concerned. But, of course, that is not the whole story, because we're actually looking as well at the actual level of the vote and the extent to which it's changed since last time. And this is where Labour should start to get a bit concerned, because 5 years on from the election where they won those 30 seats, they're actually down 8%. Overall in the constituencies we've got so far. The Conservatives are down 3, so they're not having the same experience that the Conservatives are having in Scotland. They're down in Wales. Plaid Cymru are up 2, and it's UKIP who are registering an increase of 15%, partly, of course, because they weren't really present in those 2011 elections. Lib Dems down 3, and the Greens up 2. Now, UKIP will be helped by the fact that you vote twice in Wales, once directly for somebody in the constituency and once in a regional list. And it will be surely the case that we'll see those UKIP members elected as the night goes on the list system. But there's a concern for Labour there, isn't there, that their vote, even if they haven't been punished in seats, even if this balancing mechanism of the two votes helps keep them roughly stable in the chamber, their vote is dropping in Wales, Hugh.
Interesting, Jeremy. Thanks very much. And I want to take a closer look at the Labour vote as well in one of these seats, which is Blaenau Gwent, which is centred on the town of Ebbw Vale. This is the area represented by Michael Foot for so many years in Parliament, former steelworking area. Let's look at this. Alan Davies, who is a former minister in the Welsh Government, on 8,442. Very strong performance by Plaid Cymru there. Nigel Copner on 7,792. UKIP in third place, Conservative, and then Lib Dems in fourth and fifth. Turnout of 42%, higher than we've seen in some of the Welsh seats, I have to say, and a very slim majority for Alan Davies. Let's underline that by looking at the share, because we have 40% to Labour, 37% to Plaid Cymru, 16% to UKIP, and 6% to the Conservatives and 1% to the Lib Dems. That's a very strong performance by Plaid Cymru. If we look at the change, it is 31% up on last time, which is indeed quite a dramatic boost, and Labour down by 24%, and UKIP up by 16%, but on the basis of not having been there last time, if you get my drift. They were still polling quite strongly in the general election in areas like Blaenau Gwent last year, between 16% and 20% in these valleys of South East Wales. The swing then from Labour to Plaid Cymru there, we haven't seen anything like this. This is a 28% swing from Labour to Plaid Cymru. If you applied that everywhere, I think we'd be looking at an earthquake in Welsh terms, but that's just happened in Blaenau Gwent. So let's have a look at the seats in Wales just on the main scoreboard that we have. There we are. We have Labour on 13 as we speak. They need to get to 31 in order to have an overall majority, because there's 60 members in the National Assembly. Plaid Cymru on 1. And I think that was Arfon, which came out much earlier. Conservatives on none so far. They've got hopes of getting a few. Lib Dems hoping to keep Brecon and Radnor. We've not had that in yet. UKIP and the Greens. So, of course, all of that without counting what's going on in the list allocation, which will be on top of that. Let's have a look at the count in South Wales, one of them, because we have Leanne Wood there, who is in Llanelli. Well, that's not where she's been standing. She's been standing in the Rhondda, so maybe she's nipped over to Llanelli to have a look around. It may be. I suspect she's in the Rhondda, surely, because that's where she's standing. Yeah, I thought I was going mad for a second. Although I wouldn't blame her for going to Llanelli, clearly. But that's in the Rhondda. She's standing in the Rhondda against Leighton Andrews, the former Education Minister, one of the most prominent Labour politicians in Wales. So there's a tough constituency fight going on there. Leanne Wood, the leader of Plaid Cymru, but she's also on the regional list. So if she doesn't win this fight, she will probably be elected in any case to the Assembly there. Now, while we're looking at these pictures, I want to bring in Peter Hain, who's just joined me, the former MP for Neath, the former Secretary of State for Wales, and other jobs besides. Peter, thanks very much for coming in.
Pleasure.
As we're looking at these images, what kind of night is Labour having in Wales, in your view?
We're having a better night than people might have feared on our Labour side. We seem to have done better in North Wales, holding seats like the Vale of Clwyd, and doing better in North East Wales, where people were worried about UKIP. And I think Carwyn Jones's leadership as First Minister has been a big issue. The result in Wales seems to be more on a Welsh political context than on the wider UK context. Mm-hmm. And those of us campaigning in seats like Llanelli and Gower, where I did most of my work, as well as my home in Neath, were worried that we'd get swamped by the anti-Semitism nonsense at the end of last week, or by concerns over the party leadership. Actually, the Welsh message, the Welsh Labour message, seems to have come through, especially in the context of the steel crisis.
Well, as we're still on these pictures from the Rhondda, and I'm just going to tell you, Peter, what John Curtis is telling us now. This is his latest analysis, as Leanne Wood there's waiting for the Rhondda result. So far, says John Curtis, Labour's vote is down by 8 points across Wales as a whole. He says that suggests Labour must have a reasonable chance of at least winning the 28 seats it reckoned it needed to win to be able to run an effective administration, a minority administration. And meanwhile, and I put this point to Therese as well, the Conservative vote down by 3 points around Wales as a whole, again in line with the opinion polls. Plaid Cymru up by 2. So it's suggesting that so far Conservatives are narrow favourites to retain second place overall in Wales. And meanwhile, he says at 15%, UKIP's vote is simply maintaining the level that the party achieved last year at the general election. But it'll be enough, obviously, to get UKIP some places in the National Assembly for the first time. So, just to recap, Peter Hain, first of all, if it means around 27 or 28 seats for Labour in the Welsh Assembly, that surely would be seen to be a reasonable outcome, given all the pressure.
It would. Remember that 2 seats, Llanelli and Cardiff Central, were won by us in 2011 by just 60 votes between them. So the difference between having the 30, which is exactly half the number of Assembly members that we have up to now, and the 28, was so marginal that it was impossible to predict. I think this is going to turn out to be a good outcome for Welsh Labour in seats, but not in votes. And therefore, in terms of projecting the future of Labour in Wales, particularly at the next general election, that's a very different story. But in terms of this Assembly, it'll be good for Labour in terms of seats. My prediction is we will win Llanelli, which is a very, very important context between Welsh Labour and Plaid Cymru. We'll see what happens, but that's my feel. We've got a very able candidate there in Lee Waters, who I think will make a big impact in the Assembly if he's elected up against
that would be
a very able Plaid candidate in Helen Mary Jones. But let's see what the turnout is.
Well, if that's right, that would be a blow to Leanne Wood, who we can see there. I want to bring up the result from Motherwell and Wishaw, because this is the declaration. Let's see it.
I give notice that the votes cast for each candidate at this election is as follows. Claire Adamson, Scottish National Party, 15,291. Yvonne Finlayson, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 761. Megan Gallagher, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 3,991. And John Pentland, Scottish Labour Party, 9,068. The ballot papers rejected, 133. Total votes, 29,244. And I declare that the candidate elected to serve in the Scottish Parliament for Motherwell and Wishaw constituency is Claire Adamson.
So there we have another SNP gain from Labour in Scotland. This is one of the other elections for the Scottish Parliament, Motherwell and Wishaw. Claire Adamson for the SNP, taking over 15,000 votes, a turnout of 51%, again in that kind of average bracket, a majority of over 6,000, and she's taken 52% of the vote, to Labour's 31%, to the Conservatives 14%, and the Lib Dems 3%. So that's where we stand, Motherwell and Wishaw, on another SNP gain from Labour. That's been the pattern in quite a lot of these seats. So as speeches are taking place there, what I'd like to do now is just continue and have a look at one of the other Scottish seats, which is Edinburgh Western, and take a look at that with Emily.
Properly extraordinary result, this, for the Lib Dems. They're having a pretty good night in Scotland, better than many would have expected, certainly in terms of the number of constituency seats they've picked up. They're second to the SNP, if you can believe that. Edinburgh Western, then, the Lib Dems came from second place. They finished on 42% share of the vote, to the SNP now in second place, and they've got a majority of just under 3,000. Now, what may have happened here, we have no proof, but we'll start looking into this, is some tactical voting. It is entirely possible that some of the voting went towards the Lib Dems, with all the Unionist vote going in the same place to try and stop the SNP here. We don't know that, but look at the Labour share of the vote down 12, and the Lib Dem piling it on 14%. And one of these extraordinary swings on the night that we've seen already in Shetland and Orkney towards the Lib Dems, from the SNP to the Lib Dems, of 7.7%. So Alex Cole-Hamilton, who was on the list anyway, is now the constituency MSP there. So a pretty good night, actually, for the Lib Dems in Scotland. Let's just show you what Scotland looks like as a scoreboard then. The SNP still way in the lead there with 38. They've made 3 gains tonight. The Lib Dems, though, on 4. In second place there, they've made gains of 2. Conservatives have added 1 on. They're in third place. And look at Labour. Labour in Scotland currently, in terms of these seats, on 1, they're down 6. Clearly, that will change when we get some of the regional top-up lists in as well. But on a constituency level, look closely at that picture because you probably could have got pretty good odds on that at the beginning of the night. SNP, Lib Dems second, Conservatives third, Labour fourth. Hugh.
Emily, thanks very much. Well, look, let's have another look at some of these Scottish results. I want to go to Perth, and I want to talk to the Scottish Finance Secretary in the last government, John Swinney, former leader of the party. Mr. Swinney, thanks very much for talking to us at this early hour of the morning, and congratulations on your result. How do you read things across Scotland this morning?
After 9 years in government, the SNP is commanding tonight, so far, about 47% of the vote of the people of Scotland. Nearly half of the people who voted in the election yesterday have supported the Scottish National Party. So in all areas of the country, people are supporting us and we're winning seats. So I think what this demonstrates is the ability of the SNP government and the Scottish National Party to speak right across the country, to represent all of the country, and what we've seen from the result is a very strong endorsement of the leadership of Nicola Sturgeon as First Minister and the creation of a very important mandate for her to take forward the programme of the Scottish National Party.
We've seen some notable gains for the Conservatives and for the Liberal Democrats. Are those, what lessons do they hold for the Scottish National Party, do you think?
I think there's some realignment in Scottish politics still going on. I think the Conservatives have clearly positioned themselves as the party that's representing very clearly the unionist position within the debate, and they have garnered support as a consequence. But what we see in the widespread of the results is that whether we are talking about former Conservative areas in Scotland or former Lib Dem areas or former Labour areas in Scotland, the Scottish National Party is representing all of these areas, and we've seen an overwhelming endorsement of the approach of the SNP government, with nearly 50% of the people voting yesterday supporting the SNP. So there's a very clear lesson to deduce from the overnight results, that the Scottish National Party has reached out to every single part of our country and has been given a mandate as a result of the way in which we've handled that approach to every part of Scotland.
Just to extend that for a second, Mr. Swinney, when we look at your party's vote falling back quite heavily in some parts of South Perthshire, Murray, Western Isles, parts of Dundee, do you think commentators would be right to say that the SNP is already past its peak?
No, because if you look, I just heard as I was listening for this interview, you played the declaration in Motherwell and Wishaw, a seat that we did not hold, where I've not managed to catch up with the scale of the swing, but out of the corner of my eye, I could see on a television screen an enormous swing from the Labour Party to the Scottish National Party in an area where we were already very strong in the last Scottish parliamentary election. So no, I don't think that's the case. And 47%, as it currently stands just now, is a higher share of the vote than the SNP got back in 2011. So after 9 years in government, after a result which was viewed in 2011 to be unprecedented, the SNP continues to gain ground in the Scottish parliamentary elections, and we'll wait to see the further results that come out tonight.
Mr. Swinney, thanks very much for joining us. John Swinney there and in Perth, talking to us there after his win. Now, Laura, just a short while ago, you mentioned Dumfriesshire. So let's have a look at these figures, because it is a Conservative gain from Labour. This is a Conservative gain from Labour. That's what it says, isn't it? And it's Oliver Mundell, who is the son of David Mundell, the Scottish Secretary, winning this for the Conservatives on 13,500 votes. And Joan McAlpine, as you were saying earlier, Laura, on 12,000. And we're just going to get the seat from Edinburgh Central.
I, Andrew Kerr, the returning officer for the Edinburgh Central Borough constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows: Betsworth Hannah, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,672 votes. Boyack Sarah, Scottish Labour Party, 7,546 votes. Davidson Ruth, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 10,399 votes. Dickie Allison, Scottish National Party, 9,789 votes. Johnson Allison, Scottish Green Party, 4,644 votes. And Laird Tom, Scottish Libertarian Party, 119 votes. Therefore, I give public notice that Ruth Davidson is duly elected as member of the Scottish Parliament for the Edinburgh Central Borough constituency.
A big win there for Ruth Davidson of the Conservatives, beating the SNP and gaining Edinburgh Central from the Scottish National Party. So, sure, she'll have something to say in just a few minutes. So why don't we stay on these pictures? And while we wait for that, Laura, just a word.
Worth saying, Ruth Davidson always expected to stay on as an MSP and as the leader of the Scottish Tories, but she's won her constituency seat rather than going to the list. And here she is, no doubt, a great result for her and her party tonight.
For the way in which they've conducted the count today and all throughout the day, as well as the police who've taken their role very seriously. I'd like to thank my fellow candidates. We've had a vigorous campaign in Edinburgh Central and it's been conducted in the right manner. I think one thing that we're learning as tonight goes on is that there are people right across Scotland who are sending the SNP a message. Their voices and the decision that we made as a country won't be ignored. Nowhere is that more evident than in Edinburgh Central, where we were coming from 4th position. It's been a tremendous fight in Edinburgh Central. There's some people that I would like to thank. First and foremost, my agent, James Tweedy, who's also our organiser right across Edinburgh and is one of the finest and most hard-working people I've ever had the great joy to know within the Scottish Conservative Party. I'd like to thank our national team, my fellow candidates in Edinburgh. We've worked this as a Lothian region right across every single one of them. We'll have a better idea later tonight just how well or otherwise we as a party have done. I cannot thank those that have helped me and my fellow candidates enough. I'm sure I'll have much more to say later. But if I am, by any small measure, elected to be the main opposition party, I promise that I will serve to the very best of my ability. It's a role that I take seriously. And to people that I've just been elected to serve in Edinburgh Central, it's the seat I was born in, it's the seat that I was educated at university in, it's the seat that I live and I work in, and it's a seat that I hope to serve for many years to come. Thank you very much.
Ruth Davidson there, and mentioning the possibility that she will be the main opposition leader, raising that prospect, something we've discussed several times over the course of the past few hours. But a very handsome win for her in Edinburgh Central, the leader of the Scottish Conservative Party. And by the way, while we were watching that, some other very significant results coming through. And I'm going to ask Emily to take them through this straight away.
Well, look at this, Hugh. Exactly the same pattern has just happened in Aberdeenshire West. We thought with Ruth Davidson it could be a one-off. She's a very popular figure there for the Tories in Scotland. But look at this. Conservative gain from the SNP in Aberdeenshire West. This used to be a sort of Lib Dem heartland in the old days. But look, the Conservatives have done it on 38% share of the vote. SNP in second place on 35%. What does that mean? Overnight, you can see all these three parties have dropped. Have they decided to support the Conservatives here, thinking that they could do it as as unionist parties together? The SNP has dropped by 7% and the Lib Dems down 2%. So that move from the SNP to the Conservatives on a swing of 12%. These swings from the SNP to the Tories are now becoming a thing, Hugh. We've seen it in about 6 or 7 places, even places where the SNP held. Let me just see if I can take you to that compare button and remind you of these ones. In both Aberdeenshire West, Edinburgh Central, you're seeing that swing from the SNP to the Conservative, 12%, nearly 10%, both places where the SNP have now been pushed out, and the Tories seem to be making a resurgence there.
Just noticed, Emily, Glasgow Pollock, a result. You wouldn't have that hand, would you?
Give me 1 second, and I will see whether we can get
Because actually, it's quite an interesting result.
I'll tell you what
again.
I'll do.
It's an
Let's just
SNP gain from Labour. And I tell you what, you just...
We will show you that in 1 second. I'll give you the scoreboard now so you know where we are, and we'll come back to that. The SNP then on 40. Clearly, they still have the lion's share of the seats. There is no question about that. What we're just looking at is the placement. +3 then for them. The Conservatives now have 5 constituency seats. They pushed the Lib Dems down into 3rd place. They've made gains of 4. And I've got Glasgow Pollock. Let's just bring you that up now. You can have a look at it. This is a take from Labour for the SNP. It's one that I showed you a little bit earlier. Joanne Lamont now out. Hamza Youssef, the rising star, the Europe spokesman for the SNP, now taking that seat again for Labour. And you can see on a majority of 6,400. Joanne Lamont we're expecting to pick up on the regional top-up list anyway. See what happened there, then. The Labour share of the vote down an astonishing 16%. Gains for the Conservatives as well as clearly for the SNP there. So that, again, for the SNP from Labour overnight, Hugh.
Thanks very much, Emily. Well, they're all coming in now, thick and fast. Look at Coatbridge again as an SNP gain from Labour. Let's have a look at the figures there. It's another very good result for the SNP. Fulton McGregor with a majority of 3,700, a turnout of 52%. That's another SNP gain from the Labour Party on a share of 48% of the vote for the SNP and Labour's share on 35%. So let's just see what's happened to Labour's share of the vote from last time. And there you have the damage of 18%, a dip of 18% from the last elections, and the SNP up by 8%, a swing from Labour to the SNP of 13%. You'll just have seen another Welsh result flash on the screen, which is actually a very significant result in Welsh terms. The Lib Dems have held on to Brecon and Radnorshire. Now, this is the seat of Kirsty Williams, who is the leader of the Lib Dems in Wales and was not on the list. So if she'd lost this constituency, she'd have been out of the Welsh Assembly. But look at the majority. This is what has really drawn my attention to it. It's an 8,000 majority in a seat which is normally pretty tight, pretty marginal. Conservatives in 2nd place, Labour in 3rd, UKIP in 4th, and Plaid and the Greens way back in 5th and 6th place. Let's have a look at the share. This will tell you what Kirsty Williams has done. We were talking about the importance of the personal vote in some parts of Scotland and Wales. I can tell you one thing, it's very important in this part of Wales. 52% for a party that's really struggled, and certainly struggled in Wales. You know, it's really been punished at the polls in Wales. 52% of the vote to Kirsty Williams in Brecon, 25% of the Conservatives. A seat, by the way, that tends to go back and forth between the Conservatives and the Lib Dems in parliamentary terms, and certainly in Westminster terms. The Lib Dems putting 9% on, the Tories down 8, Labour down 8, UKIP up 7, and Plaid down 3, the Greens up 2. A swing from Conservative to Lib Dems of 8.6%. That will be a very, very important result for the Lib Dems in Wales. No question about it, Laura.
Not least because sometimes Kirsty Williams is tipped as a potential UK Liberal Democrat leader. So to see her getting that kind of personal success in Wales will do her no harm in those prospects for people who look at the future of the Lib Dem party nationally.
Now, we've seen quite a few big results. Not Ruth Davidson's result, Therese, and you were smiling broadly when it came through, but she was raising the prospect, even from the podium, of being the main opposition figure.
Well, we've seen some great results. We've taken 2 seats off Labour, 2 seats off the SNP, so making really good strides. So Conservatives doing well, I think, across the country, gaining Peterborough Council. Meanwhile, Labour are clinging on to councils, potentially clinging on to Assembly seats, but actually losing councillors overall. So actually, bad night for Labour. The last time they were in opposition when they lost seats was in 1985 during the militant crisis. So not a good night for Jeremy Corbyn, I'm afraid.
We haven't discussed local councils with you, Peter, because we were talking about the Welsh results. it's a fair point, isn't it? You know, for an opposition party to be losing local election seats at this point is, well, we don't normally see it. I mean, it's 82 and 85 were the last two examples. How much concern will that cause you?
It causes me and most party members a lot of concern. I mean, yes, the results are mixed. Tom Watson made that point earlier in the evening. But frankly, for us to be on course and confident of winning the next general election, we should be gaining seats at this stage in the cycle instead of losing them. Now, in Scotland, we've done predictably badly. In Wales, we've done a little better on seats than people might have expected, I think. I stick to my prediction we'll win Llanelli. There's a recount, but Plaid Cymru have asked for it. I think we're 300 ahead there. But we're not doing... We're doing OK in patchy terms, but we're not doing as well to actually win the centre ground, to win votes back from the Tories in England and in Wales and in Scotland, and nor are we fighting to regain our core vote, which has lost ground to UKIP. So I think that we're being squeezed from both ends, and that's a big challenge for the Labour leadership.
A challenge that they're up to or not? What do you think?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I was very struck when Jeremy Corbyn was elected that people who voted for him in the Labour Party, a lot of them good friends of mine, sensible, middle-of-the-road people, did so because they were fed up with what had been happening in Labour. The end of the new Labour project had run into the ground and there was no real inspirational alternative. That's why they voted for Jeremy. But when I asked them, having explained to me why, I asked them, could he win? None of them thought he could win. So there's a paradox that I think Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour leadership need to really grasp now, to convince the majority of people in their own party as well as in the country that they can win a general election. That's a big, big challenge.
And even Labour backbenchers are saying they should have been making hundreds of seats of gains. If you go back to 1998, the year after the Blair landslide, Labour lost a few seats then and the Conservatives gained. So this is a good night, I would say, for the Conservatives. We're still ahead on net councils. We're doing well in Scotland. We're holding our seats in Wales so far, it seems. But yes, worrying times, I'd have thought, for Peter.
Peter Hain, I must just ask, you say many Labour members who voted for Corbyn didn't think he could win. Do you think he could win a general election?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, what's happened in the Labour Party...
But do you now, from what we've seen since he's been in charge in 9 months and what we're seeing tonight?
The trends this evening are patchy. Better in Wales, not good in Scotland, patchy across England, but not showing the kind of momentum you would have expected for us to be in the position. After all, we just had a disastrous Tory budget. We've had the Tory party all over the place, divided on Europe, split down the middle in all sorts of ways. We should be capitalising on that as an opposition, and that's why I'm not making any predictions about Jeremy's future or the party's future, but I am saying the leadership has to show that it can win the centre ground, as well as doing what Jeremy's done very effectively in bringing the left back into the party. You have to do both to win the kind of commanding majority. He's done a bit of the first, that's to say, the bring the left back and bring back votes from the Greens. What he hasn't shown anything like an ability to do is win the centre ground votes that we need to win a general election in order to win a general election.
Let's just update on results. And Emily, just quickly on the couple that have just come in.
Couple more that have come in, and this pattern that's emerging now is the SNP moving forwards against Labour, but backwards to the Conservatives. So this is an SNP gain in Glasgow, Maryhill, and you can see this was one of 4 Labour seats in Glasgow. It's now gone to the SNP on 55% share of the vote. Have a look at the pattern since last time. Then the Labour share down 16%. That's a dramatic fall, picked up by the SNP, and the Conservatives starting to climb back there as well. One more, and this is an SNP hold, but it's still quite interesting to look at what's happening beneath the surface. Majority of 2,400. The SNP still making gains, modest gains. They made most of those gains last time round when they took the seat, of course. The Conservatives up 1, just a fraction, and Labour down 3. Now, this is what's interesting, because I was telling you before, when it's coming to a battle between the SNP and Labour, then the SNP is winning. But in a lot of these places, you can see the Tories have been taking seats from the SNP, Aberdeenshire West, Edinburgh Central, and they've been taking them from Dumfriesshire and eastward. So, as Peter said, this patchy picture emerging where there's a pecking order of parties, but it's not always the same pecking order in the same place.
OK, Emily, thanks very much. What I want to do now is just update on where we are with the English local authority results. And we're going to go and talk to Susan Kramer for the Liberal Democrats, who's been waiting patiently. Susan, thank you very much at this time of day. Waiting. It's good of you. So I just want to sense, first of all, we've had some very encouraging results for the Lib Dems in Scotland from the Scottish Parliament. What's your sense of what's going on in England? Oh, by the way, Brecon and Radnor, of course, as well, a good result for the Lib Dems in Wales.
I was going to say Brecon and Radnor, that would be wonderfully heartening. Look, I mean, we absolutely were sort of bashed to pieces at the last time around with these various elections. So it was really important for us in this election was to hold ground, make a few gains, but basically encourage our activists to go back out into the field because so many of them have just been suffering shell shock. And now they look at what's happened, for example, in Edinburgh Western, in North East Fife, that's Christy Williams in Brecon and Radnorshire, and they can see that where we've gone back in, that's because we're very much in touch with local issues, that's speaking closely with local people. We've got strong, incredibly capable candidates. We can go back in and win. And that's what we've needed out of this election, and that's exactly what I'm seeing delivered.
On local councils, I'm just looking at the latest tally. So you're on 166 councillors, which is a gain of 10. Of course, we've got quite a few to come in, so that'll change. But I'm just wondering, at the end of the day, you know, would you settle for that kind of modest gain, given what you've been through?
Well, it's exactly what we needed to do, and we've been very realistic. You don't take the kind of blows that we've had and think somehow, you know, there's a miraculous sort of bounce back. This is we're not on a pogo stick or something like that. We've known we've had to work. For every vote, we've got to persuade every voter that we have something to offer. And we've had people going out there and doing that. And where that's been happening, we're seeing the results. Now, that gives heart to a much broader group of people who can say with confidence, we can go back out there. There's still people who understand the Liberal voice, want that Liberal voice speaking for their community, want the people who are acting on behalf of local people, as we historically have, and we'll have part of that build back. And I'm just delighted because some of the people who have won tonight, I think you would say if you put them in a stack of politicians, they would be amongst your creme de la creme. And I want to hear their voices in politics because that's just crucially important to get a good result for apparently people in Scotland, Wales and in England.
Susan Kramer, thanks very much for talking to us on behalf of the Lib Dems. I want to go straight to Newport and I want to talk to Mark Reckless, the former MP for Rochester, who's standing for UKIP in Wales. And Mr Reckless, good morning. Thanks for talking to us. Your sense of how things are going in Wales for UKIP?
They're going well for UKIP in Wales. Number of seats here in South East Wales, there are swings to us and we're doing better than the general election. It's not uniform, it's where we've put in the work that we're seeing the improvements. But we've had a serious job of work here in Wales. I mean, I've spent much of the past year writing a manifesto, serious policies in the 20 devolved areas, electing the local health boards, bringing back grammar schools, scrapping the 7 tolls, particularly popular here in Newport. And we've really been engaged with those serious domestic issues that the Assembly is responsible for. And as well, obviously, that people feel strongly about immigration, the European referendum's coming, but we've also been very strong on devolved Welsh issues and a constructive approach to the Assembly, we plan.
John Curtis, our expert here, is telling us that at around 15%, your vote is maintaining the level that your party achieved in the general election of 2015. But clearly, you're in line for representation in the Welsh Assembly. We spoke to Neil Hamilton earlier, who said you were heading for 8 seats. Is that what you're thinking?
It's possible. I think 8 would be a really good result, a spectacular achievement. We're certainly not certain we're there yet. I mean, some of these seats can turn on quite a small number of votes, and there are some surprises from other parties. So I'm not confident of that yet, but I am confident we're going to do better than our target, which was 5 seats. I think at least 6 or 7. If we did get 8, that would be spectacular. It really would.
What did you make of Carwyn Jones's claim, Mr Reckless, when he said that UKIP was using Wales as a dumping ground for failed Westminster politicians? What was your response to that?
Well, I don't think that's fair. We made our decision on candidates in the end through a ballot and an election across our Welsh membership, and I was the runner-up in that ballot, second to our leader, Nathan Gill. I mean, I've had a house here in Caerphilly since September last year. I've spent the best part of a year working on our Welsh manifesto, going around meeting hundreds of people and organisations across Wales to prepare that. So I'm taking it very seriously, and I hope that shows how seriously UKIP is taking it as an opportunity for the party, but also as an opportunity to make a really positive difference to public services in Wales. And we think we've got a really constructive agenda to offer in the Assembly, as well as the issues that UKIP are better known for. And we've got a good team with experience and expertise, but also very good local candidates too.
Mr Reckless, thanks very much for joining us. Mark Reckless there, who's in Newport, and he's hoping to be elected there on the list for UKIP to the Welsh Assembly. So, back here in the studio, Peter Hain is still with me, and we've been joined by the Leader of the House of Commons, Chris Grayling. Thanks for joining us.
Hello there.
So far, your impressions are what?
Well, impressions, first of all, Scotland, very positive results. Delighted for Ruth Davidson, delighted for all those who've won constituencies in Scotland. It's a real sign, in my view, of the Conservative Party beginning to rebuild properly in Scotland. And what Ruth has done is carve out a position as the champion of the Union. There is no other political leader in Scotland who is so clearly identified with the Unionist cause, so clearly challenging the idea of a second referendum, and it's clearly paying off in parts of Scotland where we haven't had a political presence for a long time.
Peter, do you think it's fair? Do you think Labour in Scotland have not been sufficiently unionist in its approach and that people haven't got that message clearly enough?
I'm not sure that's the case. I think Labour in Wales, Labour in Scotland, Scottish Labour, has been facing a long-term problem, and we've got to take... it's going to be a big challenge to get back to where we should be. I'm not sure that it's been pro-unionist or anti-unionist. We are a pro-union party. We believed it would be disastrous for Scotland, or for that matter Wales, to leave England and destroy the United Kingdom.
I'm going to pause you there, Peter, because I've got Edinburgh South Declaration.
The returning officer for that constituency declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Briggs Miles, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 9,972 votes. E.D. Jim, Scottish National Party, 12,474 votes. Johnson Daniel, Scottish Labour Party, 13,597 votes. Okay. Subarman Pramad, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,216 votes. I therefore give public notice that Daniel Johnson is duly elected as a member for the Scottish Parliament for the Edinburgh South Borough constituency.
Well, the cheers say it all, don't they, for Labour supporters. Relief and joy, really, because that is their second constituency seat, I think, in Parliament in Scotland so far. Edinburgh Southern, a Labour gain from the Scottish National Party. Some 13,500 votes to Daniel Johnson, beating Jim Eadie of the SNP. Conservatives in third, Lib Dems in fourth. A majority of 1,100 on a turnout, pretty high turnout, actually, of 64%. Let's look at the share, because it's closely fought. 35% to Labour, 33% to the SNP, 26% to the Conservatives, the Lib Dems way behind. And the change on last time, which will tell us what's happened, Labour up 8, which has allowed them to just take the seat. SNP actually up as well, but not enough. Conservatives up 7, and the Lib Dems, look, that's where all the votes have come from. The Lib Dems down by 19%, with a swing from the SNP to Labour of 2.5%. So a quick comment on that, Laura.
That is not a result that people were expecting to see anywhere in Scotland tonight. A Labour candidate taking a seat from the Scottish National Party. Very interesting indeed. Edinburgh was always going to be safer for Labour than the west of Scotland, but no question they'll be absolutely delighted with that. And also in the last few minutes, Jackie Baillie, a prominent member, a Labour member of the Scottish Parliament, has also held her seat in Dunbartonshire.
We're going to go to the Welsh race now, where we're going to look at Brecon and Radnorshire. I think we have Kirsty Williams, the Welsh Lib Dem leader, in Builth. Kirsty, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on your result. And tell us about it. Were you surprised by the A, by the fact that you won, and B, by the margin?
Well, bore da, good morning to you, Hugh. It's been a difficult 12 months here in Brecon and Radnorshire after the devastating loss of the seat in the Westminster election last year. But we were determined to not sit back and accept defeat, and we have fought really hard over the period of this campaign and achieved today the best ever result that we have had in Brecon and Radnorshire.
Just in terms of the margin itself, because I'm interested in the fact that people are saying now, well, of course, it's not really a Lib Dem vote, it's a vote for Kirsty Williams, who's very well known. Is it possible to untangle those things?
Hugh, it's a vote for me to go back to promote Liberal Democrat values and Liberal Democrat policies in the National Assembly, and I believe people have voted very positively for that. It's a fantastic result. If you think back, we lost this seat by 5,700 votes last year. To be able to turn that around into gaining over 50% of the vote and a majority of 8,800 in the space of 12 months, I think is a testament to the hard work that the entire team has put in. It's not just about me.
And just a final thought, Kirsty, how many other Welsh Lib Dems are going to be with you in the Assembly in Cardiff?
Well, Hugh, it's going to be a long night. We knew coming into these elections it was going to be very, very difficult. We bucked the trend 5 years ago and defied all expectations. It's just 12 months since we had, that terrible general election, not just in Wales but across the UK. That hasn't given us a great deal of time to rebuild. I'm just really pleased that a part of that rebuilding has happened here in Brecon and Radnorshire in some fashion.
Kirsty, bore da, and thank you very much, and well done. Enjoy your breakfast, which won't be too long coming now at 10 to 5 in the morning. I'm going straight to Edinburgh because I want to talk to Ruth Davidson, who is the leader of the Scottish Conservatives, who's won her seat there in Edinburgh. And Ruth, very many congratulations from us here, and well done. Just a thought on how your party is doing in Scotland overnight.
Thank you very much, Hugh. All the indications are that we're going to have a very good night here in Scotland. I said yesterday that I thought we'd edged ahead and we're becoming the main opposition party in Scotland. We don't want that for its own sake. We want it because there's a job we want to do for the people of Scotland, and that is to hold the SNP to account, say no to a second referendum on Scottish independence, and make them focus on the things that matter to people, like schools, hospitals and growing our economy. So that was a very clear message we had, and it appears to have resonated in all parts of the country.
How confident are you at this point that you will emerge as the main opposition?
Well, I'm like an awful lot of candidates. I can be a bit superstitious, so I won't make any, I won't make any celebratory remarks until after the last vote is counted. So we've got a long morning ahead of us, but all of the indications are good. We've been putting on seats in Aberdeenshire, here in Edinburgh, down in Dumfries and Galloway, in Eastwood, in the west of Scotland. So it's been a really good night for us. And even in these places that are not historical Conservative heartlands, in places like Kilmarnock, in Kilbride, in Lanarkshire, we've been doubling our vote, in Falkirk up by 10%. These are really a testament to the hard work of my team right across the country. But I recognise, Hugh, that the people that are voting for us, they're not all dyed-in-the-wool true blue Tories or anything like it. They're voting for us because there's a very particular job that they want us to do, to be that strong opposition. And it's a job that I take exceptionally seriously, and I will endeavour to execute to the very best of my abilities.
Just a final point. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that the SNP, after, 9 years in power, are still taking around 47% of the vote in Scotland. So, you know, the clear victory is theirs. The question for parties like yours is, you know, how do you go from a position where you are talking about being, you know, an opposition to actually challenging them across dozens of seats in Scotland, not just a few?
Sure. I mean, we've seen in the 20 months since the independence referendum in Scotland that it has been in the narrow partisan political interest of one party here in Scotland to keep that wound open. That's why you keep seeing Nicola Sturgeon saying she's going to start a new campaign for independence in the summer. She's going to put Stuart Hosey in charge of it and all the rest of it. You know, we as a country need to move on from that. We gave our decision. We now need to come back together and actually get on with the job of democracy, governing, debate in Scotland that's been stifled, because every time we want to talk about our school standards slipping or our hospitals being under pressure, the SNP drag it back to the Constitution. It's time that they got on with the job that we're paying them to do, and they didn't try and lock in that 45% for their own narrow advantage, and let us as a country move on from the clear decision that we made.
Ruth Davidson, good to talk to you, and thanks for waiting to talk to us after your win there in Edinburgh.
Thank you.
Ruth Davidson there. Some thoughts, Laura?
But what's really interesting in this, not just how bullish she sounds and how she didn't quite say it, but she was saying all the indications are there for them to become the main opposition. But what seems to be happening is in areas where people voted against independence, the SNP has fallen back. In areas where people wanted independence, the SNP surge has continued. That seems to be the way these results are now panning out. It has still been an excellent night for Nicola Sturgeon, of course.
And that needs to be underlined because, you know, because we've been looking at these rather surprise results, we've maybe lost sight of that. This is the declaration in Glasgow Southside.
Hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. Graham Hutchison, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 3,100. Kevin Lucey, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 822. Nicola Sturgeon, Scottish National Party, 15,287. Soraya Janice Thomas, Scottish Labour Party, 5,694. And I declare that Nicola Sturgeon is elected to serve in the Scottish Parliament as a member for the Glasgow Southside constituency.
May I begin by thanking the Returning Officer and all of her staff for the very efficient conduct of today's election and this evening's count. Can I also take the opportunity to thank my fellow candidates for a friendly and civilised campaign. I want to thank, in particular, my awesome campaign team, led by the even more awesome Mary Hunter, my election agent. All campaign teams of all parties in all constituencies do a tremendous job and work incredibly hard. But the campaign team of a party leader who spends much of her time visiting other constituencies in other parts of the country carry a particular responsibility. My campaign team has been absolutely outstanding. I owe them an enormous debt of gratitude. You all know who you are. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank the voters of Glasgow Southside for placing their trust in me. There is no greater privilege than to represent people in our national parliament, and I pledge tonight that I will work every single day to ensure that every person, every community in Glasgow Southside has the strong representation that they need and deserve in the Scottish Parliament. I also want to thank the people of this great city of Glasgow. I have to say, if you had told me when I was a teenager starting out in politics, that one day the SNP would win every constituency in the city of Glasgow, not just in one election, but in 2 elections, I would scarcely have been able to believe it. But it looks as if that is what we are going to do here this evening, and it makes me so proud to see the SNP represent the city that I am so proud to call my home. And let me also, with great humility, thank the people of Scotland for placing their trust in me and in the SNP. There are many results still to be declared this evening, but what is now beyond doubt is that the SNP has won a 3rd consecutive Scottish Parliament election. That has never been done before in the history of the Scottish Parliament. We have tonight made history. It is a vote of confidence in the record in government of the SNP, and it is a vote of trust in the SNP to lead our country forward. We in the SNP will always stand up for Scotland, and tonight Scotland has stood with us. And I want, in closing tonight, to make a pledge to every single person in our country to seek and to win a mandate as the First Minister of our country is a special and very precious thing. I pledge that over these next 5 years, I will govern in the interests of everyone in Scotland, of every person in Scotland and every community the length and breadth of our country. I want to thank people across our country, those who voted SNP, those who did not vote SNP, and say very clearly that I will lead this country with confidence, with courage, with ambition, with imagination. I have nothing but confidence in this great country of ours. It will be my honour to lead it, and I will always do it to the very best of my ability. Thank you very much indeed.
Nicola Sturgeon, leader of the Scottish National Party, First Minister, with a very personal pledge about the way she's going to govern over the next 5 years. What do we read into that, Laura?
Well, I think she was very careful to make the point she will govern for everybody, and who she's talking to there are people who do not want there to be a second referendum, who did not want Scotland to leave the rest of the UK, and who do not necessarily want the SNP to be in charge. I think there she was acknowledging that there's a real strength of feeling on both sides still in Scotland. The question of the second referendum, which she tried to sort of move around so deftly in the course of the campaign, I think quite possibly did harm the SNP's chances in some of those places in Scotland. And I think there was in there an implicit acknowledgement of that, almost a message. I hear many people who don't want to have this conversation again. And of course, at the same time, she's got a big problem. Lots of people in her own party do. She's got a fresh, new, strong mandate, a personal mandate now, and she's going to have to juggle those two things very carefully. But there was that personal promise there. The suggestion being to people who don't want independence that she will not try to force it upon them. Her priorities will be elsewhere.
Laura, thanks very much. That was Nicola Sturgeon then in the Scottish Parliament. I'd like to take a quick look at the Rhondda in South Wales, if I may, because let's have a look at the room there for the declaration that we're expecting. That is Leighton Andrews on the right-hand side, who is the former Education Minister, one of the most prominent Labour politicians in Wales, who's standing against Leanne Wood, the leader of Plaid Cymru, and other candidates too, obviously, in the Rhondda, one of the really strong parts of Wales in terms of Labour support in the past. There's Leanne Wood in the blue, just on the left-hand side. The the announcement, I think, is just about to come, Laura.
But we're hearing from Plaid sources that Leanne Wood has won this seat, perhaps with as much as a 4,000 vote majority. Now, in a matter of seconds, that will be confirmed or not, but sources in Plaid Cymru are suggesting that, which would be a very significant victory.
And Leighton Andrews is not looking very happy right now, it has to be said. But anyway, let's wait for the result.
I, the undersigned, being the constituency returning officer at the election for the National Assembly for Wales election for the Rhondda constituency held on the 5th of May 2016, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows.
Yr wyf fi sydd am llofnod isod, sef swyddog canlyniadau etholaeth yn etholiad Cynulliad Cenedlaethol Cymru, dros etholaeth Rhondda ac yn halwyd ar y 5 o Fai 2016, drwy hyn yn ysbysu bod nifer y pleidleisiau gofnodwyd i bob ymgeisydd yn y dywedig etholiad fel y ganlyn.
Andrews, Leighton Russell, Welsh Labour,
Llafur Cymru,
8,432.
8,432.
Clee, Stephen John, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 2,203.
2,203.
Hill, Maria Helen, Welsh Conservative Party candidate.
Plaid Geidwadol Cymru,
528.
528.
Matthews Pat, Wales Green Party,
Plaid Werdd Cymru,
259.
259.
Taylor Rees, Welsh Liberal Democrats,
Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru,
173.
173.
Wood Leanne, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 11,891.
1,891.
The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows.
Yr oedd nifer y pleidleisiau wrthodwyd fel y ganlyn.
Want of official mark?
Heb farc swyddogol.
None.
Well, that is a very, very dramatic result from the Rhondda Valley in South Wales. A Labour stronghold in the past. And Leanne Wood, the leader of Plaid Cymru, has defeated Leighton Andrews, one of the senior Labour figures in Wales. And not just defeated by a small margin, but by a majority of 3,500. We'll wait to see whether Leanne Wood says something. I'm sure she will, as the winner. A turnout of 47%, which is above average, by the way. The Welsh Assembly turnout in this seat in the past has been around the low 40s, so it's above average. But I must stress, this is a shock result, and this was not expected. Although Leanne Wood was expected to put up a very strong fight, Leighton Andrews wasn't expected to lose this seat, so this is a big blow for Welsh Labour. Let's wait to see what Leanne Wood has to say.
Bore da, a diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you very much to all of the counting agents, the returning officer, the police officers, my team, my agent, Darren Jones, my campaign manager, Alan Cox, and all of you who have done such a fantastic job to get us to this point. A new dawn is about to break in Wales. Here in the Rhondda, a new dawn has already broken over the valleys. People have voted for change. It's a great honour for anyone to be able to represent their home constituency. And I am truly grateful to everyone in the Rhondda who has given me this mandate to serve as their Assembly member. I make a commitment tonight to serve all, whether they backed Plaid Cymru in this election or not. And I promise to shout loud for every single one of our communities here in the Rhondda. People have voted for hope. People have voted to end the decline in the valleys. They want us all to pull together to turn around our challenges. And those hopes are represented in tonight's result. To my Plaid Cymru team of activists, diolch o galon. Thank you, all of you, for all the work that you've done. I thank my fellow candidates as well for a hard-fought campaign. This has been one of the keenly tested contests throughout the country, I think. And I also want to pay a particular tribute to Leighton Andrews, who has served these communities for 13 years and has also served Wales and has been a good advocate for devolution too. A new dawn has broken over the Rhondda. It is too early to say whether or not a new dawn will have broken over the whole of the nation. But tonight's results give me hope for a new beginning and for a new Wales. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Well, that was Leanne Wood, the leader of Plaid Cymru, after that dramatic win. We'll just come away from that at the moment. I mean, Leighton Andrews obviously is just going to say a few words there, but he's been defeated. I'm about to bring in Peter Hain, who knows Leighton very well. That really was a shock result, Peter.
It's a terrible shock for us in Welsh Labour. Leighton's highly effective and respected minister and a popular local assembly member. So I have to say it's an extraordinary result a personal result for Leanne Wood, who took the personal risk of standing in the constituency seat. As leader of Plaid Cymru, there have been talk that she's going to be challenged after the election. I think this has solidified her position. But what's curious about all these results, and by the way, Blaenau Gwent, Plaid did very well in Blaenau Gwent, chased us right to the wire there. And yet in Llanelli, it looks, and I stick to my prediction, that we will win Llanelli against a very able Plaid candidate. Narrowly.
Which would be a big blow.
This is a very, very mixed series of results here. Yeah. But nevertheless, Welsh Labour holding strong overall.
Laura, just a thought there on Leanne Wood, because I think Peter's right, isn't he? There were all kinds of manoeuvrings and talk about whether she would last after these elections. That result in itself, almost regardless of what happens elsewhere, because of what she's achieved there, will probably see off lots of these potential challenges.
I think it pretty much certainly does cement her position as the leader of her party. And I just wonder also, whatever the national pictures are in these complicated set of elections, Leanne Wood is somebody who has had a huge profile in the last 12 months because of the complications and the fragmentations of our political systems now. If we think back to the general election, who did we see on the platform? We saw Leanne Wood, Nicola Sturgeon, Nigel Farage sometimes appearing alongside these national leaders. So, you know, people in charge of the parties in Wales and Scotland perhaps have been given, quite rightly perhaps, public platforms in a way that they didn't used to, and for some voters that must have an impact.
A picture speaks 1,000 words, Peter, doesn't it? And that is Carwyn Jones, looking very serious and sombre, taking news in on the phone.
Yes.
He probably knows clearly about Rhondda. He'll be cheered up if they take Llanelli, obviously. But he doesn't look very happy there, does he?
No, well, he wouldn't. I'm not happy. Leighton's a personal friend of mine. He was a leader of the referendum campaign in 1997, of the Yes for Wales campaign. He would be a big, big loss to Welsh politics. But it does also show something that's happening right across the UK. It was a very volatile political picture, which is also true across Europe. You could argue that's why Trump has won the Republican nomination in America. We're seeing a reaction against those in authority. In Wales, in Labour, we seem to have held that off, with the exception of the Rhondda, which is a huge blow.
Chris?
Well, I don't downplay that in some places, but look, tonight the Conservative Party in government had a very solid set of local council results, has gained ground in Scotland, re-established its position in Scotland. I think the story of tonight is the erosion of the foundations of the Labour Party. It's been almost decimated in Scotland. It's now losing core areas in Wales. You know, Labour losing the Rhondda is a huge blow to that party. And you are seeing Labour lose its foundations because it has become utterly out of touch with the public as a whole.
Well, I don't accept that, because if that were the case, we would have actually had a Scottish-type result in Wales for Labour, and we haven't. We've held our own. The Rhondda is a shock result, no question about that. If we win Llanelli, that balances it to some extent.
You
But I
say
just
if
don't
we win,
accept your-
if you win Llanelli, Llanelli is heartlands. Even the fact there's
you
even a
should
doubt
have won the
over it.
Vale of Clwyd, which you won from us last year. If there was Conservative advance in Wales, there isn't. You didn't hold Gower. We won Gower, though you won it last year. You didn't win the Vale of Clwyd. Let's see what happens in the Cardiff seat before you start crowing.
We're the party in government. We would expect to have a tough time at local elections. The other party in opposition, you would expect, if ever there was a moment for Labour to be gaining ground, surely it is now.
Well, it's a good moment, given that you've made that point, Chris, for us to look at what's happening in the local elections in England. We've talked a lot there about some of the Welsh seats, and we'll be looking again at Scotland in a moment. So, Emily, let's have a look at some of these elections and tell us what's going on in the local elections in England.
Some sucker for Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour Party. In the south of England, you might not have expected that, but Exeter has been held by Labour, and this was an important one. It's one of the few southern councils that they had, and importantly, it was an all-out election. What do we mean by that? Every seat is up for grabs. In other words, the pieces can be shaken up and anything can happen. But here you can see that it has returned to Labour overall control with a majority of 21. They'll be very pleased with that. They have made gains here recently. They gained control in 2012, and they've been putting on the seats in 2014 and 2015. Ben Bradshaw here, of course, at a Westminster level. So that has been a good night for Labour here. You can see they've made gains of 4. The Conservatives have lost 4 seats here. A slightly more mixed or nuanced picture if I take you into a seat in the East Midlands, Derby. Now, here you can see that Labour has, again, retained it, but what has happened is there have been losses. Don't forget, Derby has a Labour council chair who is a big supporter of Jeremy Corbyn. Could that have actually gone against the party here? They have retained it. They've got a majority of just 1, so it was a very close-run thing. But Labour is down 3, the Conservatives up 3. Interesting to see this movement starting to emerge, whereby Labour is putting on seats in some of those southern councils that we've seen in Crawley and in Exeter, but not doing quite so well, or looking a little bit more vulnerable in some of the Midlands and some of the northern ones as well. Hugh.
Emily, thanks very much. What I'd like to do now is then, so we've had a good chat there about Wales and that shock result in the Rhondda. Emily, they're talking a little bit about the local elections and what's going on in Exeter and elsewhere. Jeremy, why don't you bring us up to date? Because I've noted, again, another gain for the SNP from Labour in Uddingston. So let's have a look at the big picture in Scotland.
Yeah, now, important to say, based on that gain, you know, clearly the narrative in Scotland is that the SNP are doing very, very well indeed. And I think the question that people are going to add on the end of that is, did we pass peak SNP with the general election result last year? Because they may be just a little bit back from that position, but they're improving on their result in lots of places from 2011. So here is the map as we have it right now, and I'll get it now to flash the gains, the seats which are gained, and you can see lots of gains around this Glasgow area here, and you see the Tories gaining eastward there. You do see 2 Labour holds as well, which is crucial. You see the Liberal Democrats here, the flashing orange, gaining northeast 5. If I zoom in on central Scotland, it's worth just, we mentioned Uddingston there, we're now getting, look, just this sense of the SNP totally taking control in Glasgow. Interestingly, that we can see a correlation between the strength of the SNP's vote and the power of the yes vote in the referendum in 2014. Now, I say interestingly because in some long-standing SNP areas, the vote for the SNP in this election is down a little bit. But in a place like Glasgow, which was basically the most powerful yes vote in the Scottish referendum, the SNP's vote is just all-encompassing, and that is a big part of the story of this election. But let's not forget that Conservative gain there. Let's go to our battleground and put this in context for you. And again, we see a picture which isn't uniform. It's a bit mixed, and it's not entirely logical. So, for example, you'd think if the SNP were making a big advance on 2011, which they have in lots of places, the very first place to go is East Lothian, because we've ordered these constituencies which they don't have in the order of vulnerability, starting with the most vulnerable, East Lothian. What happened? Have a look. Actually, Labour held on to East Lothian. The SNP then took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they hit the Conservatives in Galloway and Ayr. Conservative performance is impressive in some areas tonight, no question. So they held those 2 seats. Labour then held Dumbarton. Lots of SNP gains all the same. We heard about the two island seats, Orkney and Shetland, which the Lib Dems have held on to. Dumfriesshire, Conservatives. Eastwood, Conservative gain from Labour, and Ettrick we have yet to hear from. So it's really not all one way, SNP, this election. And it led us actually to have a look at the SNP seats that they might lose, starting with the most vulnerable, up here, Glasgow Annisland. And they lost Edinburgh Central to the Conservatives there. So you have a Conservative gain, Edinburgh Central. You wouldn't expect that. It's a vulnerable seat, but it's an SNP seat. They then lose Edinburgh South to Labour, and of course we mentioned North East Fife, Edinburgh West as well, Aberdeenshire West. So it really is a fascinating and mixed picture here. Not all one way for the SNP. Let's go to the percentages now. Let's have a look at the constituency share of the vote, which enables us to make a comparison with last time these seats were fought 5 years ago. They're just up maybe a touch on that figure, 47%. Labour, let's have a look at them, 24. This is the story, isn't it, as well, is this battle for second place. At the moment, Labour ahead of the Conservatives, but of course we're not done with counting yet, so we'll see how that pans out. And the Lib Dems with 7%. The crucial thing is change. So let's look at the change from 2011. And the SNP are up just a touch. This doesn't put them past their general election performance, though. This is the big figure here, isn't it? Labour down 10% last time the Scottish Parliament was elected. Conservatives doing pretty well in lots of places, up 8%, and that's enabling them to take some seats in the constituency list, and the Liberal Democrats just where they were in 2011. So big part of the story here is this collapse in the Labour vote. But they have, in some places, held on and even gained. There we are. What do we say here? Oh, why don't we show you the chamber before we go? Let's just have a look, because we're now beginning to populate the actual parliamentary chamber here in Scotland. So let's bring it on. Now, obviously, 2 votes for every Scottish voter, 1 for a directly elected local representative. Those are the ones we're seeing now on the map. And then this regional list, which complicates things a bit. We're only seeing the constituencies here, but let's count them up and put them on the map. 54 SNP MSPs so far. Majority, of course, at 65. Conservatives, 6. And then the others, Lib Dems 4 and Labour 3. And that is where we are so far. Lots more still to count.
Well, that prompts several questions, Professor Curtis, doesn't it?
It does indeed, here.
I'm just thinking now, so let's have your thoughts on the SNP performance, first of all, because, as Jeremy rightly said, they are still pretty much all-powerful, and yet there are some results which have come in which suggest that there's a falling away of votes in some areas. So describe that for us.
Well, I think the first thing to say, of course, the SNP are rather the victims of high expectations. We had opinion polls suggesting that they might get 70 seats or more. They might get more than 50% of the vote. You know what? They've got about the same share of their vote got in 2011. And 5 years ago, we were saying what a stupendous performance and what an incredible result. That said, I think the SNP might conclude that perhaps they misplayed this election campaign to some degree. One of the things that we've known about Scottish politics ever since the referendum is that the constitutional question, the question of whether or not you want Scotland to be an independent country or not, has become the central dividing line of Scottish politics. Pretty much everybody who wants independence votes for the SNP. Pretty much everybody who doesn't vote for the SNP. Yet, during the last 10 days of the campaign, Nicola Sturgeon allowed a lot of the campaign to be dominated by talk of a second independence referendum. We saw the opinion polls begin to see support for the SNP ease away towards the end of the campaign. And now we've seen tonight, rather than the SNP get something like the 50% of the vote that they got 12 months ago, we've got something closer to the 45% that they got 5 years ago. And as Jeremy's already pointed out, if you actually begin to look at the pattern of where the SNP have done well and where they've done not so well, basically those places where the yes side did well, they got 45% or more of the vote, is where the SNP vote is up on 5 years ago. But where the yes vote was rather lower, the SNP vote's gone down. And that does rather suggest that the SNP may have lost some of its ability to pick up those who voted no to independence but might be willing to vote for the party because they thought it stood for Scotland, maybe because there was just too much talk about independence for them during the final weeks of the campaign.
Will that have deprived them of a working majority in Parliament? So are we still... Go back to the question I asked several hours ago.
Yep.
Do you think they'll get a working majority? And if they do, some thoughts on who will be the official opposition?
Well, point one is that we still expect the SNP to get an overall majority, but shall we say it's not 100% in the bag? And I think we will now be surprised if the SNP have as many seats as the 69 that they won in 2011. So again, that's bound to add to the air of a slight disappointment for the SNP that, in fact, in some senses, they may have gone back a bit. So far as the race for second is concerned, we have now had the results from, half a dozen or so individual constituencies, because that list vote, although eventually it's declared across the whole of the region, they're declared constituency by constituency. On the evidence that we have so far, and I have to say, on the evidence so far, and we don't have that many, then the Conservatives are at the moment looking as though they may indeed pip Labour for second place, and that certainly this is another part of the story that we're going to keep our eyes on. So we're not absolutely sure the SNP are there, point one, and point two, certainly the race for second is one that could generate a pretty big headline.
Well, that's a lot to think about. And if I can turn us now to the local elections in England, because we've talked about earlier about Labour not having done as badly as some people have been predicting, hanging on to control of lots of local authorities where there'd been fears that they wouldn't. And some thoughts on that and how the Conservatives have done.
Well, I think the truth is that Labour have emerged from these local elections in somewhat better shape than was widely anticipated. And in a sense, it's now Jeremy Corbyn's good luck that because people were saying 150 seats losses was inevitable, now that the figure looks as though it's going to be substantially less than that, I think Mr Corbyn, in some sense, is going to come out of these elections as the expectations winner. Certainly, it looks as though Labour have definitely made progress as compared with 12 months ago. It looks as though votes are on average up by about 4 points. The Conservative votes down by 4 points. Now, you can do the maths. The Conservatives were 7 or 8 points ahead last time, so it may be, but it's only a maybe. The Labour Party have now done the equivalent of being very, very slightly ahead across Britain as a whole, whereas at the moment the opinion polls put them behind. So that's the sense in which they've done a little bit, not spectacularly, but a little bit better perhaps than we were expecting. And that meanwhile, the Conservatives certainly gone back with 4 years ago and frankly have not really done that much better than they did in 2012, which at the time, those local elections in the wake of George Osborne's omniscience budget was regarded as a relative performance. And I think here was something of a veteran of these occasions like yourself. One always knows when a party is not entirely comfortable with its own performance, when it prefers to talk about the performance of its opponents. And shall we say that the air of the comments from the Conservative commentators you've had around you have had something of that tone about them.
What a dreadful accusation to make, John. But I'm bound to put it to Chris anyway. There are concrete facts there about, your performance, which John obviously thinks you should address. What do you say to them?
Well, I would be saying 6 years into government, a year into our second term, and we're still ahead in terms of council seats. I can't remember the equivalent happening. So, whatever John may say, I'm extremely happy to be in a position where we're slightly ahead at a time when I would have expected, indeed, senior Labour figures said that Labour should expect in the equivalent election to win 400 seats. And the truth is, they've lost a few, we've gained a few.
No one really expected that, Chris.
Well, the senior Labour figures saying it.
I'm just wondering, you were up against the Labour Party this week, which was engulfed in the most appalling row about accusations of anti-Semitism, which may well have damaged them in some areas. We've discussed that as well. So, in a sense, to use that dreadful phrase, you were facing an open goal in some ways. So should your performance not have been, even better than you say it is?
Well, it may be that one of the reasons Labour has underperformed at these local elections compared where you would expect an opposition party to be in the second term of a government is because of the shambles we've seen this week. Absolutely accept that. It has been unbelievable.
Which you weren't able to capitalise on?
Well, my view is that a second-term government, a year into its administration, that isn't losing seats at a local election, that's something I cannot remember happening at any time in my adult lifetime.
Peter?
Well, look, Chris is doing his best to spin, just as all the leaderships, including, no doubt, ours at the present time, is doing its best to spin. The truth is the Tories have not done well tonight, with the exception maybe of Scotland on the margin. Don't seem to be doing well in Wales, where they advanced last year, and I was worried about it this time. And, you know, we've had a situation in Labour where we've had a leader under constant attack from the media, from the Tories, from his own party, and his own lack of sort of strength in that position. And we nevertheless are holding our own, more or less. So I think the picture's very mixed and it's very patchy. And if we are going to come back onto the next general election, then I think it's not optimistic for Labour tonight. I don't think there's any question about that. But I don't think it's as bad as all the anti-Corbyn brigade were suggesting it would be.
That's an interesting point, isn't it? I mean, because what is... If the result of this, as Laura was suggesting earlier, is that those who might have been aggressively agitating against Mr Corbyn are backing off, is that for you a good result?
Well, look, Jeremy Corbyn got a big mandate from the party. Any early coup against him is likely to see that, would be likely to see that mandate repeated.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean he's in a good place to win the next general election.
Well, let's talk to someone who has won very clearly tonight in Scotland. That is Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister and leader of the Scottish National Party. Nicola, thanks very much for joining us and good morning to you.
You're very welcome, Hugh. Good morning.
Well, congratulations on your win, and I'm just wondering, how do you survey the
Thank
scene
you.
this morning? What is your sense of how the SNP has performed?
Oh, the SNP has performed spectacularly well. We've won a third consecutive Scottish parliamentary election, and to put that into context, that's never been done before in the history of the Scottish Parliament, albeit the relatively short history of the Scottish Parliament. So we've made history this evening. We've had some quite outstanding results. Here in my home city of Glasgow, we've had a clean sweep of constituencies, so it's been a great night for the SNP, and having won the election, having been re-elected as First Minister, I'm now looking forward to getting on with the job of implementing the manifesto that I fought the election on and taking Scotland forward.
You've lost a few seats, Nicola Sturgeon. What is your sense of the SNP's strength across Scotland? Because John Curtis is telling us that in some areas your support has fallen back quite sharply. What accounts for that, do you think?
Well, there are some seats where, unfortunately, we've not won. That's down to a combination of individual candidates and local circumstances, and we've lost some outstanding MSPs tonight. That, but we have won many seats as well, and we've won seats in every single part of Scotland. I think that's one of the key differences between the SNP and the other parties. The SNP is a party for all of Scotland. We have strength right across our country, and that gives us now an enormous mandate to take forward the manifesto that we fought the election on.
We were listening very carefully to your pledge, the pledge you made at the end of your speech, and you said that you'd be governing for the next 5 years for all the people in Scotland. And Laura Kuenssberg and I were discussing that and thinking, were you reaching out to people who were not natural supporters of the SNP, who don't want you to be talking about a second referendum? That's not what they want. They want you to focus on governing. And is that the message you're giving?
Well, of course, I'll reach out as First Minister to people right across our country, those who voted SNP and those who didn't. My duty as First Minister will be to lead the country in the interests of every person and every community across our country. You know, nobody in Scotland is under any illusions about my support for independence. I've hardly made a secret of it. But equally, people will have heard me during this campaign say very clearly, well, two things. Firstly, independence will only happen if there is majority support for that in Scotland. And secondly, I put education and opportunities for young people at the heart of the SNP's manifesto. That's what I have said I want to be the defining mission of my term as First Minister, and I stand by that today.
Do you regret in any way that the end of the campaign was dominated by talk of a possible second referendum? Because lots of people then were simply equating SNP voting with the independence issue and not with... Oh, have you lost us, Nicola? Are you still with us?
No, I'm hearing now something else in my...
Are you still with me?
Radio's come into my ear.
I'm very sorry. Well, I'm apologising to Nicola Sturgeon at that point, and if you can hear me, Nicola, many apologies. Thanks for joining us. What did you make of that, Laura?
Well, just one thing about Nicola Sturgeon, that she has achieved a very unusual thing that any politician would really dream of, where she has, in some senses, established a relationship with the electorate that's quite separate
to her party's relationship with the electorate. Not many politicians ever achieve that. She's known widely in Scotland by her first name. The election memorabilia in Scotland was all about "I'm with Nicola," her picture alone on the front of the manifesto. And that is quite a remarkable achievement. She will, however, I think, and it's a shame she got cut off on that last question, I think she will find it difficult to contain these two tensions inside Scotland. How does she reconcile the people who've come out and voted for unionist parties with that real advance for the Tories tonight, with the enthusiasm in her own party, a historic third term for her party? How will she reconcile those two things? It's going to be very challenging.
It is, I think, because, you know, the fundamentalists in her party will be saying, third term, right, let's go for it. She, I think, is cannier than that.
And
Also,
cautious by nature, too.
Indeed. And what's interesting, too, in a way as well, you could see maybe the SNP government, they've started for the first time to have their record questioned on health and education, on these bread and butter issues. The longer you're in power, the more that'll happen.
And of course, with the Scotland Act, they now have a whole raft of additional powers. They are going to have to demonstrate now, more than they ever have before, that they can actually govern. And we all know, having been in government, that when you have to take tough decisions, you lose support. And it's interesting this time, and they haven't got 50% of the vote, which suggests there is still a majority for the union, and one would expect SNP support to diminish as they have to take tough decisions, as they start to alienate people, which is inevitably something that happens in government when you take those decisions.
Well, it may be that we will look back at tonight and think this was the end of the SNP's surge, not the end of SNP success. They've proven beyond doubt tonight that they are the choice, and many people believe in them as an effective and competent government. But it may well be that we look back at tonight and think that they were at their peak at the general election, and that this surge has not disappeared, but it has stopped, or at least the brakes have been put on in some parts of Scotland.
Quite possibly.
Early to speculate, but may well be
Right.
that.
We are, well, we're within half an hour of the end of this programme, and I think it's a good moment for us to revisit those big local authorities that Emily told us about several hours ago, the ones to watch. And Emily, what were they in terms of performance, and were they worth watching?
Well, these were the key battles we started off with. In terms of drama, in a sense, it hasn't been that sort of night. What we're seeing here is that Trafford, which was blue, stayed blue. Redditch, Southampton, Exeter all stayed with Labour. In other words, very little has actually changed hands, although there have been all these ripples beneath the surface. Dudley is the only council that Labour have lost tonight, and I'll show you what happened. They're now short by 2. They're still the largest party, but it has got into no overall control. It's quite a hotbed for key marginals here at a Westminster level. You can see it's had a shared history of Conservatives and Labour on the council. So Dudley is the only one that's changed hand. Part of that is this UKIP question, and you can see it very clearly in Thurrock. Now that full result in. The winning post 25, neither party there, but you can see it's UKIP. This is done on a matter of percentages at the end. UKIP is short by 8. So UKIP becomes the largest party on Thurrock Council, which is a hung council. If you look at and see what happened overnight, you can see the losses were for Labour. UKIP has made those gains of 5. And on a milder level, that same sort of story emerging in Basildon. The Conservatives on 18, UKIP on 10. But theirs was the night, in essence. They put on 2 seats. Labour and the Lib Dems lost 1. If you're looking for the Lib Dem picture, it's not entirely clear at the moment. They're putting on a seat here and there. They're losing a seat here and there. If you're looking for a big resurgence of the Lib Dems in England, that hasn't happened yet. But we've seen just what they're doing in Scotland. Before we go, Hugh, let me take you to those scoreboards. Just gives you that overall context, doesn't it? Half an hour until 6 o'clock. Let's take you through them then. Labour, the lion's share of those councillors, 764. They have only, if you like, only made losses of 28. Some will say they shouldn't have gone backwards at all at this stage in a Tory government. But nevertheless, they were predicted by many to be making greater losses. So they might be happy to see those losses at 28 so far. Conservative have made gains of 6. Also an incredible feat for a party in government. The Lib Dem up 10. Independents down 7. UKIP, many places UKIP didn't stand last time round, so they've made those full gains of 20 on top of the 8 they had, and not much movement for the Greens or the Residents. And when I take you last of all to that board, you can see how strange it is, in a sense, that really this column tells you what's happened, the pluses and minuses, We've just seen one council go out of Labour's overall control, and that has become the hung council of Dudley. Thank you.
Emily, thanks very much. And those figures really do underline what's going on just in terms of the lack of change. I suppose, you know, you could argue there's something for everyone here. Chris Grayling saying earlier on, you know, to be in this position, it's not too bad. And actually, the 28 loss for Labour, we've already marked that oppositions don't make losses at this point, is nothing like the 150, 200 losses that people were trying to predict.
It's not, but in a sense, maybe you could say, as you were. You're in a position where most members of Parliament and Labour will look at those results and think we are nowhere near being in the kind of position that we need to be if we've got a chance at the general election. The Conservatives will look at those results and think, well, blimey, we're doing pretty well considering how long we've been in charge. The Lib Dems might take some crumbs of comfort from having a small resurgence, but in the bigger picture, while these elections are a crucial test of what the public is making of what's going on in the political world, I do not think that they will probably change very much fundamentally. I don't think many people's views of the overall picture are going to be changed by what we've seen tonight.
OK. I want to go to Westminster and talk to the Labour MP, Jo Cox, who's been waiting to talk to us. Jo, good morning. Thanks very much for joining us.
Good morning.
Your sense of how Labour are doing?
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of Labour activists waking up this morning very disappointed. You know, a lot of council candidates that should have been elected that won't be. And I think at this stage we should have been making far more advances than over the night we've seen. You know, this is not a route back to power in 2020 for the Labour Party. So I think actually it's been an incredibly disappointing night for all those Labour activists that have been pounding the streets for the last few months.
Were you one of those who were saying, look, you know, we need to be making hundreds of gains? Some people said 200, some 300, what some others thought was completely unrealistic. But were you really in that camp thinking that Labour was in a position to make hundreds of gains tonight?
I think at this stage of the government, and with the Conservative Party in such disarray and disunity over big things like Europe, you know, we should have tonight been making substantial gains. You know, now I wasn't in the 400 category, but we should have been making gains. There are a lot of brilliant Labour council candidates, assembly members, you know, and across the country tonight waking up who won't have a seat that they should have had. So, you know, I think it's been a very weak night for Labour, and this is not a route back to power in 2020. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned this morning, I think Jeremy and the leadership need to take responsibility for what's been a poor night for us.
What does that mean, take responsibility?
I think we need some decisive leadership from Jeremy after this evening's performance that sets out a clear strategy about how we're going to get voters up and down the country to start listening to Labour again, and what is our plan to get back into power in 2020. I want to see more decisive leadership on those big questions, and you know, I think we need to do a bit of soul searching as Labour today and over the next few days, you know, about how are we going to get voters up and down the country to start listening to us again and stop being distracted by very unhelpful national issues that have taken attention away from really good local campaigns that have been led by activists.
Jo Cox, thanks so much for talking to us this morning, and we're grateful. I just want to have a look at what's happening in Llanelli, because this is a key Welsh seat, and this has been a big battle between Helen Mary Jones, who's on the right, who's the Plaid Cymru candidate, a former AM for Llanelli, and Lee Waters, who's next to her, who is the Labour candidate. And it's been hammer and tongs, really. This is a very tight contest. In every Assembly election, this seat has switched hands. So it's going to be very interesting to see what's going on. Mark James there, the Chief Executive of Carmarthenshire County Council, getting ready to announce the result.
Here is the result
let's just listen.
Of the Llanelli constituency. Yr oedd fi y swyddog canlyniadau etholaethol yn hysbysu drwy hyn fod nifer y pleidleisiau y fwriwyd dros bob un o'r ymgeiswyr fel y ganlyn. I, the constituency returning officer, hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Bowker Gemma Jane, 355. 355. Caech Sean Mair, 1,113, 1,113. Jones, Helen Mary, 9,885, 9,885. Rhys Kenneth Denver, 4,132, 4,132. Rzeski Stefan, 1,937, 1,937. Smith Guy Martin, 427, 427. Waters Lee, 10,267, 10,000. 10,267. Ac yr oedd yn datgan drwy hen fod Lee Waters wedi cael ei ethol yn briodol yn aelod o Gynulliad Cenedlaethol Cymru dros yr etholaeth.
So that's Lee Waters, who has taken that seat for Labour. It actually held for Labour because it was held by Labour in the last Assembly by Keith Davis. So Lee Waters there, beating off the challenge from the former member for Plaid Cymru for Llanelli, Helen Mary Jones. That is a blow to Plaid Cymru because that actually was their top target in Wales. Of course, we were aware of other spectacular wins they've had, including the Rhondda, but that was a big blow. There's another Welsh result coming up in Bridgend, which is the seat of the First Minister, Carwyn Jones. Let's go to the Bridgend pictures and see what's going on there. Well, they're just gathering. And that is Ogmore, actually. That is not Bridgend. That is... So, Hugh Ranker Davis there is the Welsh Labour candidate for Ogmore. I'll tell you what we're going to do. While they're waiting for that, I want to join Leanne Wood, the leader of Plaid Cymru, who is in the Rhondda, and we're going to talk to her. Bore da, Leanne, thank you very much for joining us.
Bore da, bore da.
Many congratulations on your win, which I think is fair to say took a lot of people by surprise. Tell us about it, and at what stage of the campaign were you thinking that things were going your way in the Rhondda?
Well, you can never tell, of course, until the results are out, but I've had such a warm, positive feeling from people in communities throughout the Rhondda here, in areas where we've traditionally done well, where we've got councillors for Plaid Cymru, but also in those areas where Labour have been traditionally strong. And many, many people have told me that they are fed up with being taken for granted, that it's time for a change. If we carry on doing the same thing that we've always done, we can only expect to count on the same results. On the other hand, Plaid Cymru have put forward solutions to the problems that people have told us that they face, and people have responded very warmly to our programme of government and also the hard work that we've put in. I've gone through a number of pairs of shoes during this campaign, and of course I've had to be right throughout the country as well, but my team and I really have put in the effort here, speaking to as many people as we possibly can.
So here's the direct question then, Leanne. If that message worked in the Rhondda, where you faced a bigger challenge than you did in Llanelli, why didn't that message work in Llanelli, which must be quite a blow for you?
Well, I am disappointed with the result in Llanelli. It wasn't our seat. We were looking to take it from Labour and it wasn't to be on the night. But nonetheless, the Plaid Cymru share of the vote appears to have gone up in many, many constituencies, particularly in the valleys. I've heard that my colleague, Rhyn ap Iorwerth, has increased his majority on Ynys Môn. So this is uniform throughout the country. So that does tell me that people have recognised that after 17 years of the same party running the government, it is time for a change. And I think that feeling is reflected in the results tonight, but particularly here in the Rhondda.
Except, Leanne, there isn't going to be a change, is there? Because probably, even on these numbers, it will still be a Labour-led government in Cardiff.
Well, the electoral system for the Assembly is a very difficult one to crack. It favours the majority party, of course, and even though they've slipped back and it hasn't been a good night for Labour, they do look as if they'll have the biggest number of seats. But still, they need a majority to govern, and so the results look as though they won't have that majority, and so next week will be interesting.
Interesting, indeed, very interesting. And I'm just wondering, how well disposed will you be to Welsh Labour in terms of cooperating in a new Assembly?
Well, I've said very clearly throughout the course of this campaign that I don't believe that Wales will progress while we have the same party continuing in government. So that's something that we will need to reflect upon. At the same time, I want as much of our manifesto implemented as possible. So let's wait and see what the results show us. The people of Wales have had their opportunity to have their say, but we don't yet quite know what the full picture is. Let's wait, let's not be premature about this, and I'd like to take some time to reflect upon the results and consider with my shadow cabinet and team what our options are for the future. But the main thing is, as far as Plaid Cymru is concerned, is that we will champion and put the interests of communities in Wales at the top of the agenda. We always have, and we will continue to do that in the future.
Just a very quick last question, Leanne. Sorry to come back to this again. If you say you want change, and if you promise change, it would be very odd to work with Labour, wouldn't it, if they've been in power for 17 years? So if you want change, that's not the route you're going to take.
In the Rhondda, people have voted for change. Throughout Wales, it looks as though people have voted for change. We have to take on board what people say to us. That is the nature of a democracy, and I'm going to take some time to reflect on that now. I'm not going to jump to any conclusion, certainly before all the results are declared.
OK, Leanne, thanks very much for talking to us, good to talk to you. Leanne Wood there for us, the leader of Plaid Cymru in the Rhondda, having won that seat, having beaten Labour's Leighton Andrews, but then having suffered a defeat in Llanelli when they did not take the seat from Labour there. So it's an interesting picture in Wales, to say the least. Now, there are 4 mayoral contests happening. We haven't talked about them because we haven't had a result to talk about, but we do have one to talk about in Liverpool. This is the mayor of Liverpool. The result is in. Joe Anderson, the Labour mayor, has been re-elected there. A very powerful position, although the shape of that mayor's job may change in the next couple of years if they get one of these big metro mayors to look after all of Merseyside. But anyway, for the moment, it's the Liverpool mayor, Joe Anderson, re-elected on 51,000 votes, with the Lib Dems in second place, the Greens strongly performing there in third place. So Joe Anderson taking 53% of the vote, the Lib Dems on 21%, and the Greens on 11%. So a very strong second mandate there for the Labour mayor in Liverpool, which is an interesting result. And some more of the Welsh results coming in too. I'm just seeing that Labour are holding all of these seats, including Cardiff South and Torfaen and Ogmore. With that, let's go over to Jeremy.
You know, the most striking thing about the map of the English councils is how little has changed since yesterday. 124 councils up, about 2/3 of the results in. I'll just show you in the Midlands, if I can. Just zoom in. Everything pretty much as it was before. Worth pointing out, we had a moment in the middle of the night, we're looking at Nuneaton to see whether Labour would hold Nuneaton. They did. They lost Dudley to no overall control, but by and large, not very dramatic changes at all. Councillors changing here and there, council control not changing. Now, that in itself is significant. So in the south, Labour can be very pleased that they've held on, for example, here, this red splodge, Exeter, or Southampton, next to Liberal Democrat Eastleigh, or in Hastings here, or Slough, Crawley, Rugby. We can get the map to flash those Labour seats here, which you can see. So they can say, OK, well, they have not been pinned back in the south of England because the Conservative performance has simply not been strong enough to really threaten Labour domination in those rare councils that they control in the south. So that is significant. Let's just have a look now at the map again, take it all in, and then we'll show you the result in the key wards. Now, we look at about 800 of them to work out the direction of travel for the parties. And this shows movement since last year, since the general election year of 2015, when obviously Labour had a very poor result. and they're up 3% since last year. They will take pleasure from that. The Conservatives down 3% since last year. Not good for them. The Liberal Democrats up 4% on what was a terrible year for them, 2015. More significant, perhaps, the 2012 change, because that was the year in which these seats were last fought. And Labour will be concerned by going down 4%, but earlier on in the evening, we were looking at 8 or 9 percentage points dropped. So this is actually much more stable as a result for Labour than many were predicting. And the 0 for the Conservatives is not encouraging for them, because their result in 2012 was very poor. The Liberal Democrats down 2. So in a picture which has barely changed, we're actually learning some very interesting things about what's happened in politics since the last general election.
Jeremy, thanks very much. Gives us a good, clear picture of what's been happening in those local elections. What we need now, with a few minutes to go at the end of this broadcast, is a good picture of what's been going on in Scotland, and Emily's going to bring us up to date.
Yes, look at the map first of all, Hugh, and you can see the lion's share of those constituency seats have now turned yellow. They are mostly SNP. SNP, of course, the winning party of the night here. But what's interesting is to see just how varied some of that picture has been around Scotland. So Glasgow Pollock taken by the SNP from Labour. In fact, the SNP have pretty much pushed Labour out of the whole of Glasgow now. As I say, most of the map has turned yellow. And yet, there are these very interesting movements beneath the surface. North East Fife, taken by Willie Rennie, the Lib Dems, from the SNP. Edinburgh Central, an extraordinary gain there for the Tories from the SNP, and Edinburgh Southern as well, taken by Labour from the SNP. The only leader we're hearing really tonight that lost her seat in Scotland was Kezia Dugdale. And I just want to show you one thing that suggests there is possibly a movement afoot. If I take you and show you these swings, what does that look like to you? SNP to Labour in Edinburgh Southern, Edinburgh Western, SNP to the Lib Dems, 7.7% swing, and a 9.7% swing from the SNP to the Conservative in Edinburgh Central. You could start thinking perhaps there is a movement amongst the unionist parties to say, we can take back Edinburgh, we can push out the SNP if a little bit of tactical voting gets underway. Perhaps that's what happened in Scotland's capital last night.
Indeed, Emily, thanks very much. Just a few minutes left, and I'll just ask Chris Grayling and Peter Hain for some final thoughts at this point. So, a judgment across it's such a range of elections, Chris. That's the point, isn't it? And they're very different. But can you draw some strands from them?
Well, look, from a Conservative point of view, if you look back 6 months and said at next year's local elections, you can gain council seats, you can move up significantly in Scotland with the possibility of ending up in second place in Scotland, I'd have bitten your hand off. I'm sure, as we heard from Joe Cox earlier, there are very many people in the Labour Party tonight saying we should have done better. And the truth is, when a government's been in power for 6 years, you don't expect the main opposition party to be going backwards, and that's what's happened tonight.
Peter?
This is the most right-wing Tory government we've had in memory, if not ever. We should be doing a lot better. They're attacking disabled people, they're attacking trade unionists, they're attacking those in social housing and many other injustices from this government. We should be making enormous gains as a Labour Party. We haven't done as badly as many of Jeremy Corbyn's critics predicted, but frankly, we're not doing well enough.
And what does that mean in terms of people like Joe Cox earlier and others who are clearly thinking very seriously about, let me just say, the options available to them? What would you say to them?
Well, I thought Joe Cox spoke very well, but I think this is a matter for Jeremy now. He's leading the party. He loves the Labour Party. He's a strong socialist. He will want Labour to do well. He has to decide how he can make sure we can win majority support back again. He's not been able to do that so far, and that's his big challenge.
Thank you both for joining us, Chris Grayling and Peter Hain. Some thoughts, Laura. Let's separate them a bit. A thought on Scotland first.
I think huge achievement by the SNP. Not a surprise that they are in power for the third time. But I think really interesting, maybe early little signs, little puffs of smoke that SNP sweep that seems so unstoppable for the other parties seems to maybe just be slowing down. We've seen that tonight. what looks like a remarkable result for the Conservatives, coming second, becoming the official opposition. Still not confirmed, but it looks like that is going to happen. That is a very fundamental change to the way that Scottish politics works, a huge blow for the Labour Party. And for as long as Labour's having those kinds of really big problems in Scotland, eventual success back in Westminster is really, really difficult.
And a thought about the local elections in England?
I think the fascinating thing has been such a complicated set of elections in every corner of England, so many people with a chance to vote and to have their say. And of course, you know, tonight political careers have been ended and begun. So many different seats will have changed hands, and yet the big picture hasn't really changed at all. Lots of people in the Labour Party, like Peter Hain just there, don't sound like they have very much faith that Jeremy Corbyn has them on the path towards a general election victory. For the Conservatives, on the other hand, not much sign of huge enthusiasm for what they are doing. But the Tory vote doesn't seem to be being knocked about by whatever is going on, whether it is the astonishing splits in the party over Europe or the problems they've had with the budget. So an interesting overall message, an early message still from the electorate. Things moving in all sorts of micro little patterns, but overall, as you are.
OK, Laura, thank you very much. Except that, of course, that's not it. There's lots more to come. I wish we could say we'd had them all. We haven't. We've got more council seats to come. We've got more parliamentary seats in Wales and Scotland. We've got Northern Ireland. We've got the police and crime commissioners to come. We've got the London Assembly. We've got the Mayor of London and other mayoral contests too. A quick look at the scoreboard. Where are we at the moment? We're on Labour on 41. We're on the Conservatives on 19. And we're on the Lib Dems on 2 councils and hung councils 17. That's where we are. And that is it from election 2016 for now. We'll be back at midday for more results and analysis. Thanks for watching and see you later.